reckless international ultimate is now with the warehouse hold. They're taking the fight straight up. Look at the investments of the score streaks coming through from the Indonesian plan. And that plan is to take over the early hold onto B3. You can see the smooth
that trade and has
he's the guy.
number 2 in blue can happen.
Good position, but Aimrup's the one that gets the CAG to take it out of there. Time is running out, Cali.
And right now, the push comes soft. Slowly and surely getting this time to ultimate. They get
Investment off the Sparrow, and Okan's already hopping on in for the spawn trap. Stern are so close, and Okan wasn't punished. Manages to get.
WDC free slot battling against NGU Esports Cal for WDC free slot.
And not only that, so they really know what to do in here. They study up this game. Look at the way this team has been able to control this match. Now, they will continue to contest it, pushing up inside the point and spot the player on the barrels. Will not be able to find it over until actually getting to the guitar, looking more into the last
Explanation on that, and they're going for the big access it, and now he was able to take them black, and look to deep backup is in there. Olsen is looking at pretty much the same from what we've seen for the first round.
Yeah, another help them actually. The damage you've already gotten. The same thing that WC has been doing, is trying to beat people. Are about to go down here at group stage
Far away. 28 seconds, still a lot to contest for. But the players of
down Blackness International ultimate to have a great setup and a money hill involved.
MP5 already. Now Smart Mega can go in for those rotations and focus on controlling that laundry side. And as you can see, 2 players pushing up already. In run time. Look at WDC overextending into its donuts. But obviously, we won't expect
attack him too. And
he needs to realize this. The position is eliminating the biggest problem out there. It's a little bit risky. Just depending on the backup by the
that spawns up enablement. It's a good thing that Omega was able to defuse the situation, but
it just be so equal on the side of Love. We punish the players, but Guitar manages to securing off those markers as we speak. A 1 life deficit for Smart Mega, and just a little bit of a marker placed on.
Games battling it off.
The players are played out in a match of S&D this time. Been down like a bird of prey, and will be able to manage to grab it.
Has already taken the lead as well as control of this moving in there towards Gorilla Base. But the rotation of 2 games is showing
overkill for me. That might have just been a big mistake from the Indonesian side. And now, as the Goliath heads on over, to be rotating around long from the side of Facet, especially by a guy named Whoopi, as I say, that Zen gets drawn. Oh, Mistro. But that stun is not going to affect them too much at all. Candy has a great angle, punishes Jet Sky, whereas Frank is taken out. Keeping the opponents. Great opportunity. Takes out 1 from Laundry side. 1 finds it already, but it's just a single mark. Dunia Games really very scrappy control point as well. 2 markers taken out of the equation, but XS1 Goliath on the standby for the B flag. Yeah, but the A flag now on for the bull.
Show in here. First game of the day, group stage day 4.
Backs away slowly, wins the big gunfight. Fantastic play. Junior Games, they managed to hold on to this there. WDC free slot is moving into this game
a little time, but Leia will be in there as well. Perfect uses for general Junior Games, but take a look at the spawns in here right now, the fountains. Bottom left side of that minimap, they are going to
on the ground, so they still have this advantage here.
It's going to be very crucial. 2 players now making their way, and now we're on the flank. Gets 1. What will the trades coming through? See one with the first blood. Engagements are just being won over by C1. Back and forth.
The B control point almost completed already. Able to take this away from the Indonesians, man. They're just controlling this map and running circles around the side players.
What their step, their feet on that field.
We'll point out there the battlefield because I have to tell you, man, Breakout moving in just into this hard point. Even out at Bakery, they cannot get past.
Won't be laundry spotting one.
A bit more accurate. Smart Mega winning on all of it. Secure the slay onto us. And, you know, that... Yeah, and mechanical skills, you know, that's absolutely understandable. Unfortunately, we are being left high and dry.
Because of that scaffolding towards the launch area.
Hardpoint is still contested in here. Going to be quite a very back and forth fight.
There's no spawns really that can
Stay inside. Right now, good position here for MGU, but Kalo is about to bump out one of the big guns in here. Jumping this barrel once again to get 2 picks in. Make that 3. This guy is on a roll. One more for the they're jumping black. The pitch pick coming true now. The flank is going to get activated. Timor's lugging teams down, picking up from where we left off from Hardpoint. Finds one more. The bomb sets quickly get all of this skills in here. Luffy now 2 in a row. Make that 3. This guy's on his spree.
5 lives remaining for MGU. For the time is over.
Is going to continue getting more kills, and Timor's looking to get that follow-up as well right through the belly. Seconds and results down there at the beach side, but still, it's going to be a bit wild. The gunfight is not basically it for doing again. The finally
Law of mana instead, which is a little bit surprising.
and the Hardpoint opens up and Dunya Games is in the one shot, and they are winning the gunfight.
As long as they're in.
A pretty close matchup, but Dunya Games this time now moving in here.
And MJ manages to quickly sneak behind. Fantastic in terms of positioning games. And a very aggressive set. Might get tagged up.
No one's attacking the point, and they send out a lot of things around the mid-map.
Battlefield, Demo sorts him out. Airbox, fantastic. Off the side of West Point, Mama Logates. This is the spot.
Find out if that will be the case. Change World in blue.
Take over that. The battle will be between Aimer and 4 players for Change. Hacker is spawned, and they're doing whatever kills done inside the matchup. And well, it's been so good and so great for ABC Esports. Although they don't have and Change World can seem to do nothing about that. Okats making a good use of that off angle, getting jumping.
And there goes the hit. That right now. And 36 on the snipe, on the push. And
Now they're slowly moving in, but misses on the defense.
he's moving into the flank. And I don't think ABC will be falling for the same trick, but no! Aimer is the guy who goes to the second clutch and the fuse. And ABC will
The
be
instances where you can also guard this A and this B control point. Okats on. As soon as that smoke pops off, Kai can get the kill here. He pushes out.
It's barely got away from the 100-point mark.
And that's one thing of Link's DH. They understand how the mind works.
For that, because Lynx needs the... Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. 16 teams from Garena and China will do battle to see who will raise the trophy at the end of 10 days of grueling fights. I am the Mustachio AJ, and with me today to open up the show for all of you, the one and only Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and we also have Cali Gaming on standby to join us in series number 3. Neptune, my man, to start the day off, how do you feel, bro?
I'm really excited. We asked for this. We asked for this to show up who would be the best in terms of in the battlefield when it comes to other regions and going against Garena. And we have been given China region going against Garena region face off in this invitation. And I'm really excited to see who will be showing up in these matches.
Oh, that's something that, we all want to find out, right? Because, the China region has had many a tournament so far, and they've got some formats which are pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting and pretty exciting as well. It's a bummer that we didn't get to shoutcast for any one of their tournaments, but, just watching them on screen made me really regretful as to how we had to miss out on all of that action, right? Only as the viewer we got to tune in, but this time around we get to join into the action as well, right? We're talking about all of them stacked up against each other, but we do not start the tournament off in the usual format. We're not jumping into the gist of things just yet. We're going to kick things off to find out, or we're going to kick things off by finding out exactly who will the king of snipers be. Now, that's something that Garena has never done before the whole time we've shoutcasted Neptune.
Yeah, I'm very sure. Like this is also something that the fans out there is looking forward to, because they heard you shouting out the best sniper, and they want to know between these two regions who really is the best.
And, we will, of course, run through the format with you guys in a little bit. Each and every single team will have 2 snipers that they will put forth to join in the King of Snipers battle. And they'll battle it out through quite an interesting format that will put all of the players to the greatest test, right? Because we don't start off with a 1v1 battle just yet. We throw them into a free-for-all first. We, of course, once again, will break it down in detail in a little bit. But first of all, we throw them into groups, and then they all get into this free-for-all setup where I think just ups the ante a little bit more rather than just a straight-off 1v1 sniper battle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see these teams go in for the free-for-all. But before we go there, let's check out the teams who will be jumping in. Later on, we're also going to provide you the details as the players for those sniper battle. But the teams right now from China region, we have the Wolves right here. We have KZ Esports, Fun Plus, Phoenix. We have Do All Gamers Esports, Weibo, Tales of Eastern as well on this. And on the right hand side, AJ, is the Garena region.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Junior Games Esports, ABC Esports, Huntsman, Blacklist International Ultimate, Smarter Mega, WDC Free Slot, Change World Almighty. I don't know if you've noticed, but the smile on my face just won't go away, man. I'm super excited to see exactly what's going to pan out here, because you're not just looking, this is pretty much a Garena Invitational with the best of China thrown into the mix as well. And once again, to kick it all off, we started off with an exciting phase of the competition to find out exactly who the King of Sniper Solo Challenge is gonna be. Dude, I tell you, Neptune, in no tournament so far have I been this excited.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see right here who will be, like, one thing's for sure. There's the guys out here from Garena region. We've seen them so much in the snipers and also the gameplay that we've seen in the China region. But how can they manage to go into battle on all snipers? There is like everything else has been thrown out the window. Everything else apart from the snipers will be used in here, and that really gives me goosebumps, AJ.
每组将进行3场个人竞技模式比赛，每组总击杀排名前4的选手晋级下一阶段。在第2阶段，晋级的16名选手按排名分为2组，每组进行3场个人竞技模式的比赛，每组总击杀排名前4的选手晋级淘汰赛。11月6日进行的巨王挑战赛淘汰赛中，8名晋级的狙击手将通过单挑模式进行单败淘汰赛。出决赛为 B BO5外，其余轮次为 BO3，最终的胜者将成为当之无愧的最强军王。11月10日至20日进行的是本次赛事的正赛——团队对抗赛。对抗赛分为小组赛和淘汰赛2个阶段。小组赛阶段于11月10日到11月13日进行，16支战队通过抽签分为4组。
Yeah, let's check out what is going to happen today. This is scheduled right now, and as I mentioned, we are going to look in on the top guys, the top team players on the sniper, and they have been broken down in 4 teams. Top 8 from Group A, or sorry, 8 members from Group A, the top 4 will be advanced to the next level. So as you can see, A, B, C, and D, we are going to weed out the top 4 in there, and they will be heading into the breakout group. So once they move in on there, they will be broken down again into groups.
将捧起本次士兵召唤手游秋季邀请赛的总冠军奖杯，让我们拭目以待。
We don't even have a sniper battle in existence. So once again, how this is going to work is each and every single team will put forth 2 players, and all of these players make up 32 in total. They are broken down into 4 groups, groups A, B, C, and D. So of course, each group will have 8 players. They go in and a free-for-all battle where the top 4 players who have got the highest number of kills through all 3 of the free-for-all matches that they play will move on to the breakout group stage. Now, the breakout group stage is not your knockout stages just yet. It's not your playoffs per se. The breakout group still needs to down the number of players, right? Because at that point, we'll have 16 players. For the playoffs, we are only looking for the top 8 snipers. So that's what's most exciting about this. And so tomorrow, the format kind of changes, right? So today, it's a free-for-all sniper battle where you have to deal with multiple enemies, spawning all over the map. And on the other hand, tomorrow, it's going to be a 1v1 battle. And here are the maps that will be in rotation today, Neptune.
Yeah, you know what excites me in here is the comeback of Crossfire as well as Crash, because we haven't seen these maps for a very long time in the competitive scene, but this time in the Sniper Challenge or the Sniper Battle, we are going to see these 2 maps, and there you have it for the draw of the maps right now. Crash, Crossfires in their introduction for the coming back of these maps.
Oh, I mean, I tell you, it's round 1, 2, and 3 that has been determined at the moment, and I believe this is going to be for Group A. And Group A is made out of all China teams, and that's the exact same for Group B as well. So the Garena teams will be in participation a little bit later on, but it doesn't mean that the very start of the show, you are going to be missing out on a lot of Garena action, because we're going to start off with Group A first, and then move on to Group C, which does have your Garena teams. So, and this is the lineup of the participants here from China within Group A, Neptune.
Yeah, we have Sun from Tales of Eastern. We have Lil Fox from Doyu Gaming, KZ Aaron, and as well as 2 members from Team Weibo. It's Meng and Q Ming in here. From Fun Plus, we have Mengru and XD Man from KZ once again. Wolves will be introducing Sai in this first group.
So we might have a little bit of a technical difficulty as we progress through the matches, because I believe all of the IGNs is going to be written in Chinese. So it's going to take us a while to kind of get used to that. We do have the translations here on screen, and we do have it on a little bit of a notepad in front of us as well. So we do apologize in advance for any weird pauses as the match progresses.
Yeah, I mean, it's... For now, it seems okay, but later on, because the IGN that they're using will be on their own language and in the Chinese language. So we made that effort already to make that list in comparison and translation as well. But, I guess the fans out there will be able to understand. Even they will not be able to read it that clearly unless they know how to read it in a native term.
I'm pretty, Malaysia has a lot of Chinese Call of Duty mobile players, right? And I really do not know exactly which specific language is this in, because you've got many different sub languages within the Chinese language itself, right? Hokkien, Mandarin, etc., Hakka. And I don't really know I don't read Chinese, man. Long story short, right? But we're gonna try our best to do this team justice. And no, we're not gonna show you guys the participants of Group B, C, D just yet, mainly because, of course, we will introduce them right before we hop on into each and every single match. So now that we've got a little bit of time here, let me go through the format once again for any one of you who have missed it thus far. We start off with 32 players, so each team sends 2 players forth to represent the brand. And each of those players, all those 32 players, are broken down into 4 groups. So 2 China groups as well as 2 Garena groups. So Group A and Group B are from China. Group C and D are from Garena. They'll all hop into a free-for-all match, not just one, but 3 back-to-back free-for-all matches. And then we calculate the total number of eliminations that they have. So those 4 players who have got the top 4 kills, top 4 players with the most number of kills after we conclude match number 3, we accumulate them all together and we push them into the breakout round where they get thrown into another group, but that group, on the other hand, will be ranked according to the number of eliminations, Neptune.
Yeah. I mean, I really love to see as to how they will perform this time. And earlier, before the game start, we just have been talking about the update and how this will, especially on the sniper. So I'm really curious on how they will be moving this time. The movement will be hampered. Like they will not be the same as before. So I'm really excited to see. And we're not talking about 1v1. We're in it. You just have to go and get away against one member. You're talking about all the 8 players out there, and movement will be a little bit slow because of what changes has been done, but I'm really excited on what effort they've done as well to go against that and prove themselves really.
And you know, you kind of got to look at the countries that will be hugely affected by the new change as well, right? Because not all of the pro players who pick up that sniper focus on their movements. Most of them focus on their quick scopes, you know, just holding on to very specific angles and locking down the opponents. So it really depends on what sort of a play style you have. So Season 10 might have nerfed you. Season 10 might have helped you out in this competition, because if you're not a player that has been, you know, hyper-focused on all of your fancy slides and getting corner to corner, I have no idea exactly why my camera is frozen, but it's okay. Don't worry. We'll sort that out for you guys a little bit. But okay, I'm right back. So fast forward and caught up with myself, right? So, you know, it all depends on exactly how you lock it down, right? Mainly the players from the Philippines, Thailand, as well as Indonesia, because these 3 countries have been, you know, have kind of showcased the best players when it comes to the movements, Neptune.
Right. And that is why we have been pushing Garena to like go against other regions, because that is where we see if the Garena meta will, or how will they fare against the other regions. And as you mentioned, it differs depending on the region, depending on the game style. So if you are a person who doesn't have that much in terms of movement, but have more of accuracy, then it will be favoring you on this update. But we're not saying that is bad. It's just it levels up the playing field for everyone, because it's not just about movement, like tactics. You keep mentioning about tournaments, AJ. Tactics like beats mechanical skills at some point, and this is where that will show, and that will be seen, AJ.
Yeah, but I guess this change, oh my lord, my camera is just annoying me at this point. But it's okay, I'll fix my face. I'll fix my face in a little bit. It's fixing itself at the moment. You see, this has been a change that was not anticipated by the community at all, because when you talk about, you know, the changes within the meta, you talk about the buffs and nerfs, you usually kind of to affect just the in-game weapons, right? You don't really expect any one of the updates to affect the player model movement within the game in itself. So that's a huge game changer, right? Because there's something called muscle memory, especially when you're a player within MP. You've played not hundreds, but you've played thousands of matches. And if you're mastering just the sniper, when you switch between your sniper to your melee and then you're sliding in between, all of that extra bit of movement gets you from point A to point B, I guess a few milliseconds faster. But it's the world of difference at the end of the day, right? So that's exactly what's going to be making the biggest of difference today, right? Sun, Mengrui, and Little Fox, they're the first ones to go down. And just like that, we've got Q Ming leading the board already with 4 of these eliminations, Neptune.
Yeah, and the target here is a first to 30. So the first guy, the first player who will be getting that 30 will be able to end it. And from there, once we have the lineup of the number of kills, that is where we find out those on the top. There goes the hit, and it's not Sniper, but Aaron was able to go in for that kill. And what a quick flick in there by Lil Fox.
Yeah, a lot of people are complaining that the ZRG20 is not hitting as powerful as it was hitting in the previous season. But I don't think Ming agrees, man. Ming's just popping off with a little baddie right now. Little Fox from afar. Ming, unfortunately, disconnected. Aaron took advantage. 3 slays so far, but he needs to catch up. Little Fox is running away with this.
Goes in for that second 5 already for Aaron, and this is where we're going to see the difference as well as which sniper they will be using. Meng in there going for the secondary for the kill against Aaron, and Meng will be right back in there taking down Zai.
Yeah, fantastic play so far, and they just need to step it up in terms of their positioning. Sun has got a great one here. Aaron's shut down. Little Fox just need to wait for his timing before he does go ahead and peek here. But Sniper House will keep him hidden away. Ming on the other hand, Sun, beautiful, fantastic, rotation around, finds another one, hit marker, Little Fox backs away, and the timing is perfect as Little Fox goes back out for the peak. Sun now, will he go in for the melee, or will he just wait for his timing? It's all about the repositioning now as he gets away, 6 slays, and Sun is pretty much on fire. There's not a lot for him to catch up with the rest now. XD Man is on 7, and Meng Rui, on the other hand, has fallen back quite a little bit, Neptune.
Yeah, only 3 kills in there for Meng Rui, but the one on the lead is Lil Fox with 10 already, 20 more, and he will be able to end this game. Kuming going in for the Sun, and the Sun is setting right there on that area on North Side, but we'll like to see how well can the other members or other players catch up. So for
And it looks like it's a really close matchup here for the top 4. Aaron just 4 eliminations behind Little Fox. Little Fox, very sneaky, man. I love the positioning here by Little Fox. He just holds on to that sniper house, doesn't really back away, and that just gives him a lot of viewpoints, right? A lot of the other power positions. He's got a direct view that he can take opponents out of. And Sun, on the other hand, is just slowly climbing up. Slay by slay, he's now in that second spot. Just 1 elimination behind the little sneaky Fox.
Yeah, and one thing about the snipers really is to have your back on the wall, and that will provide you a lot more of coverage on 180 degrees. But because of the format that we have right now, free or for all, if you keep moving, there's a chance that you might be targeted later on. But that will not be the case for Meng in there going in for that 9 kill and taking down Lil Fox in that sniper area. But we'll have to see Lil Fox once again gets back 14 kills already and still on the lead.
Yeah, kudos to Call of Duty Mobile China. Kudos to all of the players for switching up their IGN so that it's so much more easier for us to follow all of this action. I really appreciate it, guys. You guys absolutely rock, man. Aaron with that elimination sneaks into the 3rd spot. XD Man goes down. Aaron loses his life as well.
Having once again a good sniper position, he knows a better position not to be thrown up in there, but unfortunate for him, he might be running in there by 2 members. 2 players will be in there on the other side, and here comes Lil Fox right now in the middle of everyone else. Aaron or XD Man will be sighted, but not just yet. There goes Sai for the kill from the 2nd floor.
Yeah, smart play, and Sai with the positioning. I mean, you can't really run around out on Crash when you've got 7 other snipers just holding on to angles, spotting you out, man. You gotta have a better strategy than that. You've gotta have a better tactic than that. And I believe Meng has got one of the best positions right now. Stolen away from Little Fox. He refuses to give that away. Zai, on the other hand, just right behind him, just punishes Sun. XD Man gets dropped by Little Fox as he once abandons the sniper house. Is just roaming around the battlefield now.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost his house, he's lost his compound on this point, and Meng is battling it out against Sai. And there goes Meng Rui going in against Sai, and there Kuming, on the other hand, will be moving in onto the mid of the map. We'll have to see who will be targeting him, and this is the worst position that you can get for Kuming.
Man, Little Fox on the 20th slay already. Oh, low in HP, just pulls out the secondary and sprays down Meng. How unfortunate for Meng. Zai on the other hand, beautiful quick scope. Man goes down. It's gonna be the one and only Aaron now, kind of just on the little foot of Little Fox, who's trying to break away. 23 slays, 7 more to close off round number 1 for Group A.
You can see the gap from Little Fox is for the second place in there. It's 18 and 23. You can see how Little Fox will be maintaining or will be maintaining those positions and getting in for those kills. But with that slide and the hit, Little Fox will be taken down, as well as Sai going in for the second against Sun.
Yeah, Zai's all of a sudden on fire. Just 2 eliminations behind Little Fox. He got 3 back-to-back kills earlier on. And now it's the one and only Little Fox in a small little corner. And from that high rise, from that lower floor, steps on out and gets punished instantaneously. You really have to just stick onto your own tight little corner and can't run out in the open no matter what. Little Fox kind of understands that, but he was forced out because he wanted to take advantage of some of these other positions, Neptune, but he got punished.
Yeah, he got punished, and Aaron in there trying to spam the ADS in there, but with the timing, it's a little off, and Aaron has 2 points below Lil Fox, who's still in that lead, 5 points before he ends this game. We'll have to see. Good position for Lil Fox right now. Good advantage, and will be missing that hit against Aaron. Might be a takedown coming in, but no one challenged him.
Yeah, I mean, how painful is this, man? You've got a hunter-killer drone, you can't use it at all. Little Fox goes down, Meng Rui loses his life to Zai's secondary. Meng drops Ming. Sun gets yet another 17th elimination, but he's way too far from Little Fox and Aaron. Can they now catch up with the top 2 leaders of this kill feed? 4 more eliminations for Little Fox. He gets yet another 3 more left for him. Meng drops Ren. It's just all-out chaos. Little Fox 3 eliminations away from closing this.
Sai right now going in on the dance against Aaron, but Aaron will be sliding in. There goes the hit, and Sai will be taken in now. Now, there's one on the left-hand side. Meng Rui not hit with that quick scope and will be punished in there. Meng Rui taking down Sai, and 2 points remaining for Lil Fox. Will this be it? Will this be the second kill remain, or the first kill for that 2? There goes the hit after the 3rd shot, and 1 more. There goes the kill. There goes the win. And he is in the first place.
Sneaky Little Fox manages to get the first 30 eliminations. Matches coming up for you guys. So this is the first one. 2 more for Group A before we tally up the total eliminations, Neptune.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it's a position that Lil Fox has been taken that made him take that lead. Now, it's also Sai in there going in after, I think he was in 4th before he really moved up and caught up on that 2nd place. So we'll have to find out if that will be the same case later on. But as we start it off, so we just finished Crash right now, and I think we are going to move into Crossfire, and I love to see which position they will be taken later on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022 kicks off with the King of Snipers battle, and that was just the preview of what you can anticipate throughout today as well as tomorrow. It's gonna be a long day, Neptune. That first matchup alone took about 20 minutes, so we're gonna take about an hour roughly for each and every single group. We'll count those groups as series, right? So the first series have 3 matches, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and then the 4th. So a total of 4 hours of breakdowns just for the group stages before we move on to the breakout for the top 16.
Yeah, and as we look in here, this is the post-game breakdown of that battle. We've just seen the 4 gap between Lil Fox and Sai, and as we can see, it's Aaron who was able to get that 2nd place. So it was close in terms of kills, but in terms of the points, Aaron just took that 2nd place out from Sai.
You don't really have to be that #1 fragger within each and every single one of your matches, but at the same time, you have to make sure that you don't fall back like Meng Rui. It seems like he had a little bit of a connection issue at the very start of the game, which affected his performance just a tad little bit. So hopefully he gets to fix that before hopping on into game number 2, because once again, this is going to be the accumulated scores over 3 matches back to back to determine the top 4 players that moves on to the next round, Neptune.
Yeah, and like Menrui in there, like not even going in half of what Lil Fox has done, will provide him a little bit more of challenge later on in the second round. Hopefully he'll be able to catch up and make it a little bit too close for everyone. I mean, I'm expecting that, like, from, or I want all from the first to the eighth place in here to be that close, that we're in the third round will be the decider as to who will be the king of this Group A.
And I think that's exactly what we are going to be getting. Zai, who had 26 eliminations each, and if only Little Fox didn't hide away like a sneaky little fox in the early parts of the game, I don't think he could have run away with this matchup, right? So in this next game, it's not going to be the exact same map, so they don't know exactly what the strategy of Little Fox is going to be, but obviously they've got full access to that kill feed. If they determine that, you know, Little Fox is eliminating one too many players, they have to find him as quickly as possible and eliminate him from that whole equation as a whole, right? And who was it that kind of stole his position away? I believe it was Zai as well as Ming. And look at where they are on the overall leaderboard so far, in the third and fourth spot. So I think the strategy is going to be, don't let Little Fox score as many by taking away his power position very early in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but there's a lot of power positions, especially on the next map. It's Crossfire. I mean, you know the broken building in there. I mean, you can, like, man, if you've been in there in the early season, yeah, I mean, you're hiding out in there in that small little corner with only a peak of the long mid. Like, that would be a sniper's nest. I really love that position.
Yeah, and you know, I think the whole of Crossfire is pretty much a sniper's nest. You really got to know your positioning. You really got to know your angles. But I'm more interested to see exactly who pushes out towards the center of the map where they've of the scared play, but it also gives you the guarantee that nobody's going to spawn behind you. So you just need to look at two angles. But if you want to have a higher probability of getting more of these eliminations, you want to be playing towards the middle of the map. So it's going to be obviously to the preference of these players. And I think they're going to be testing the waters the moment the match starts. But I hope they find their momentum quickly, because Little Fox has been brilliant all throughout that game, Neptune. His strategy was sound from the very start.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how well the other players will be able to adapt that gameplay as well, because we mentioned about a lot of sniper's nest in this area, and for those going in the middle, like, you have a left and right view, but the moment you turn on either side, I mean, you might get backstab in there for those who are already taking the long end. So we'll have to see who will be quick enough, and we mentioned already the movement changes in the game, so we'll have to find out how will that affect the gameplay of those moving into the mid. But I think we're going to start right now for round number 2, AJ.
Let's go, man. I am excited. So we talked about, you know, which part of the map to hold. Let's talk about exactly which one of the mini compounds within that map you want to be broken building. But obviously anybody that wants to counter that position can either hop on directly into Butchers, but you know, moving into Butchers then opens you up to the view of central building towards laundry as well. And you could also sneak into the second floor of lounge, where you could, I guess, you know, lounge for a little bit. It's a very tight corner. Nobody's going to be spawning on from your back, but you have to keep an eye on your back as well, right? You got to continuously switch back and forth in terms of exactly where you're looking, because it's not the only access point towards your compound. So it's all about exactly who holds on to the right house. Zai manages to get one, gets the double, as well as Aaron drops Meng Rui. Little Fox on for the pop. And I guess we are finding out very quickly who holds on to the corners and who holds on to the middle.
Yeah, I mean, Lil Fox is in there really, really smart to go in onto the end. Hopefully, he will not be taken down, because otherwise he will be losing that position. Aaron, on the other hand, will be taking the other side, but with that fork on that road, he will not be able to see a sight of Lil Fox on that area. There goes Aaron, take down with Meng on the slide from the side.
Yeah, he could... Sorry, choked on my... And a slide immediately. So that was the death of him instantaneously, right? Welcome to season 10.
Yeah, I mean, season 10 right now has, like, the gameplay has changed so far. And, well, it hasn't changed that much, but I think it brought us to a more nostalgic gameplay, AJ.
Yeah. No, I mean, it brought us to my style of gameplay. I am horrible when it comes to movements, but I'm also horrible when it comes to snipes. So I guess this doesn't affect me all that too much.
Yeah, I mean, movement, I haven't commented in terms of movement as well, but like I have, what do you call this? The aiming capability. It's just the kill that is a little bit hampered in my side. So I can aim, but I couldn't kill that much. So I guess we're all the same.
If you can aim, but you can't kill Neptune, I don't know if I want you on my team, but at the same time, I can kill, but only when, I'm in a very low rank lobby. So I guess I'm not much of a help in a lobby either way. Meng, beautiful slay, but he's just 4 eliminations, 2 behind the one and only Zai as well as Ming. Ming gets his 7th there over Zai. And once again, it's all about exactly who holds on to the best angle here, right? And I really like that broken building that's being held on here by, I believe, player number 8. Is that player number 6? I do apologize. It's a little blurry on my side. So it's a tad bit difficult to see the numbers on the minimap.
Yeah, and well, so far it is Yu Ming who's taking the lead right now, but Sun might be able to catch up. 7 already in there, a little bit too close. There goes Sun for that 8. Going in the second, Yu Ming is in the first with only 9, and I think this is taking a little bit longer compared to earlier because, as we mentioned earlier, Lil Fox will not be that Lil Fox anymore. The tricks is out of bag from first round, and it will not be used once again here. And I think Lil Fox is a little bit down in here on the 6 kills only, and if I'm not mistaken, with the 6 kills, he might just be in that 6th place.
Dude, I'm in love with Little Fox. I mean, he had a slow start, but now he's slowly ramping it up. 7 eliminations so far, just 3 behind the one and only Zai and Yu Ming. It's not a lot to catch up with for the one and only Little Fox. Spots one out. Fantastic elimination. How many? This guy has got 4 eliminations so far, back-to-back, Neptune.
Yeah, and that is where positioning. He's the one who took the middle, giving him more advantage to down.
So this was the exact point that we were talking about Crossfire, right? Exactly where you can hold, because it also exposes you to many of these other power positions as well, which is why I'm in love with exactly what Little Fox is doing. He's just going back and forth between the lounge, bus station, as well as butchers, and trying to spot out 3 different players all at the same time. Now Little Fox, Meng Rui, Meng Rui sneaks out. Little Fox taken down. Meng Rui saw that coming 3 miles away.
Yeah, and Meng Rui in there just slowly moving in to get that pixel before getting that shot, and Little Fox in there will not be Foxy anymore. So far, it's Yu Ming still taking the lead, 14, but close behind is XD Man. There goes Yu Ming. No backstab happening right here. Yu Ming has like eyes in the back of his head.
Oh yeah, but then that didn't really help him survive from Meng Rui. Steps out at the wrong time. Meng Rui takes advantage. Little Fox shuts down Sun. Yu Ming, 15 eliminations already. Little Fox just on 10. Can he catch up? XD Man, on the other hand, manages to get 1 more for himself. And XD Man on that 14th elimination. Meng, on the other hand, climbs up a little bit more. It is all pretty close, but Meng Rui...
I think he's really having trouble in terms of going and getting a position right now and get those slays. There goes the hit. Meng right now slowly moving in, and I think this is a move to get that good position that has been taken earlier by Yu Ming. There goes Yu Ming for 16th, but close behind is XD Man. Yu Ming really needs to put in a little bit more of frags, but with the position that he has, he might be losing all those time as well as good position. XD Man is now on top.
What? Zai! This guy is a monster. Oh, someone else stole his elimination. Zai's not going to be too happy about that at all, but it is what it is, man. When you've got 8 snipers in one free-for-all match. Aaron, beautiful elimination. XD man just stands out in the open a little bit too long and gets eaten up by Meng. Q Ming, on the other hand, fantastic from across the battlefield, but he gets traded out instead by the one and only Meng Rui.
Yeah, that's one thing. Once you are a snipe and you have that ADS on, you will not be able to spot those creeping in the side. And I'm talking about creeping in because they will be moving slowly. They don't want to rush things and be taken out. But Aaron this time is the one at the top, followed by XC Man. And I think Q-Ming has been pushed, but was able to take it back.
It is eliminations make that 19. For the one and only Aaron. Aaron climbs up just for a quick second. And this is what we were talking about earlier on Neptune. If you don't fall away too far, you can catch right back up. Earlier on, when we did spot Aaron, Aaron had 26 eliminations. He just needs to make sure he bags it this time around. Ming, on the other hand, he had 22. This is his comeback matchup.
Yeah, and there you go. Aaron, on the other side, was able to come back in there for that 1v1. I'm not quite sure if it's just me, but everything just stopped on our end. Q-Ming is on the lead. We'll have to find out what will be going on onto the next battle.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And we are trying to get the graphics kind of upgraded on our side as well so that we can see these numbers a little bit more. And I think that's exactly what I can see right now. The minimap has become a little bit more clearer and we are back to our camp. Hi.
Hello. Yeah, I guess we are going to continue on later. But yeah, from how we've seen that, Q-Ming
we're back
already. And as quick as that, we're back. Q-Ming is still on the lead.
Yeah, Q-Ming's still annoyed, man. He pulls out the secondary. Fantastic MW11 action. Aaron does the exact same. Sun, on the other hand, manages to get one. Can he get another? No, Ming gets away from the one and only at all. Gravity Vortex gun will come in super handy, but they cannot pull it out. It's an all-out sniper-only battle. Your secondary is available, but no thumpers.
Yeah, no thumpers, no launchers that can be pulled out in here. And really, I think it's saddening for XT Man in here. He was maintaining the second place from the first part of this match. And then this time, because of how well positioned Q-Ming as well as Aaron was able to do it, they have pushed him off on the number 4 spot. Balance on the 223. Kills already, battling it out just back and forth. Q-Ming in there, still getting a good position. But the moment he gets out, he might be taken out. But no! The quick scope in there takes it. Sun down, but Aaron for the backstab.
Yeah, I love exactly what Aaron did there, right? Goes in for that snipe, gets the hit mark, quickly pulls out the secondary, finishes off the job, doesn't allow Q-Ming to run away, but Q-Ming doesn't care. He just steps it up. He gets the perfect revenge. Q-Ming gets the headshot onto Aaron. What a play. What a comeback right there. 25 slays, and this guy is going for goal in this match number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're really breaking what is happening right now. Only 5 points. They're breaking the game because it's how close it is. The back end time that they cannot be taken down. The gap, if I'm not mistaken, is more than 5. Or probably not that close for the third place, but how it is going to end for Q-Ming as well as Aaron, we'll have to find out. We continue right now, 28 and 26. Aaron is on top.
Aaron, 28 eliminations, 2 more for him. Make that 1 more. Aaron, what a comeback. Earlier on, he got that second spot. This time, he goes for goal. Can he get another? No! Meng denies. Aaron goes down. X-Man gets Ming. And Aaron looking for his 30th. Can he get it? No, the guy is just lagging himself out of the equation. Gets taken down once again. And Q-Ming catches up. Q-Ming placed 5th in the earlier matchup with just 22 eliminations. And now 2 from closing this off. Zai catches up. Q-Ming now on the 29th elimination. Both him and Aaron needing 1 for each. Aaron just moves on in with the MW11. Upstairs, can he find one? Meng Rui goes down and Aaron gets the number 1 spot, Neptune.
And I thought Aaron will be losing that because he got a little bit, I would say, careless from the final moment. He stepped out in the open. He tries to get that final kill and he he was on the lead, he backed off a little bit, go in for the rotation, and made sure that he get that waiting game, the patience game on that stairs, and that is where he finished off the final member, the final kill for this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic to see that we are not just looking at one dominating sniper out there on the battlefield, but we are going to have a close fight all the way down to this round number 3. And of course, Little Fox dominating that first matchup. And he used a very sound strategy, right? And that was holding on to that sniper house. He kind of camped there throughout the whole time. And, you know, when I say camp, I don't mean that in a negative connotation whatsoever. You know, you've got camping and you've got good positioning, and snipers always need supreme positioning, and that's exactly what Little Fox did. And he got the lead in that first game, but towards the halfway point, I want to say, in that first matchup, he realized that he can't really sit down in that one position throughout the whole time. He started roaming, and in the start of the second match, he just started off that game by roaming throughout, and I think that was the worst thing that he could have done. He should have just used that working strategy of game number 1 for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to change it up, and that is where he lost it. And like we were mentioning it from so I think there was a 5 position that can be taken, and like if you're the one in the middle and 5 guys will be pointing at you, then you might be the first one being taken down. Little Fox right now, and they're in 4th place, not far behind though. It's only 4 points against the 30 that Aaron has. But Aaron right now, I think it has been reversed, and these 2 guys, Aaron as well as Little Fox, might be taking the lead once we add up. But Huming in there, very, very close to take that number 1 spot, but he missed out on that a few 4 kills, if I'm not mistaken, before he got pushed down by Aaron.
Yeah, here's the saving grace here for Little Fox. Although he didn't get that number 1 spot, he's not placed way too far away from the rest of them, right? There was a difference of 4 eliminations between Aaron and Little Fox in that first game. And guess what do we have here? The exact same difference in terms of the number of eliminations. So I guess we know exactly who's tied up for the number 1 spot. Little Fox and Aaron. But Zai, hot on their heels, Neptune.
Yeah, I really love the movement of Huming as well. Like, he has been in the 4th, but with the maintained points that they have on the 2nd round, he will be close enough to try and take down Little Fox. But with the next match, with the next map that we players will be moving around, and those who will be taking, I think, 1 or 2 of the best position need to be cautious as well, because they can only go in, especially on that garage area, wherein they will only have 2 visibilities, and a flank from that arches might be the takedown of their takedown. So we'll have to see on what rotation these teams will be playing, and well, who will be the one guy who will be taking the best position and get a lot of kills just hanging back in one corner.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Slums isn't really a, like you said, a sniper's nest. But the one sniper that I've seen used super effectively on this map in the past has been the SVD, right? Because you don't really get to kind of annihilate with your quick scopes, but you do get to kind of just sit down on one spot, which wait for opponents to appear from the doorways and just beam them down with that SVD. Now, we've seen those plays, but the SVD is not really the perfect sniper of choice for a lot of these players out there. Clearly, you know, they kind of favor a little bit more towards the ZRGs, a little bit more towards the DLQs. So they're more focused on those quick scopes. So it's going to be exactly who can handle all of these gunfights on the fly. And I think Little Fox has more than proven himself to be.
And I think with what happened on round number 2, like he will be fired up to go and get this win, because there's not so much of a position compared to that round number 2 that someone can get. But like that would depend on the weapon that will be used. You mentioned about SVD. I mean, though the damage is not that much compared to CRG and DLQ, which is 95, but with the 80 plus the fire rate that it has, as well as the low recoil, I mean, I just want someone to bring out the SVD at this point and see what more it can do with the update, the recent update that we've seen from the game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I am pretty... My lord, my cam. Never mind. Please ignore that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So what I was about was, at this point, I'm pretty... Look at that fast forward catcher. At this point, some players are pretty much regretful that the marksman rifles haven't been added into the mix as well. Because I'm pretty sure on this map, the SKS will come in super handy, right? But that's just not the case. So just like you, Neptune, I am hoping to see a little bit of the SVD so that we don't see... or at least we get to see some of the other players who are struggling with the quick scopes kind of catch up. Because Slums is just that perfect map where you just get to hold on to an angle, go in for your aim, and just try to beam down everybody that appears through the doorway once again. But at the same time, we've also seen how that sort of a play style doesn't get you the maximum number of eliminations, especially if all of the other players are going to be spotting towards that middle part of the map and you're kind of camping towards the back. You can't really camp in the middle because that kind of opens you up to one too many angles unless you're super quick like Little Fox.
Yeah. And one thing that I really want to be put out in here, though this is not so much that we've seen in multiplayer, but the base mobility of the XPR has, like, I think it has the highest mobility. So we have been talking about movement of the players in terms of the sniper. And if you can utilize the mobility plus the additional attachment that you can use to increase that on this game, you might be able to make those. And once you get a good position as well as a good view, though it's not a I would say a one-shot sniper hit, but with the best attachment, you can slow down the enemy as well as go in for that second or third kill with the low with the low recoil as well as a semi-automatic that it has. So we'll have to see if all the snipers, though we have all the lists, but not so much. Not all snipers has been used in this game because they have still been playing in the previous game style before the update.
Yeah, and obviously the secondary of choice for one and only Irfan J, but he's not in the King of Snipers competition. Shut Up and Heaven will be representing Almighty a little bit later on. But Irfan J will be that mad guy. Irfan J will be that madman that just brings out the boxing gloves looking for people to punch down, even though everybody on that map's a sniper, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if anyone, because we've seen Heaven done that. So we'll have to see if Heaven will be able to do that later on. But let's see. This is the start of round number 3, the last round for Group A. And so far, I mean, into the lead, we have Lil Fox as well as Aaron in there going head to head. We'll have to find out if anyone will be able to tie it up or probably beat them in this last round for the 3 round of this King of Sniper at free for all.
And it doesn't mean that just because you are leading the battle right now, you are in the clear, because it's all going to come down to this one final fight. The bottom 4 players are immediately eliminated from the equation in the battle to look for the King of Snipers. And the one that is in the most unfortunate position right now is Meng Rui. Meng Rui above Little Fox right now in that number 1 spot. And, you know, that's already asking for a lot, but that's also asking for the number 1 spot, providing Little Fox, Aaron, Zai, and Q Ming don't pick up a single elimination, which you know is going to be impossible. So the run might just be over for Meng Rui, and the same can be said for Sun. But for Meng as well as XT Men, their run here is pretty much still alive, but they need to prove themselves in this matchup.
Yeah, they will need to prove themselves. And we were talking about Meng Rui right now. He is on the first place. He might have gotten a good position, and hopefully he'll be able to maintain it. But as we say, it is XT Man as well as Zai right now taking over the lead, and 4 ready for XT Man. Lil Fox, Lil Fox in there moving into the stairs, and there goes the second, a quick movement to the right and the kill.
Fantastic play so far, Sun. Beautiful shutdown. Little Fox back in the number 1 spot. Zai joins him, and this is currently your number 1 and number 3 seeded players within this group. XT Man jumps on up to that 2nd spot. Zai takes it right back with his own elimination. Just back and forth we swing. But Little Fox, I like the position that he holds onto here, Neptune. And it's all about how difficulty. We do apologize, but we hop on back to Zai, but he gets caught out by Meng's secondary. And Sun brings out the the boxing gloves. It's like he hurt me.
Well, who wouldn't? Because like the movement that you can do with the boxing gloves, as well as trying to get away for someone who's sniping you, not really using a secondary, but the sniper, you can utilize that boxing gloves. At this point, Aaron in there taking fountains, but will be taken down. And Lil Fox right now, that sneaky Lil Fox, good positioning for him. And I really love the position that you pointed out, AJ. I mean, just have to move back and forth to that area and not really need to worry about those backstabbing him. One thing that he needs to do for sure is utilize the window, because once he moved in from that compound and has it turned back from the door, that is where he might be taken down. So Lil Fox right now with a slide, but Meng takes him down.
Yeah, I'm shocked. Lil Fox is not camping in any one particular corner, man. Because earlier he was holding on to Broken and dumps this. Then you see him rotating out to Memorial. He knows that he is going to be that hot stuff out there on the battlefield that the other players are going to try their best to hunt down. And whenever he eliminates a player, he knows for a fact that they're going to
He's applying what he's done on round number 1, and once he get a good position as well as good number of kills, he goes for the safe play, move out for the other side, and then start killing from there. Lil Fox right now in there,
good
3
position
on the lead, and Meng going in for the second opportunity for the third one, but will be taken down by Zai from side.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, Zai kind of spawned out towards the end of Ghetto. And Little Fox's hold at the Special Forces base, which I have to say is one of the best positions to hold on to in this sniper battle when it comes to slums. That was just perfect, right? It's just, he just didn't anticipate Zai to already have that pre-aim there, and he stepped out at that wrong moment. Little Fox once again gets shut down, but he holds on to that second spot. Zai moves in front, and he puts a little bit of a distance as he shuts down Meng Rui. Little Fox, wallbang, Sun taken out. That was nasty, Little Fox.
Yeah, Lil Fox right now might be taking this fountain as his nest, but will be taken down by Aaron. And I think Aaron is trying to get back into play, but so far on that 7th spot. So a long travel coming from Aaron, as it is a 9-point lead between some. Here comes the melee, there goes the slash, and Meng Rui, he might not be able to go for the kill on the sniper, but will be able to go for that melee hit.
Oh yeah, Meng Rui desperately needs to get more eliminations on his side. The last time we double-checked in, Meng Rui was sitting down dead last with a total of 27 eliminations, but he is on fire this time round, or at least at the very start of the matchup. But Meng as well as XT Man, they very quickly managed to fire themselves up as well. And can we talk about how crunchy, how crispy all of those reloads are every single time all of those snipers are reloaded? My heart cries a little bit more as to how crispy it is, man.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're breaking the gun, but no, they're setting up for the next kill that they want to do. But I mean, that is what we love about these guys who's so proficient in snipers. I mean, regardless of how they can move, what changes has been done, they can maintain the good composure as well, good position at this point. But Sai right now is the one taking the lead. Meng is a little bit too far. XT Man is just close in there, but Sai for that kill against Sun, and Sun will not be rising this time.
Yeah, Rytech AMR in the hands of Zai is an absolute eliminator. 2 slays so far in that number 1 spot. Zai wants to conclude this whole competition in that number 1 spot, but he's going to start things off with Group A because Zai is just 1 elimination behind Aaron and Little Fox on the overall leaderboard, but he's got a 6 lead over Meng right now. Little Fox and Aaron are nowhere close to Zai, and Zai might just end up Group A in that number 1 spot. He has chosen the final matchup to pop off on.
Sai right now with only 2 points remaining, still maintaining this. And there goes the 29 kills.
One more.
Going in for the 30, but will be taken down. And who takes him down? The Lil Fox.
Yep, Zai, one more elimination. And he turned around, spots on Meng Rui, goes in for the quick scope. No, punished by Meng Rui. And Little Fox in that second spot. He's got quite a distance away to catch up with the one and only Zai. Zai, alive and kicking. One more elimination denied by Sun this time round. Zai just can't catch a break.
Yeah, I mean, once you only need one, you get impatient. And I think that's what's happening with Sai right now. There goes the kill. And there we have it. Sai takes a win in round number 3.
Yeah, 85. I believe that number 1 spot is guaranteed for him. Little Fox tried to catch up towards the very end, but he just couldn't get the job done. Unfortunately for players like Meng Rui and Sun, I believe this one was just a little bit too far away. Sun kind of flew a little too close to the sun earlier on, and he got burned down in that first matchup. He just couldn't recover. XD Man, on the other hand, stood a great chance. I'm really curious to see exactly where he ended up on that matchup, Neptune.
Yeah, especially from the second round wherein he is going toe-to-toe against Q Ming in their first and second, just breaking that lead. And we'll have to see as to how XD Man has done in that round number 3. But so far, I mean, it's because of the changes of map, AJ, the gameplay has differed. But Little Fox almost got it because he was able to adapt what he did in round number 1. But who just changed the game? It is Sai. He just went into that area just a few meters from where Lil Fox has been nesting, and he got a lot of kills and not so much on the deaths in there. Thus, the lead is so much for Sai in this round number 3.
Yeah, and if you look at the profile picture of Zai, right, he's just got the look, the killer serious, and he showed that in his gameplay this time round. 30 eliminations for a total of 85. Meng catches up with 23 eliminations, which gives him a total of 69. So that is quite a little bit of encouragement here. Little Fox, on the other hand, picks up a total of 26 for 82. So that means he's going to be placed in that second spot. XD Man on the 23 eliminations in total. So that is going to give him a total of 66. Neptune, the second and third spot, that's going to be quite a close fight, looking at how Ming struggled quite a bit in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see who will be those on those position to move in on the next level, but as well as how these players fared out, man. And this just proves it. I mean, because of how each players has done so far, they changed the game, and there you have it. Still, Zai is on the top, 85, followed by Lil Fox, that's been pushed down 3 points below.
And unfortunately, unfortunately for Ming, who had the 4th spot earlier on, has been pushed down by the one and only Meng. And this is a 69-69 equalizer for the 4th and 5th spot. But I'm guessing this overall scoreboard shows us who makes it through. Unfortunate for Ming to get eliminated. Get the qualifier, Neptune.
And well, I guess it works either way. It's Team Weibo. Whether it's Meng or Ming,
fair enough,
moves in, they're coming from the same team, but it's just on the challenge between members that is, I think, more heated up compared to against a different team, because you will be able to meet and talk to your teammates later on saying, I beat you at that point.
Fair enough, man. And Zai will be able to flex on everybody else, including Little Fox. And okay, can we talk about the look of the killer look in the eyes of Zai? That's exactly what I was talking about, right? The profile picture is just absolutely deadly. But the highlights of the play for the best eliminations out there on the battlefield, we started off with Little Fox picking up the total number of 30 eliminations in this first matchup at Crash, and that was quite a spectacular one. And his strategy was pretty simple, Neptune. Hold on to the sniper house as long as possible, and once he lost that to Meng as well as Zai, the guy just roamed with no fear in his heart.
Yeah, I mean, once you get that lead against the opposing players, then you will be able to risk a little bit of losses in that game. And yeah, it's not that you're already giving out on the kills, it's just you're getting good position and a good advantage to get a better position against those who took over your previous one. And a crossfire battle, because you know how much of a sniper's nest those are, and it's very difficult to get good standing. Thus, Little Fox has lost the lead at that point.
Yeah, and of course, the second matchup, we saw the rise of Aaron, and in the last game, we saw Zai just rip everything away from the rest of the players. Yes, there's no extra prizes for those who get that number one spot, but it's the extra ability to flex over the rest of the players, right? But of course, at the end of the day, the overall placements for Group A as well as Group B in the breakout round, and basically the breakout round is round number 5 as well as round number 6. After we conclude the battles for each and every single group, the top 4 from each and every single group moves on, and how we break them down into Group A and Group B at that point is through the ranking system, right? So if you've got the most eliminations, you are at the very top. If you've got the least eliminations, across the 16 players, you are down at the very bottom. And then we slice it in half. We throw you guys into 2 different groups. That's how it's going to work. And I cannot wait to see exactly who from the Garena side is going to be making it through in this next matchup. We've got quite a number of them, Neptune. And who's the player that you are looking forward to in this next group? Because we've got Group C in for the battle right after this.
Yeah, I mean, for Group C, those coming in from Garena, no one to see how will he be able to go and play this time, because of how much it changed the gameplay. Though he has been streaming, he might be grinding as well and like trying to find out ways to improve his gameplay and even adapt to how the changes has been done, utilizing that to his advantage. But going against all snipers on the free-for-all, I want to see like Whoopi really prove that he is the best sniper from the Philippines.
Technically, we have got 2. Okay, wait. We've got 4 snipers overall from the Philippines. So it's not going to be very difficult, I guess, to prove that he's the best from the Philippines. But, we don't know exactly what FDX has, man. FDX has been a tremendous sniper for the longest of time now. And Whoopi has been focusing on other areas that could have been the biggest nerf for him. I'm mainly looking forward to Guitar as well as Now. And these 2 players are amazing when it comes to their movement, switching between weapons. Those slips and slides are fantastic. But with the nerf on Season 10, it's going to affect their performance just a little bit. So I'm quite curious to see exactly how they deal with that. But there's one player that doesn't really depend on the movement scale of the player model, but more towards positioning as well as his quick scopes. And that's the one and only Derp from the Huntsman. I'm quite curious to see exactly how he performs in here as well. But can we forget ZZX? Dude.
Oh, yeah. That's one reason why they're on this list, though. Is because they are the top of the team, and this is where we really prove them. But like from that first, we have been seeing the first group from that China region. Later on, we're going to see another one from Group B. But before we proceed, we're going to go for a quick break. I am Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Mustachio AJ. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
And you're going to stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Nowin from the side of WDC. Ding with a head drop, but that was not easy. Played the head glitch to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And one that sneaked away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2, where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeff Pro steps up for the team. Indonesia Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeff Pro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. But number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FDX, and now lining it up. Littling Black was on fire with C1 making the play.
That's not a guess yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it to 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Send really needs to win this out for his team. Got a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's the perfect one.
And I'm not sure what's happening to Small Ninja right now. Positioning, if they are losing most of the gunfights at this point, like
This is a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. One KSP uses the C1, gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity, slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this S&D. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive? In the
But as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop. Not so much on the lives being turned over by the game.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, manages to find the break of the hill towards the final few seconds, but still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty have to find the sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage you can take is to get all the lives that they need to take it.
5-24. The game of the numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've got it. One quadrant ripped away by Blacklist Ultimate. And Reeves just on fire right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And this is a Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022, where in the first round of the King of Sniper Free for All Challenge has started earlier. This time we head on to the green region from Group C. I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Mustachio AJ shoutcasting for this series.
We are going to have Callie join us a little bit later on for series number 3. He will be jumping on in together with Neptune. But before we get him on, we get to get a few of the other Garena players on as well. And yes, of course, my camera just decides to freeze right here, right now. And as for a total roundup for all mainly Change World, Huntsman, WDC Free Slot, Dunia Games, ABC Esports, as well as Smarter Mega. But not every single team sends in 2 players, of course. This has been randomized. So for Huntsman, you've only got 1 player in there alongside Dunia Games, as well as ABC Esports and Smarter Mega. Change World as well as WDC, on the other hand, they've got both of their players within Group C, that being M4, Arthur, Githar, as well as Anawin. So it's going to be quite fun to play in this particular competition, but for teams that have got their own team members, very early on to face off against them, might be a little bit painful to have yourself eliminate them, Neptune, seeing how you can only have the top 4 move on through.
Yeah, and also, like, you have been playing with them for a very long time or practicing with them for a very long time. Pretty much your tactics as well as your positioning might have been read already. So there's a possibility really that you won't be able to go in together on the top spot because of that factor, as well as going against other teams as well. So we'll have to see. Now, you mentioned about Derp jumping in here, and you mentioned how his gameplay has been different from the others. Will this be the chance wherein we will be... The thing is, like, I think this might be an advantage for Derp at this point, because his gameplay will not change.
Correct.
His accuracy has been on point, so much more that not so much of movements will be happening from the opposing from the opposing members.
Yeah, this is something that I definitely have to agree with, right? Because when you look at the other, other players within this group in itself, mainly being Whoopi, Zeze X, and now in Guitar, Seven. All of these players are very well known for their movements. Derp, on the other hand, it's not that he doesn't take advantage of these movements. It's just that that's not his main play style. His main play style is just really roaming around the battlefield, being that backup player for the rest of his team members. He's the clutch player. He's pretty much the how do I put this? He's pretty much the Irfan J of the Huntsman, let's say. He pretty much saves the day most of the time. But there's also another guy from the side of Huntsman that I cannot wait to see in performance. But that's going to be in Group D later on. Zen, he's the newest addition to the Huntsman side for the Malaysian team. And he has been one of the better players from the Garena Malaysia side for the longest of time. So glad to see him on board with the Huntsman as well. He's going to bring some exciting gameplay. And once again, you don't see all of those fanciful plays from Zen. It's pretty much just lock onto your angles and get your aim right. It's all about those quick. It's going to favor them, but there's just no way of looking at how this is going to go, man. I mean, even if you collect like data over data over data of all of the previous performances of these players, it's never an apple-to-apple comparison because those were MP matches and this is just a free-for-all sniper battle that doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned this might be the first time that we've seen everyone in here from this group, from this region, to go in for an all-sniper battle. And this will show really who is the best out of the two regions. It's not just a battle of one region wherein we were just calling out, like from Garena or from China, but it's two regions right here. And I really love how this is going to end up, especially with the title of King of Snipers, and how that can be carried onto the next time that this might happen. I don't know when will that be, but it might be holding on for it for a very long time.
And I believe this is the first official event where the Chinese teams are meeting international teams in an official event. And, the exact same could be said for all of these Garena teams as well. Because yes, we did have the Garena Invitationals. Yes, we did have Stage 4 as well. But that was pretty much within Garena. And did we have things like King Zone, Tales of Easton, you're looking at Wolves there, all gamers. So it's the first time we're kind of seeing them all bash their heads against each other to find out exactly who's going to be the best of the best, the creme de la creme, as a preview towards the next 8 days of battle that we've got. Because this all starts off with the King of Snipers challenge, and then we move on to the CDFI tournament. That's particularly the main piece of our meal, right? That's the main course. This is just the appetizer for everyone to kind of just see exactly who we should look out for in each and every one of these teams.
Yeah, and for the King of Snipers, it's like we're starting it off with chili because everything's hot right now. Like King of the Snipers is the hottest appetizer that we're getting in the tournament. Because once we jump in, it will be the usual format, the usual MP format, but this time, I mean, it's really hot, showing off who is the best. We've seen already from Group A who is the best. Now we're going in from Group C, jumping into Garena region. Now, this is where, like, fans out there, especially for those fans on the Garena side and on the China side, will be able to show and read off who will be challenging them once we go in onto the next level after this group.
And the search for the best sniper has always been my main priority. And I think you kind of brought this up at the very start of the show, Neptune. It's not just this competition, but the competitions of old as well. And we're talking about the Garena Invitational or Stage 4. Always going to be who's the best sniper out there on the battlefield, because the sniper changes the winds of battle on the battlefield, right? They kind of change the course of the fight most of the times, especially when it comes to search and destroys. And we all miss Jericho. Jericho's a coach for Smarter Mega now. And when he used to shoutcast, he always used to say, search and destroys win you championships, right? They win you all of these competitions. And if you look at it from that point of view, the sniper is a super essential part of the team. He has to be the best of the best, which is why we've always kind of shined the spotlight a little bit more on players like Whoopi as well as Heaven, specifically from the SMP side, mainly because of how well versed they are on the snipes, and very recently as flex players as well. But this time around, the flexibility of these players will not be taken into account unless you're looking at the sniper and the swap to the secondary, but mainly as to how they just maneuver around the battlefield, lock on all of those power positions, which we have seen that Little Fox do earlier on.
Yeah, as we started off, this is the next group that we're going to see: Summit, Crash, and Firing Range. So Crash will be back in play. We'll have to see taking those position that has been taken earlier by Lil Fox, but Summit right now, I'm pretty sure some of the folks on the Garena region know so much of this map will be able to take advantage of power position. We have M4, Arthur, Derpy, Guitar, and now in Zeze, X7, and Whoopi in there, the participant of this group.
I cannot believe Derp changed his name to Derpy because that's exactly what I call him all the time, the one and only Derpy Derp. he's just now fully just like morphed into his derpiness, right? So let's see if or not the more zen version of Derp will be able to get him to the very top. This is the battle of Group C, the top 8, but at the end of 3 rounds, we will kick out 4 and we'll allow the top 4 to move out into the breakout rounds, which we will see in action over at series number 5 and 6 towards the end of today.
Yeah, we're taking a peek of the players, those participating in this next round, this next series of the King of the Snipers. There you have it. We've seen the 2 members from Change World. Here comes Derpy Derp, and I think with that name, like, he's just honoring you. He was like, you were calling him Derpy Derp. Tar right now is in here. I think he's a little bit serious, and we'll have to see because we're curious. We've seen so much of the gameplay as well as a movement in here, though we've seen Group A earlier, and they might be using the usual meta in terms of movement as well as snipers. This time, we have a little bit of comparison, or a little more of comparison of movement, because we've seen these players so many times on the movement side, and how it changed using a sniper, as well as that update, that little change of pace in terms of gameplay. We'll have to see if that will affect their game this time.
And you know, it's not like you can't slide in the game at all. It's just that the sequence of the movement is just a little bit disrupted. It's just that when you switch from your primary to your secondary, mainly being your melee weapon, you don't get to slide in that sequence between those 2 movements. And that's the biggest game changer here for a lot of these players who kind of switch angles very quickly, especially if you're looking at a spot like firing range. You're on the bomb site, you have to peek both corners at the same time, continuously back and him for wow, he gets Whoopi, and that's the opening score. Guitar on the other hand, alongside Zeze X, managed to pick up the second elimination for themselves. Zeze makes it 4th, and it looks like the players from Thailand as well as Indonesia are leaving everybody in the dust from the very get-go.
Yeah, I mean, he called it a great in there for Zeze X. I mean, Zeze X is one of a good sniper in the gameplay, and with the right tech AMR, he might be able to do well. And I love how he utilized the scope, because he will not be blinded from the side once he zoomed in on the ADS. Zeze X once again for the kill, and 5 already for this guy.
Yeah, fantastic in terms of positioning for Derp as well, as he manages to get 4 eliminations so far. 2nd on the overall leaderboard. Can Derp continue to pull 4th? And it looks like the nerf to in Season 10 for the snipers are really affecting Whoopi. He hasn't been able to find his rhythm at all. 2 eliminations so far. Derp as well as Zeze X leaving everybody behind. And Derpy, this is the Zen version of the one and only Derp in the #1 spot right now. Can he make Malaysia proud? Whoopi slowly building up from the back, and now it finally puts a stop to Derp as Whoopi takes Zeze X out of the equation. Back and forth we go, but Malaysia now leading the fray.
Yeah, leading the fray, and we'll have to see who will be able to catch up. We've seen so far Whoopi was able to take that #4 spot, but with a lot more of a challenge from the other team, especially from what we've seen from Derp and mention about the scope he's using, as well as the weaponry that he has. So it's prime for him this time, especially with location and Summit, wherein there's not really so much that you can camp on, but you need to keep moving. This time, Whoopi is back. 28 that quickly. They were able to catch up, and there we have it with only 1 kill, AJ.
One more. We need to see some Whoopi cam here, baby. 7 goes down. Show me Whoopi. We don't see him.
whoever the observer is, clearly they don't know exactly who the best sniper in the Philippines is. Whoopee! The last time we spotted this boy, he had 2 eliminations. Deb had, 6-7 to his side, and Whoopee just rose up to the occasion towards the very end. Deb right behind him, but 9 eliminations between them, making the difference. And the title of the best sniper in the Philippines, it's not given away super easily, okay? Whoopee earned it after a long time, and ever since then, he has deservedly held on to that title for his dear life, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, even he has that throne, that the crown of the best sniper in the Philippines is still on him, but we'll have to see. That was a good comeback from the comeback sniper, from the comeback kings themselves. We'll have to see. That's just the first round. Summit is their map. Going into Crash, we're in. Not a lot of teams has been playing. We'll see if it still remains. Is Whoopee still on the top?
Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate that we don't get to see Kenshi in the mix of all of these battles, right? Because I think he would be the perfect name to throw into the list as well, to see exactly who the ultimate sniper is, because I think he really deserves to be here. But unfortunately, his team just wasn't one of the ones invited into the mix. But it doesn't matter. We still have 4 players representing the Philippines overall. Yes, we've got Whoopee. That's the only Filipino you see for the time being. But later on, we're going to spot out Kendi, FDX, as well as Jabin as they hop on in for battle over in Group D. But what a first fight. Now, we do apologize for the technical difficulty. We clearly missed a majority of that fight, but I guess is going to be from the Philippines. So I'm pretty sure the crowd's going wild right now after match number 1, even if we missed a couple of those gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw, you just mentioned, like, only 2 frags in there starting it off, and then later on,
look at that smile.
In.
Look at that smile.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't smile in there? Jerpon, I mean, he still maintains his zen composure. He's composure in there. He has been, I think he has a lot on his mind already.
Yes,
he's already thinking not only of the king of snipers, but like moving ahead onto the MP matches.
And I love that, right? I love this new derp that we are seeing out there on the battlefield. There's 2 derps. One is the overconfident one that's smiling year to year. And sometimes that overconfidence can just be a fake smile to cover up a little bit of the fears before he steps out into the battlefield, because the Huntsmen haven't been in top form in a long time. But very recently, I know for a fact that these boys have been really putting a lot of work into their gameplay. So it's finally high time we see the Huntsmen rise above the occasion and kind of match up, live up to the name that they used to kind of live up to when they first started dominating the whole of the MSP scene. It used to be the triangle, the perfect trio of death, we can say. Yeah. Almighty, the one and only Huntsman, as well as the one and only Smart Omega, or back then they used to be known as the NRX Yorimari 2911. But now we see a whole new side of Derp. And I think I don't want to see him smile at until game number 3, or at the very least at the end of game number 3, when he feels like he's done well enough for himself. But that's not enough, because we still have the breakout rounds where when you make it to the next round, you still have to be the top 4 once again, and the battle just gets even more difficult, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, once you pull out the best and then you put it together and try to be the best once again, it's not because you succeeded, it will get easy. And there's one thing about success, AJ, I know you know this personally. Success at some point brings you a lot more hardship. And you just need to overcome all of those to be better than the rest. And that is the point of King of the Snipers.
Oh yeah, amen, brother. I mean, it's not just for me, it's for any human being out there. You know, you get 1, you want 2, you get 2, you want 3, you get 4, you want 5. You know, your wants just keep increasing, and therefore the pressure just keeps rising day after day. But when do you call it quits? When do you say enough is enough? And this is exactly where I want to stop. I've never seen anyone do that just yet, man. Everybody's continuously aimed for better heights, because mainly the competition just keeps getting better and better out there on the battlefield. And if you don't better yourself, you're going to get left behind in the dust.
Exactly, and that's why we love seeing these teams. You mentioned about some of the changes of the teams, even the players out there, on how they keep improving, and that is what we love to see. earlier from the first set of for first group, we've seen how Will Fox has been dominating, and then some of the players will be moving up, and that is real life as well. We're talking about Whoopi this time, proving that he is the top of this first round. We'll have to see who will be challenging him. They're in there with 21 kills. So that is 9 points, 9 kills in deficit. It's a little bit too difficult to catch on, but we'll have to find out if Crash might be the turning point for some of the players right here.
I mean, earlier on, we did think that it might be a little too difficult for Zai to catch up with Little Fox and Aaron because they were just doing so phenomenally well in round number 1 and 2. But in that third match, Zai just into the number 1 spot, man. So it might not be too late for Derp, although there was a 4 kill difference between the number 1 and the number 2 spot in the first match for Group A. Nothing's to say the Derpy can't match up to the one and only Whoopi a little bit later on. But look at the number of eliminations here on the overall leaderboard. For 7, a total of 8 is gonna hurt him in match number 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, from comparing it to the previous one, I think it's more of top heavy this time. Because if you look at the 5th place, that is where the half of the 30 kills that Whoopi got has been showing. Earlier, we only saw that on the 8th place. So this is proving that those on the top 4 this time might get a lot more on the next round and leaving the rest behind. So it's up to Anawin, Arthur, Guitar, as well as 7 to move it up a little bit, to give up a little bit more for them to be able to catch up on the points because there's a lot of catching up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And when you look at just 12 eliminations here, like you said, top heavy, it's a lot for them to catch up on. Hopefully, it's just them, just like Whoopi, kind of warming up to this whole sniper battle in this free-for-all, because Whoopi had a terrible start. He had a super slow start. Everybody else was leaving Whoopi and Derp in the of nowhere, Neptune.
Yeah, well, I guess it's part of the plan. I mean, you need to read off the positioning as well as your own position into the map before you will pop off. You just don't go in there rushing and then later being killed, losing that potential of getting all those points. So Whoopi, we've seen them do that before on other tournaments, and I think this is same story, same gameplay coming from him. It's more of how he manages to go against them in terms of accuracy as well as movement, just not to be backstabbed later on or stuck in the middle of several snipers.
Yeah, I didn't expect 7 to really be the final, to take that final spot. But I have to say, the one player that really stood out in the previous matchup in terms of the total eliminations and how he managed to keep up with the rest of the fray has to be M4, right? Kindly holding on to that 4th spot. But the distance between him as well as Whoopi is quite a lot. So he has to really hustle for it in the second matchup as we head on into Crash. And if they were watching that first match a little bit earlier on, Crash is pretty much easy to play as long as you're holding on to a few key positions, right? Mainly being your sniper house, release, or that second floor of the shop. And I would have to say the sniper house is the safest one of them all, because you at best have to look at one direction, but it gives you a peripheral view of all 3 locations that can potentially take you down. But if you are on high rise, it's not the similar situation, because from all angles of the map, as long as you've got that view towards that high rise, you will be able to spot that player out and eliminate them. So that's pretty much of a very risky position. And it's the best when your coach becomes your personal masseuse as well, right? Shop, on the other hand, I really like the position when you hold on to dominate the mid segment of that map. From the second floor of Shop, you pretty much have a direct view over Isle, a direct view over the mid part of the map, which is Crashland, as well as that high-rise building. So, 2 preferred spots for me, Sniper House as well as Shop, that second floor. Which spot do you think, Neptune, in your opinion, is the best looking at that first matchup earlier on?
Yeah, Sniper House would be one because of what you just pointed out. Shop, on the other hand, like you have an open left-hand side if you stand in there, but a limited area if you just stand in by the window. So high be hit on a one-shot, one-kill from that area. So like Skyrise for me as well as Sniper, and Whoopi is taking advantage of this area right now, missing a lot of shots though.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, right? You got to be able to hit your shots as well. Holding on to the power position just isn't enough. I mean, you can't just play around with that alone. And Derp will take advantage of Whoopi's slackiness at the very start of this matchup. But you know you cannot underestimate the best sniper in the Philippines. Earlier on, the guy wasn't doing much at the start of the matchup, and then he caught on. But Derp has been consistent. Match number 1 and match number 2. Let's see what Derp he can pull out here.
Yeah, Arthur in there almost going for the kill, but M4 takes him down. Derp goes in against M4, and Derp right now in the middle of everyone. Good cover though. It's only the Gardens that he might be backstabbed, but ZZX on the other hand taking this high rise from the first, second, probably the rooftop later on. Whoopi still maintains this position. It's a good position for him from the point that you mentioned. No one can backstab him unless it's a pretty much good aim or probably a brief fire from that area before he peaks.
And ZZX is really playing high-rise smartly here, not just holding on to the top floor. He manages to back and to go from that very roof all the way down to that second. Quick scope is just too perfect. M4 on the other hand slowly building up, but the question is, can he catch up with the rest here? 6 eliminations. Guitar steps it up as well with the 8th one for his side, but Derpy still leads the fray with 11 eliminations.
And there we have it, trying to catch up or moving and catching up. 9 eliminations already from Guitar. Derpy on the other hand, possibility of a backstab. We just saw a glimpse of one from above, but no one is going in for that kill. Good positioning, repositioning coming from Derpy at this point. Missed that shot. Might be the end of him this time.
It gets that clip, but gets burnt down instead by ZZX. That hit mark didn't really serve him well at all. Should have pulled out the secondary at that point. And now in on the other hand, eliminates 7. Derpy still leading the fray with 12 eliminations, but Guitar is just hot on his heels. ZZX on the other hand, hoping and dreaming of using that Predator missile one day. But no sir, you can't do that just yet. Guitar, beautiful headshot against Arthur. But Derpy now has to be careful as Guitar takes that number 1 spot.
Yeah, I really love the Locust right now, not only because they put in my name, and I don't think that's intentional. Because it's DLQ and then Locust in between of that Outlaw. So it's second to the DLQ in terms of power, but no one has used it because DLQ is still in the play. So I love it that it's being used right now in this gameplay.
Derpy claims back his number 1 spot. Guitar hot on his heels as usual, but every time he steps on up, Derpy does the exact same thing as well. Derp now this time drops Whoopi. Whoopi, the question is, how many eliminations did the boy have? Just 5 on the screen so far. He hasn't been able to catch up, and just slightly beyond that halfway point for Derpy. Guitar is at that halfway point with 15 eliminations, but with 11 more minutes to go, they've got a lot of time to get the job done. Whoopi needs to catch up. Currently, he's the bottom fragger in this round.
Yeah, but in Fragger, and well, I don't know if it's too late or right for Whoopi to come back. We'll have to find out later on. But Derpy is just bringing the lead on this game. Derpy right now in their opportunity for the kill, but has been taken down. Back in play right now. ZZX will not be backing off in there. ZZX is on 3rd place. Even if he gets good position, he has been taken down because of the movement he's moving. But I think this is a prime location for him to catch up onto the points. And with only one
about the Rytec AMR, man. I mean, how could I? The Rytec AMR has been quite the little sniper. Derpy, beautiful execution. 21 kills so far, 9 more to close things off. And we were talking about how he needs 9 eliminations over Whoopi to catch up to the number 1 spot. And I think he's going to be able to do exactly that. But the problem here is ZZX was just a single elimination behind Derpy, which means we're going to see the top 3 between Derp, ZZX, as well as Whoopi by the end of the next round. But Whoopi really has to step up his kill game.
Yeah, I mean, if this maintains for Whoopi, then Derpy as well as ZZX will be able to catch up in there, and it will be really, really close on that top 3. So ZZX getting position, 2nd floor right now. Good hit, and that patience with aiming really moves in and really utilize the sniper power of ZZX right now.
Yeah.
But Derpy still maintains it, bouncing it off in the 23 in terms of frags, but he has been pushed down right now. Derpy goes in and takes it back up, but it's just back and forth, AJ.
Oh yes, ZZX is just too good on the right tech AMR. Derpy now, ZRG flicks a need to Derps and Eliminator with the ZRG. This guy's on fire.
I mean, it's not so much of a quick movement, but we are seeing how well he utilized that flick to be able to get that kill. Even the opponent will not be able to hit them because of how well Derpy has been doing it. But ZZX is taking the lead right now, but Derpy takes it back. Derpy in this long area. M4 almost taken down, but will be able to get away.
Yep, I like the safe place by Derp. And Navin, on the other hand, doesn't look behind. And that's the risk that you play when you are, towards the mid-segment of that map. You really have to stick towards the corners, just like what Derpy is doing here. But now he strays away just a little bit too far. 28 eliminations already. We've got a little bit of a lag to deal with. Can Derpy get 2 more? ZZX equalizes. Derpy gets the 29.
Nice.
Derpy finishes the round number 2. ZZX right behind him. What a play by Malaysia.
It's just a good anticipation coming from Derpy right there, going in for that second kill. Not so much like we pointed out. Not so with only a few, I would say, millimeters of movement of your finger, you'll be able to make that second kill. And that is what we've seen from Derpy this time. And I think this really changes the game, but I don't know. How will it fare for Whoopi this time? Probably not the bottom fragger, but very low in terms of kill.
Yeah, and we do apologize. It might be a little bit difficult to follow the storyline of each and every single game here, since we've got 8 separate teams per se to kind of monitor, and we're not really getting a lot of airtime on some of these players. And I guess that is kind of led by the overall leaderboard for understandable reasons. Derp getting a total of 30 eliminations to get the #1 spot for a overall 51 kills, which makes sure he gets the #1 spot.
Yeah, and this time, like we mentioned, that Whoopi might not have been a bottom frag, but this time he is only 9 in terms of kills, and it gives a chance for the other players in here to really catch up.
Yeah.
So we'll have it, see how well can Whoopi turn it around. Their plays after taking this top 2 spot in this round 2.
That we most definitely have to agree with, right? Derp getting the most number of slays, and Whoopi literally bottom fragging in round number 2 after getting 30 eliminations in that first matchup, which means he really loses his great position on the overall leaderboard. Because if you look at who dominates right now, it's going to be the one and only Derpy, followed by ZZX. And in that third spot, thankfully, Whoopi's done enough to maintain his position. He's now ranked number 3, followed by M4, who's in the 4th spot. So pretty much, your top 4 is still about the same, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it might be part of the plan, even if Whoopi is in there bottom fragging. I said, I'm still in top 4. We'll be able to catch up later on. We'll have to see if that will be the case, or if someone can throw him off, because we've seen some of the movement, especially if the increase of accuracy from some of the members who have been bottom fragging from the first round.
A very risky move here coming through for some players who want to play the, keep it safe sort of a game style, right? And what do I mean by this is because they clearly know that the next round, which is the breakout round, the top 16, is going to be broken down into 2 different groups, but those groups are going to go according to the ranking of the total eliminations. Now, you can sort of manipulate your positioning, but if your group is just that skilled, you might just fly a little bit too close to the sun here. I mean, it's a super risky gameplay to kind of try to determine your overall placement in the top 16. So you just got to go ham against some of these other players. So hopefully it's not a tactical play by Whoopi to not get the top spot. I think if that is the case, he's really playing with fire, Neptune.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen that being done. I mean, we've seen some of the teams out there, and we're talking about the full MP matches, not just the snipers. Some of the teams out there just playing with their position. Confident with the skills, and who's not confident? Like Whoopi in there, we've seen him dominate the first round from 2 kills, and then later on just jump into 30, and then on the second round we just saw him bottom frag, and he's still on the 3rd place. So he knows what he's doing, and I guess the other members or the other players as well, and hopefully the risk that you mentioned will not be that much later on.
I mean, there is a risk, and that risk is huge. And if you look at the overall performance of every single player within this, Group C matchup, every single player managed to find improvement in their scoreline between game number 1 and game number 2. The only one that had a negative scoreline in comparison to round number 1 to 2 is Whoopi, 30-9. Everybody else saw an increase in the number of eliminations that they got. So this is something that Whoopi needs to be really careful with, because you are going to get burned, and I don't know whether it's going to be a 1st degree burn, 2nd or 3rd degree burn, but you got to be careful, man. I mean, just because you've got your coach who can, administer that first aid doesn't mean you can't play with lethal stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not there's only so much a coach can do, but in terms of playing with fire, you just need to be careful. I mean, at least not play with fire. That's the only thing.
Jericho can double as a masseuse. Maybe he can double as a fireman as well.
Well, hopefully they have a fire extinguisher in the side if Whoopi really plans on firing up this time. But we are jumping in final range right now. 3rd round for Group C. This is a 2nd series of this King of Sniper free-for-all. If there's one thing that I miss hearing Jericho's voice, man. I wish some of these player cams had the audio as well connected, so I can hear. Because for a fact Jericho's going to be screaming every time Whoopi gets an elimination, right? And now in getting a double there, but Arthur pulls in front and climb up from that white warehouse. Sneaks around, but it's a really terrible place to hold on to when you're playing the sniper. If you can't flick around quickly, thankfully, it's not a problem for Whoopi, but 7 quickly eliminates him. The position that Derp holds on to, on the other hand, command center, this is a good sniper spot that we see usually the sniper's holding on to, but he plays it a little bit too carelessly, and Zazax takes advantage. Yeah, I mean, once you move out in there, you're out in the open, 3 point of entry against you, and Zazax right now, I don't think he'll be moving out the window, risking it, and taking that spot. But Guitar, and earlier we've seen Arthur as well. I mean, Arthur knows this map very, very well. I think this is the map wherein we saw Arthur go in for that 2-time clutch, and with that knowledge with the map as well, the position that you can take, knowing this best sniping spot, even those who might be able to hit you from behind and hiding away. So we'll see if Arthur and probably Guitar will be able to maintain this, but as we mentioned earlier, Whoopi was trying to catch up. This time he's brought down in there once again at the bottom.
Now in, a lucky shot, manages to get the hit mark and then finish. This got it now and taken out with the melee. That's exactly what I wanted to see throughout this whole fight, and finally we get to get some spot off that. Zazax 8 elimination, and I really like the strategy coming out from Derpy here. Not really on fire for this round. He wants to drop a couple of ranks in the overall placement for the top 16, and I think that's genius. Yes, it's too risky for Whoopi to play that from match number 1 into match number 2, because there was a huge difference in terms of the points that he managed to pick up for himself. But if you are in the position of Derp, with 51 elimination points to your side, you can play this risk, Neptune.
Yeah, you will be able to, you can play this risk, you can hang back and not really show up. And once you feel that you're really lagging, you have that leeway that you can get, that you can give out, and then you will be able to catch up once again and get yourself in that sweet spot. But that will still depend on how the rest of the players will be moving out in here in terms of point. But as we can see, Guitar right now taking the lead, and it's 14. It's a little bit slow this time, AJ, because even if there are snipers area in this map, it's very limited to only a few spots, and it has been read a lot of like surprises anymore for these players.
Yeah, that I'll have to say, I'll have to agree with as well, right? Everybody knows firing range. M4 manages to catch Guitar with his pants down. Whoopi, on the other hand, finds Derpy, but it's Guitar and 7 that runs this third matchup, and they're just fighting with each other for that number 1 and number 2 spot. Guitar and 7 now with the total battle. 7 just 2 eliminations behind Guitar. Derpy falls back with 11 eliminations, but the question is, well, Whoopi managed to catch up. 14 in total, and he's gonna have quite a good run in here looking at the way he's going. For the overall qualifiers to the top 16, I think Whoopi should be there already, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he should be there, and for the time before he got eliminated in here, he got 5 consecutive kills and was able to catch up from the 7th up until that 3rd or 2nd place this time. And just 1 point below Guitar right now, and Whoopi still on fire, bouncing up on 17 and getting good position, back-to-back kills, and he's now in the lead.
Yeah, Whoopi's on fire once again, and so clearly he wanted to play it slow. Hard once again because he desperately needs to, right? He kind of played it a little bit too riskily earlier on, got punished, and this time he's the number 1 fragger once again, catches someone in the back. 20 eliminations so far. Guitar shut down, and Whoopi is on a roll. 6 eliminations so far. Can he go for the 7th? One player just to his left, and finally Derpy Derp drops his score streak, and he ends it up with 21 as he picks up yet another for himself. Make that 22. Can he get 23? Arthur on the left, hit mark, and the secondary gets pulled out. 50 G's for the win. Arthur goes down. Whoopi with a 23.
There you have it. I mean, the only thing that changed in terms of movement is switching your weapon while you slide. But if you maintain your weaponry and go for the slide, accuracy will be your guide, and you'll be able to make that kill. And that is what we're seeing from Whoopi right now. 2 points above Anawin. And Anawin, surprisingly, I mean, he was able to move up in their 2nd place, getting against Guitar. Whoopi still on the lead, but will be taken down right now. He needs to get a better position. 6 points before he ends this game, and Anawin is just right in there waiting for his chance to take that lead.
Hey, looks like this might just be over for Arthur as well as 7, as they are falling back from the rest of the pack a little bit too far. The ones that are leading this lobby eliminations in the number 1 spot with 67 so far, and it looks like we know exactly who the top 4 is gonna be, but the top 3 is gonna be M4 versus Guitar. This might just be the fight for the top 4th spot.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Earlier, it was only a 4-point lead in there between these two, and we'll see if it is Guitar who will be able to catch up. 22 already in the points and going in on 4th place, but will be taken down in there. Now, on the other hand, will be pushed down in number 4 spot, and it's very, very close between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th this time. And if that will be maintained by Guitar, he will be moving up in there against M4 later on. But still, a lot of challenges being put into, and Whoopi still not able to get that finishing kill.
That's the kill. And the best sniper in the Philippines strikes once again. Whoopi finishes the round with a total of 30 eliminations. Is it enough for the number 1 spot? I do not think so. Is it enough for the top 4? Hell yeah, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, that is the plan. Like, once you go level per level, you really don't want to go top first, because a lot of this is pulling out the best on the snipers. So a lot of the players out there, especially once they've broken out in there in the 2 groups later on, then they'll be able to challenge, or they I think if you'll be falling back a little bit, just maintaining that number 4 spot, you can choose your position or probably take the bottom group later on and then prove them that they will that you will be able to move to that number 1 spot once everyone else has been taken out.
And I believe this is the first time we are seeing one player get 2 victories for himself. Whoopi managing to get the win on the first match as well as that final matchup with a total of 69 points collected. That is a phenomenal run for this player. But look at this, man. Guitar with the 26 eliminations all together manages to get a total of 60 points for himself. M4, on the other hand, with a total of 25 eliminations. I believe that should be enough for him to make it into the top 4, but we will have to still wait and see, Neptune. And Nawin picks up 24 eliminations for a total of 49, I believe. Unfortunately for Nawin, he's going to be eliminated at the end of the total calculations.
Yeah, ZZX right now, before the start of this round number 3, he has 48 with a 22 right now. That will be 70 in terms of the points. And as we see earlier, we've seen Derpy in there bottom fragging, but was able to move up with only 2 points against Arthur, 18 only this time. So, like, he will not be maintaining that number 1 spot, probably. That is the only target at this point in this group.
I think it was a very smart play by Derpy, because what he has done right now is kind of just dropped his rank a little bit. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but it will make a difference when we come to the grouping a little bit later on, because in the top 4 you don't want to be that number 1 spot, because then later on in your group you go up against the best of eliminators, which is going to put you in quite the fix. ZZX picks up that number 1 spot with a total of 70 eliminations. Whoopi and Derpy here with the 2nd and 3rd spot all tied up with 69, and M4 makes it through in the 4th spot. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to Guitar and now in 7 as well as Arthur. And speaking of the players from WDC Free Slot, remember what we were talking about earlier on as well, Neptune, how the movement nerf for the snipers should do these players in the most, because of how fancy they are with all of the player movement models that we've seen in the past competitions.
Yeah, I mean, with the movement that has changed in here, especially trying to switch in secondary to snipers, you will not be able to utilize the secondary mobility, slide, and get that hit with the sniper for the primary. Founded on how Whoopi was able to go showing us bottom frag from the start and then taking the win, and as you mentioned, the only guy who was able to get 2 consecutive, well, not consecutive, but 2 wins out of the 3 rounds in this groupings.
And, you know, he basically did the impossible in this game, right? Where when you jump into a matchup like this, there's no way in hell you can determine the outcome. There's no way in hell you can guarantee a certain outcome. Whoopi, on the other hand, looks like he's in full control of his performance out there on the battlefield. If he wants that number 1 spot, he's going to get that number 1 spot. If he wants to, I don't think he wanted a bottom frag, but if he wants to drop his performance, he most definitely can do that. With him bouncing back up in that number 3, in game number 3, clearly shows that this guy is in full control of whatever happens out there in the battlefield. But this is just the first round, right? This is the top 32. When we move on into the top 16, life just gets a little bit more harder for all of these players. But it's good to see exactly how well format is, because we've got the Chinese teams in one group and we've got the Garena teams in one group, and when we get into the top 16, we're still going to have a good balance. When we get into the top 16, good balance in terms of the number of Chinese teams as well as Garena teams. But when we get into the top 8, there's no guarantee anymore as to how that's going to happen, because once again, the grouping is going to be determined by the overall placements. When we throw all of their scores onto one leaderboard and the top 8 goes into Group B, the bottom 8 goes into Group B for the breakout rounds, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's why there's a little bit of risk when you really outperform yourself and others earlier on in this game. But there you have it. I mean, the second round of the first set King of the Snipers free-for-all. That is Group C. Later on, we're going to see yet another group going against each other. I am Neptune, the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is the Mustachio AJ. We'll be going back after a quick break.
you're gonna stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the side of WDC Free Slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Naren from the side of WDC. King with the head drop, but that was not easy. Played the head flip to perfection. Good see. Bad bounce on the nade. And once they sneak away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeff Pro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeff Pro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. But number one, C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. And
but not a contest yet. There goes takedown. Zen brings it to a 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Zen really needs to win this out for his team. But a KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's the perfect one.
And I'm not quite sure what's happening to Smart Omega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
Then it's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. 1 KSP uses C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him. And now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity. Slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this S&D. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive?
But as we can see right now,
and this is the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational 2022. We've seen 2 rounds so far, 2 series of the King of Snipers free for all, and we are jumping in onto the 3rd. But joining us this time is Cali Gaming, and I am Neptune, the General Garcia. Will be your casters for this series. And Cali, I know we've been talking in the background, but what do you think of the first 2 series of the King of Snipers?
I am just so amazed at what just happened. You know, everyone can just enter the flow state and be the king of sniper in every round. And well, for me, it has been surprising, honestly, especially with M4 in the last groupings, because, you know, most of the time you would expect WDC players to shine the most, but M4 truly came out of nowhere. And he's the only Taiwan player that actually placed himself to the next stage here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about these players is even if they are not so much on snipers from the previous tournament that they jumped into, they have been playing it flex. We've seen that from Whoopi as well. I mean, we thought that Whoopi might have lost it because he had been playing a different game style from the other tournaments, but this time showed us that he can still put in there the gameplay for the snipes. And same goes for M4. So M4 right now was able to make that cut into the next level. This time we head in to yet another China grouping wherein we'll have to find out who will be moving in onto the next level.
Yeah, I mean, CDM snipers, or we could say the China snipers, are tactical. That we did see from them on the first match that we had today. And they're the direct opposite of Garena. You know, these guys are for real. They just don't play the game. They study it too. Everything is calculated top to bottom. They aren't that flashy. Yes, they lean more on the passive side, so you'd see them hold angles. That we did see from them, especially on Crash, where you had players holding up the height advantages. They had glitches, and these guys are just for real. They can guarantee you kills without scoring the most flashiest moves.
Yeah, I mean, not so much on the moves, but more of tactics. It's more of smart plays coming from the team. And for this group, I think we're going to see the sides of Mido from Tales of Eastern, D Chen from Doyu Gaming, Rox1 from Fun Plus Phoenix. All gamers will have 2 players in here, Mao Xi as well as C1 or C Yuan, and Nian from the Wolves, Doyu Gaming. Another player in there, it's No and Q9 Club with sure if I'm reading that correctly,
Niluo.
but Niluo. So
Yeah.
those are the players from our China region. The second set from China region who will be moving their placement into the next level of the King of Snipers free for all.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, man. And if the CDM regional snipers had to offer something on the table, it has to be the game sense and accuracy. I have to agree with you on that. They are intuitive, they are adaptive. These guys know how to counter a counter and how to counter the counter the counter. And I get completely lost about that. But we are talking about free for all in here, and it's all about individuality. And in this current video we have, the free for all, it provides a maximum of 8 players competing individually to outscore each other. And then the map is divided into 2 zones for me. That's what I noticed. 2 zones where players spawns, and in every spawns you generally either have a head glitch or a height advantage that you can control to enable spawns. And it won't be that easy to control these certain power positions, all because of other individuals aiming for this same spot, of course, because it guarantees you a lot of kills. And well, I am all ready for some hot streaks in here, Neptune.
Yeah, we'll see if this hot streaks will be coming in here, or probably a quick movement in terms of leaders in this next series. As we started off, this is the map. Crossfire is back. Take off. As mentioned earlier, these are the participants of this series.
Oh, yeah, you told Mido, Dichen, Rusi, Mauchi, Siyuan, Nian, No, and Niluo. And the players I'm looking forward to the most in here gonna have to be Wolves and Q9. And, they're going to be some rivalry in here. Wolves just recently won the China Master Season 4 against Q9 Club. Then Nian, who played a big factor in the championship, happened to be grouped with the 2 snipers of Q9 Club. Again, Niluo and Dichen. And they will be out here causing some stir-ups. And I believe these 3 are guaranteed to be the front runners to place top 4. But anything can happen in here. There could be a lot of dark horses out of the 8 players that we have in here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask you, Callie, knowing that these are snipers and we know how critical snipers are in terms of gameplay, do you think their performance in this King of Snipers will be able to show a little bit of glimpse on when they jump into the MP matches, or will this just be one of I would say more of a show match style to prove or show who's best in snipers?
Win their 1v1s. So here at Free for All, it's a 1v1, but you have to be aware of the 7 other players that's trying to aim their sight at you. But this will generally give us an outlook at what this team and what these players can offer to their teams. And, we did see Anzai earlier for Wolves be able to get the top 1 spot earlier at that Group A. And well, he is the MVP of the China Masters Season 4 Championship, and he did show out that individuality in here. And that individuality really results to being able to change the way the game is played for his team in Wolves. And that's the reason why they're able to win the championship. And I feel like he will be able to make it far from this event. But we are at Group B. It's FPXM, of course, Rusi out here as well. And looking forward to Q9 Club, the second place of the China Masters Season 4. These individual players, they can bring it.
Yeah, and earlier AJ mentioned as well that search and destroy, I mean, snipers are critical factors in terms of search and destroy. But we've seen so much in the previous competition as well as the snipers being utilized in control because of how safe they it's not just a one set or one mode role anymore. It can be utilized in different modes, probably not in hardpoint, but in control and in search and destroy. And that's already 2 out of 3. Gives you a better chance of winning in terms of tournaments. And I guess the King of Snipers will really give us a little bit more of that motivation to encourage some of the teams to put a little bit more of effort, as well as insight or probably highlights for the snipers, because not only are they the kings as well as the featured players featured role in this first set of a tournament, but also they put in a lot more already into the gameplay in the usual multiplayer modes.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this sniper event really helps this individual players really show out. And we did see M4 earlier show out where we didn't really expect him to shine the most because his team in the Garena region has been struggling. But to see him out there crush the competition and outdo the eight here in the battlefield. And what way for us to see the CDM region once again as we move into this first map that we are going to see, Crossfire. A very long map. It's the Epitone. If it's the Epitone, if you're going to give this Crossfire map a nickname, it's the Sniper map here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players has missed this map because of it has been taken out of the competitive scene because of how well they can play it on the snipers, give them like a lot of disadvantage in terms of trying to survive against snipers. But this time, everything is snipers. Everyone is sniper in this game. Let's find out who will be moving in onto the top 4 as well as the next level of King of Snipers after the free for all. They will be moving in on to the next match, and I'm really excited because we've seen the first set of the first series of the China region, the CDM region. We're going into the next series. As we started off, the Niluo right now is already on top together with Roxy.
Yeah, it matters to get top 1 every game to outscore your group with kills, but realistically, you got to be on the top 4 in every round of free for all. Plus Phoenix will now be on the top. And an interesting gun he uses here. Players mostly often use that DLQs and of course the ZRG, but that Locust out here causing some damage. Mount C with that sniper as well. Using corners, again, spawns to his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Locust, as mentioned earlier, might not have that power compared to DLQ, but it has a more mobility. And I think with adjustment that has been done into the game, the movement that you can do with the Locust can give you a little bit of advantage. But we've seen Nono right now still utilizing the DLQ, and I really love this skin that he's using, the Holiday. And a lot of folks out there, especially playing it out and have the skin, has really given this, especially as the Holiday will be moving in as we move only a few months towards that holiday season. But D-Gen right now into that flank and D1 and 1v1, but there goes pulling out the pistol for that kill.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that December is 1 month away, I am going to be ready to save up some money and get that holiday because I'm one draw away from unlocking it and of course using it in my game. But wow, a lovely shot from U1 was opted to go to the low building and secure some power positions, but not as play aggressive there, sticking to the corners and just win the gunfights that's really aimed down at their crosshair. No one's really moving an inch and you see No really opting for the spawns in here, looking to trap some players out. He's gonna spot some players all across the map, but no eliminations for him. But he currently stands at the number 2 spot to see what gets one more lob the shot there from Nian. It's a great way for him to maintain control in this game.
Roxy in there going in for the kill against Mido, and Nono another kill makes him 1 more point against Roxy on that second place. Now Nono right now still trying to go, and I'm quite surprised as to how these folks has been utilizing that hard scoping and also that quick scoping, spamming the quick scope just to make sure that they will be able to sight out those on the far side, because we've seen earlier those who have been hard scoping has missed out the flags that is happening, thus they are losing those lives. So utilizing the quick scope, also getting good position as Nian has, and there goes a kill against Mido.
That's a very important kill here for Nian. That gives him control over the mid map and that enables him to get some shots. Now the trades all come true. Still, the number 1 spot belongs to Roxy. He's doing a great job just making sure he holds a certain angle that guarantees him kills, but Nian is trying to catch up. It was almost momentarily tied there for the number 1 spot with Nian scoring his 8th kill, and now as he moves in all along the office building. These two players right on this corner could just give him the chance to get the lead, but Roxy stays atop. The first player to reach a double-digit score.
Good position coming from Roxy as well as good side in there, but unfortunately it will be taken up by Nian. And Nian right now with a prime location. I mean, even if it's only have sights on 1 or 2 entry points right now, Nian is still safe and not so much of a kill coming in from the right hand side. But he moves in towards the Butcher and gives him a little bit more of insight as to where the opposing members or the opposing players are. But Nian right now is stuck in this corner, and hopefully he will not be hit. There goes a melee from Roxy, bringing him to a 3-kill deficit compared to Nian. But Roxy with a turnaround will be taken down by Nono.
No, just completely denying the players. You see floor control really gives him the chance to have more odds of winning gunfights, but Roxy now just making sure he pulls away. Nian there chases him, and you see the way the game is just played. Everybody's just sticking to a corner that warrants them kill spots, and Mounty now he's trailing. He's currently on the 5th spot, 1 kill, and he's going to place himself on the 3rd spot in this lobby. But currently him for now, patience is virtue, is waiting for the next gunfight. Unfortunately, it's not looking out good for him. No deals 1 more. That is 11 now, still on the 2nd spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close from the 2nd up until the 6th spot right now, wherein anyone can just go up and take that lead. But compared to what we've seen from Roxy, like Roxy has been getting a prime position as well as switching it up later on onto the movement, getting those kills with the pistol and the snipers really quick. And we'll see if anyone can contest him. So far for the past past minute, it's only 1 kill coming from Roxy right now, and it's easy for the other players to catch up. But unfortunately, Nian doesn't get that much of the he is still on 6th place.
Yeah, 6th place, but that kill right there gave him the opportunity to stop getting spawn trap in here. Now he has the chance to control and get some skills. And well, for him, he just have to wait it out, see players contesting, maybe spawning around the right side or the left side of the minimap. And well, Roxy is just trying to steal this one away from him. Now with the hip fire, a nasty shot, and now he gains top floor control. And what makes this guy even more deadly is that he's so good at quick flicks. But what more can he do when he holds angles? Right now, he spawns a player on the staircase, but Mounty just got a better view and a heading disadvantage, and that seals it. Lucy loses that gunfight, and now that's going to be no completely denied on the 2nd floor. 1 more gunfight on the close range, and that's really where the secondaries are useful. You know, Nian doing a great job using those pistols whenever he is in dire situations.
Yeah, I really love how Roxy is using that locus, because like compared to the LQ, the movement can be a little bit faster and you'll be able to get away or probably move in for the kill, even from what we've seen earlier. I mean, no scope, hip fire in there coming from Roxy, and with how he's moving right now, even with like the switch has been hampered because of the update, it doesn't matter. 1 and the 20, still 4 ahead of D Chen this time, and D Chen was able to move up compared to what we've seen Nono on the 2nd place. So we'll have to find out if D Chen will be able to catch up on the points against Roxy, but Roxy a little too quick and as well as a little bit too fast on that flick.
Yeah, no one has been able to really outscore him when in terms of kills and controlling the maps. You see Roxy right now gonna get shot down by Nian, who is currently on the 5th spot. You know, we did see him earlier in the 2nd spot, and he did kind of slow down as well. And it really matters that you're going to be consistent with the way you take this game, because any wrong error can cost you the situation. Any wrong positioning can lead to a death that can remove your momentum. But a lovely shot from D Chen as he gets that attack. This is not optimal in terms of getting a lot of kills, as plenty of the players that you're gonna see is gonna have a lot of covers, but for him, this is the optimal spot that has been required him to get these 2 kills. With that D-Chen attack, with that pistol, he converts one more with that DOQ, and now he takes the lead away from Rusi.
And I think that's the first time that we've seen someone no backstab will be happening, and that is one reason why he was able to get that lead against Rosie. But it's only 1 point, and there goes takedown. It is Nian from the Wolves was able to take him down. D-Chen still maintained, but Rosie trying to catch up. Both of them on 22, but the 23rd will be getting by D-Chen.
Yeah, right now, D-Chen is 7 points away from ending this game. Nian is trying to play the catch-up game, gets a lovely shot right through the launch. And well, this angle right here gives him the opening right through the left side of the minimap. And well, he hasn't gotten any kills at all, but D-Chen gonna continue to pull away from Rusi, by the way. A 3-point margin that he has up against Rusi for that #1 spot. What a sudden turnaround in this game. Only needs 5 more kills to win this first round, and he's looking to get a couple of more here right up front. That office building could score him some kills, and he spots the player. He hit marks, but the second confirms it, and now 4 more, Neptune.
Yeah, 4 more before he ends. And that is one reason why he is not being taken down that easily as well. But compared to D-Chen, who has been sticking in it, he knows the meta. He's seen the gameplay from the previous matches, and this is what works on this game. You go and get a position, make sure that you will not be backstabbed, get a lot more of opening points for those kills, and take that lead. 3 more for D-Chen to take this win, but not too far behind is Rosie. There goes the kill of Genluo, but as we can see, he is in fourth with only a few points before going in on that third.
Yeah, right now he is able to score himself to 4th place, which is nice because that gives you a good chance of being in the top spot. And well, honestly, for D-Chen, he only have to remove 2 more players, and this game is done and dealt with. He spots the player's player, but CU1 just sees him right over to the other scope, and well, now that completely seals it. Rusi now moving along. He's been routing from the backside of the minimap, you know, taking control of the butchers and right through the launch lobby, and it's been doing him some wonders. But with all the distance he's been covering, it gives him a chance of scoring all of these kills. But D-Chen confirms 1 more. But D-Chen 1 more point to win it.
It's very difficult to take down C1 because the moment that you C1 will be able to take it down. There goes D-Chen. Finally, revenge after 2 takes down by C1. D-Chen takes that win, and as you can see, both players are side by side. So I mean, I'm really happy that we are seeing all these players just being that fair, especially with the teammates, but also showing up a great in terms of movement and difference of meta. We've seen the difference of Rosie as well as D-Chen. D-Chen mostly using what we've seen from the previous region. What's surprising is the movement speed that is being shown by Rosie in there, and this might be something that can be copied by not only the players in the tournament, but also those fans out there.
Yeah, I mean, for free-for-all, you just have to make sure you stay in one spot that can guarantee you kills, and D-Chen totally made use of that, you know, sticking to one corner and being able to surprise the players that is just spawning gives him a lot of chance to get all of the kills. And he's very efficient with it, you know. It's very accurate as well when it comes to hitting down shots. Meanwhile, covered only to get to get rained down upon by D-Chen at the end. Just it's a battle of concept in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of understanding how the movement is, and I think D-Chen from the start on has just been studying the placement as well as the movement. Where will he be able to get the kills even as to where he might be killed. And once that has been set into play, he understood where he can position himself, thus getting like taking over the reins of Roxy. Roxy, on the other hand, like has been maintaining the same gameplay, and I think that is what we have to say about Lil Fox for the first series that we've seen. He changed it up, and I think that's what we have seen from D-Chen as well. As we see the scoreboard right now, 3-point lead by D-Chen against Roxy, but both these two players, the first and second right now, has thrown off the rest of the players out because it is a 6-point between Niluo as well as Nian, and as you can see, 20, 18, and 14 in there. It's only Miduo who has been left in there far behind.
Yeah, Mido really had a rough time escaping spawns, especially with D-Chen or either Niluo or Nian just It's incredibly tricky, just like Whoopi. So the performance is kind of tricky, but well, that first game ends him up with that second place. So that's a good sign for him. Hopefully he used the momentum that he has on this round 1, transition in here to round 2 to make sure that he advances to the next stage of competition.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the first round of this series, and a lot more. A lot of catching up can be done by the other players in this group. But really, find a play style coming from both of the top two, like a different gameplay coming from them. So that would depend on the next map that they are playing on, as well as rotation that can be taken here, even the spawns that they will be popping off later on. But I love how D-Chen has been taking the off angles in there, trying to take advantage of not dying and killing off anyone who's passing by. Hopefully that will be the case for the next map. It is Takeoff, and I'm not quite sure. I mean, there's a few seconds that has full cover from two sides. Most of them is out in the open, and it's easy for you to be taken out, especially once you go for that scaffolding. Yes, you have a good view, but easily being taken down, even backstab from that launch area.
Yeah, I feel like the second floor and then the second hard point here at Takeoff is going to be key because it gives you access not only at the left side of the minimap, but also to the right side. You know, as you all may know, Takeoff is a very wide map, so in order for you to cover distance, you got to stick to one side. And of course, that second floor control is the safest spot for you to go into because there's a lot of cover that you can use to make sure you get away safely to your destination. But anyway, you know, we went from a long range map to a very wide map now this time around in Takeoff. Beware of the upper floors. Take care of the disadvantages. And I mean, for me though, right now is currently on the bottom side of things. He has to turn it around in there, but you know, it get really tough in here when you got two of the players of Q9 rating down upon on the leaderboard, and you see Niluo just making sure D-Chen gets maybe a little bit of a call out because we saw them earlier doing also awesome sorts of communication in their Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we'll and I think one place that they can utilize this time is if you know the rooftop of that Aurora. It hasn't been used so much in the actual tournament, but can be used this time. You have a safe place. You will not be backstabbed, but you're still out in the open, especially on the second floor of the launch area and even from across, but you have a good view of everything else. So we'll have to see on how well these players are going to go in. And D-Chen right now takes the lead on the first round. The second round will be popping off in a few. Let's see if he'll be able to maintain it this time.
Yeah, D-Chen, you know, scored 30 kills. Nian right off screen scored, I believe, is 21. Able to have that fourth spot in his luck. And well, Wolves, you know, Nian played a huge role for Wolves in the championship that they did as they went up against Q9. And well, right now, he's been solid in here, but Q9's a bit ahead up against him. And again, the rounds, the score might change because the map changed. So you're dealing with different personalities of the map in here, and it's a matter of adapting. And well, for this Chinese squad, they know a lot of wall bankable spots. They know how to control the head glitches, and Furthermore, and now we're about to see them play here Takeoff. This is the first time that we are going to see the Takeoff map considered in the CDM versus Garena event.
Yeah, I mean, really excited on how or which position they will be taking this time, and which weaponry will be used. Because as mentioned, like we've seen how well Roxy has been using that Locust, and most of the players we've seen so far has been using the DLQ. So it's more of I don't know. Probably it's just the map that you really need to be. Well, you, at some point, if you're not D-Chen, you need to be moving a lot. And that is what Roxy has done. He has been moving a lot. He was able to get that quick flick, even that no-scope hit or that hip-fire hit. But the Locust going against a DLQ, this shows us that there are more options compared or apart from the right tech that we've seen so far. Going second on against the DLQ.
And now here we go. We are going to be looking ourselves in front of your screens. And I mean, it's going to be important that they've been able to control the second floor of the low building, the office building, and the broken buildings in itself. It really says a lot for what these players can really offer. But looking forward to seeing how will Nian actually find himself back in here, because he is in the 4th place, and more often than not, this guy can create plays and play the huge factor for Wolves in the championship. And I mean, we might be able to see him stand out in this map, but I don't know. Q9 is just too good in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, like Wolves and Q9, like the rivalry that they have, I think that will be carrying over in this game, in this match, but we'll have to find out if that will be the same story as we started off. Yeah, I just fast forward a little bit in there, just for everyone to catch up onto the game, because we are trying to catch up on the next round. But so far, I mean, like 4th place at this point is very risky. 4th place after that round number 1 is very risky, because we've seen from the first 2 series that we've shoutcasted or we saw earlier, where in the 4th place can be pushed down that quickly. Been doing well. That was just a warm-up round, and this is where it is on the line. Round 2 as well as round 3 later on. But as we go in standoff, starting it off with 2 frags, 3 frags. Ginluo right now takes the lead.
I mean, that guy, he just holds off one angle and boom, he takes more birds than the bullet. And I mean, now he's starting to get it on. You see Mido still sticking on to the right corner. Meanwhile, you see Mountsy already taking into a good position, but CU1 waiting, anticipating, getting all of the couple of shots, and now D-Chen moving right across. This guy is gonna find one player. Nian gets accumulated with that pistol kill, and as he moves across the second hard point hill, well, honestly, he gets shut down. So still though, Lewis takes that top 1 spot, but Nian's catching up.
Yeah, Nian's catching up right now. Ginluo in here with only 1 point lead. Nono, on the other hand, was able to take down Roxy, and D-Chen taking down Mousy as well. Nono for the second kill, and the third for the pistol, but will be backstab in there. But he brings himself to that second place. We'll have to see if Nono will be able to take that top place against Ginluo. But
if the team is winning or losing, he'll deliver night in and night out, but now he is currently on the 3rd spot, and he's currently got 6 kills along with him. But Wolves Ian, he's controlling the spawns, and now is finally able to get himself up against Ginluo. Right now, they're going to be on a battle on the launch, but that one was taken away by Nono as he could deny Ginluo in there, and takes that lead. Still a relatively close fight, but at the spot you see Nono having 8 a very close matchup in your Neptune.
yeah, very close. it's all tied in there from second to fourth, and I think getting close is Mauchi as well. But Nian is taking the lead already. And RG right now, the damager out there side, and it is now tied as Nono right now, but Legion has been pulled. Nono is need to go in for that first, but we'll see if how will they be able to maintain it because
finally ends his streak, but back to what I was saying, Rusi plays will transfer him to the second spot. Nono and Nian will be their third and fourth plays, and it's just a battle hitting right down the health center.
yeah, health center right now. Working around with that 50 Gs, and there goes the takedown. I mean, Region has been utilizing the pistol most of the time in this him being able to move around as well as sneak up, but there goes Ginluo going for the kill, making him on the 2-point lead against Li Chen. Ginluo still not slowing down. Backstab might be happening front side, and Miduo will not be able to make that kill. On the other hand, it's Ginluo who goes for that shot.
Yeah, that secondary, that 50 GS, that two-shot capability. It really gave you a good shot in the close range, but Niluo just used the DLQ there to shoot in and score some kill. Upfront battle, nasty shot, 19 kills already to his name. He's going to make it 20 here. He spot CU1, easiest shot, widest shoulder in the game. And more kills for Niluo, and he wins this. Now we do see some chains moving in and out on this round number 2 at this Fall Invitationals CDM Group B. And for now, Niluo stands tall amongst his other 7 players.
21st right now in there and might be going into the 22nd. He's just maintaining his composure, not really rushing into things, making sure that he gets good position. Through.
That's 10 in a row. Can we see 11? He hit marks past the relocation, but no thanks. I'll convert more while I'm doing it.
What?
The man is just crazy. And finally, he gets shot down. But it gave him 13 kills and not for him to pull away. 4 more for Niluo, and he ends this round number 2. It's gonna have 2 players on the right side as he moves in. That 50 GS, again, very useful in this close range engagement as he tried to wait and spot out Mido. He's trying to wait it, but now rotations are gonna kick in. Mido came in on the flank. If that's going to work, the game still continues, but the lead is just too huge here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge lead coming from Luo right now, getting good position, even accuracy. From that shot earlier, one guy was jumping out and he just hit him mid-air. People going for him to be able to get this win, and not only a win, I mean, it's a huge takeaway, just leaving the rest from second out in the dust. Nono goes in there for the kill. He takes and end this round.
Can we see him actually finish this one, or is he gonna let his teammate catch up, Chen, or maybe
Nice.
Now he gets one with that 50 GS, that pistol. Now give him the chance to get one more kill to end this. This could just be it, you know, one more kill and this round is over. He's gonna have one player at the back. He's gonna get flanked in here, and Rusi gonna be able to retaliate back. Currently plays 7th here. And now the kill watch is on Niluo. He knows the blow. 30 kills, unfazed.
Unfazed, and, well, in there, leaving the rest onto the dust. Ninluo right now, and the teammate of D-Chen just really proves that these guys are not playing around. They are in here to take the win. Q9 Club really loves to take that lead. Wants both of the position in here for them to go to the next level.
It's really amazing, D-Chan actually one of the players I'm really pointing here the most. D-Chan went from a AR user from Call of Duty World Championship 2021 to a very massive plexi player for them, even effective with the sniper itself. So you see the competence that Q9 D-Chen has been able to put up. He currently stands at third place, while Niluo will be able to retaliate back. 30 kills and 13 deaths. It's a 2.0 KD plus for him, so that's really nice. But talk about how Wolves Nian is making sure he gets the kills that he needs in order for him to advance to the next stage.
Yeah, I'll have to see who else will be advancing. We just ended 2 of the rounds of 3 in this King of Snipers free for all, but we are jumping in 3rd round. And like, I won't be surprised if Q9 Club will be able to make that top place, or probably both of them still on the 1st and 2nd. Especially once he pull out the 50 Gs, and D-Chen on the other hand has not gotten a good position to get those kills. But what is surprising is Roxy, with that movement that we were appreciating for the first round, has lost it, ending in the 7th place this time.
It really hurts him the most, because he's a player that requires to get some angles, and he didn't get any in here.
Yeah.
Niluo, Nian, D-Chen, these 3 players here either still to wait the healthcare center or take over the 2nd floor control right beside his scaffolding. So it really hurts his playstyle the most when he doesn't get any sort of alleyway that he can walk on and get some kills. And well, for him, he's on the 7th place, and a solid performance from him at the round number 3 could score him the chance to secure this spot. But right now, 2 points ahead of Nian and 2 points away from Mount T as well. So he's on a deadly spot in there. So he has to make sure he plays well on this round number 3.
Yeah, and like what we mentioned earlier, the 4th spot is really risky, especially for the side of Roxy. And not only that, we've seen how Nono showed up in that takeoff map, and it's only 6 points in there. It's easy for them to be able to catch up, because we've seen that so far from the previous groups playing this game. But I mean, Q9 Club really don't want to let off 51-50 in terms of 1st and 2nd place, and they have left the 3rd place, which is Wolves Nian, 8 points below. So we'll have to find out if anyone from those in the bottom 4 will be able to catch up, because it's not too far from Mausi, even from Nono and C1 in there on the 6th and 7th. But for Miduo, who is on 8th place, 25 after 2 rounds, that is a stretch, a big ask for Miduo to
spot anymore. Still that round, or still that 3rd and that 4th spot away from Nian and Rusi.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way to go. You only have 2 slots left because of how well D-Chet and Niluo for Q9 Club has been playing. And, you can't count out the 4 players on the lower rank in here right now with this Group B, because one good pop-off could just take them to that top spot. And it's just going to be a very close fight now around, because we're moving into a mid-map or a medium map where we are going to be able to see standoff in action. So meaning to say, you're going to see more action on that gas station, or maybe right through the special force base. So head disadvantage, will be a plus. And of course, that mid-map control right through Grannies is going to give you access not only at the special force space, but also in that gas station as well. So making sure you get that mid-map control is going to guarantee you a lot of good kills here at this stand-up map. And maybe that will help you rise to the top here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, in there from that special force, you have cover from the tactor, and you'll be able to see right through like on the other side. We'll have to see if who will be taking those positions. Round 3 will be popping up later on, and so far it is Q9 Club taking the lead. How well can the rest of the players out here take them down and challenge them and take the top 4 in this group?
Well, this was going to be very close. Now is the moment for you to bring in the A game. Have to take in that 3rd and 4th spot away from Nian. And of course, Rusi, if you are on the bottom end. Now we are about to kickstart this CDFI King of Sniper Solo Challenge, round number 3, Group 3, 2022 Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational. There you have it, the first blood being drawn by CU1, as we do see the first 4 kills happen. 3 came from the pistols and 1 came from the sniper. What a great way to start off this sniper challenge.
Yeah, and D-Gen right now still feeding off under those who are unexpected. And if I'm not mistaken, it was Bruzy who was taken out by D-Chen from that early part. So it's anticipated that he will be able to get that kill. 3-3. It is Mauchi right now on that 2nd place. Hopefully he'll be able to go and take more and maintain this position and probably push down one of the Q9 Club members at this point. But it's very difficult to say because Ginluo has played well in the previous round and D-Chen played well on round number 1. And continues to play well in this time is D-Chen.
Yeah, very tricky spots these 2 players from Q9 is holding, very opposite from one another, and they're making sure that they hold the certain position and score points from it. Right now, Wolves Nian is trying to wait for a player to pop out right through the bakeries, but not gonna get a couple of kills happening right through, but this wraparound around the back is gonna spot him Mauti, where he gets it going and kills it easily with that pop off with the ZRG. Now, we are currently still seeing Q9 D-Chen on the top spot with 7 kills, and he's on his way to get that double control over this warehouse.
First and second was taken by Q9 Club. This time, Shiwan was able to overtake in 2nd place. D-Chen right now moving in. Hit Mark once again. Beat him to win. And there goes a revenge. But will not be able to make it. D-Chen will be taken out by Mauchi. And that fight still. D-Chen on the lead. But Mauchi close behind. Me on the other hand will try to peek in. CRG will not be able to make it. But C1 will C1 and take him down.
Yeah, Mauti and CU1 is doing a great job right now because they are able to shut down Nian and Rusi at the moment. So with that in case, they have a very great chance, of course, of taking away the top spot away from Nian and Rusi to advance to the next stage to play the Breakout Group A. And currently at the moment, No still making sure he stay consistent. Currently in the 4th spot is moving around the warehouse with a pistol to secure off 1 kill before he moves it. And of course, secure kills with that right-tech AMR. Now he plays the long gunny. And well, Rusi off the back as well gets a lovely double.
Yeah, I'm seeing Roxy at this gameplay. It reminds me of the players coming from Garena region. I mean, it's the movement as well as the slide, all those hits, the quick scope. Roxy has been showing us that even from the China region, they can play it up similar to the game style of Garena. But it's only 1 out of the 8 players in here. The rest has been moving tactically, slowly, and surely. And they are the ones taking the lead. So, I'm not sure. I'm not saying that the gameplay of Roxy, even the movement speed is not needed, but for the King of the Snipers, it's more of those who are tactical and slow who's taking those points.
All right, now here we go. Out of nowhere, Nian now finally climbs his way to the top. Now currently sitting at the third spot. Rusi still stuck on the lower rank, and well, right now is trying to break loose from it. Currently has 2 in a row, make that 3. What a lovely quick scope there from Rusi. Could get to land a bit more in his gas station. Just gonna have one player in the mid map. Well, he does get taken down there. Kind of unfortunate for him. Dichendo right now can have mark, and he's been able to separate himself away from the rest with a pretty huge lead here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge lead, and Niluo has been left behind in there on that 5th spot, and 6th spot rather. Roxy, on the other hand, is still moving, but there you have it. I told you, those who are sure and was just waiting for the perfect timing might be able to take you down. C1 is one who will be bringing Roxy to his knees in that matchup. D-Chen once again still maintaining, taking butchers right now, just moving back and forth, up and down, and not letting his way, or not letting the other players get his way on him. D-Chen will just be waiting, pistol in hand, switching up on the snipers, and I think more kills has been done by D-Chen on that 50 Gs compared to Sniper. We'll have to see if that is the case. This time, D-Chen going in for the peak, but has been beaten to it, but still maintains that lead 8 before he ends this game.
Right now, you know, if you are currently in the lobby, you gotta shut down D-Chen and make him really play slow, and of course make sure he does not pull away, because it will spike up your chance of winning and of course scoring some kills in the game, which will turn out to make your standings really worse if you're currently eyeing for your top 4 spot. And for Rusi, he's trying to do the catch-up challenge and you're trying to make sure he gets his number 4 spot confirmed and of course secured for him to advance to the next stage. And now he's been able to score. He's gonna have the mid-map advantage. Same thing for D-Chen, who's looking to score some all-time high kills. No there with the shutdown, and it's relatively close. 5 more points for D-Chen.
5 more points for D-Chen, and he'll be able to end it right here. 4 more. D-Chen still just lurking and waiting. Hit mark, but the takedown in there from that cover, and he is now left with 3, but the surprise in there. D-Chen just killing back and forth. C1 will be hit, but the hit from behind, it is C1 and Ginluo for the backstab as well.
D-Chen 2 more for the win. Niluo stuck on the 5th spot. Nia now eyeing for this shot. Currently dead last in here. He is in danger with D-Chen having 29 kills. Only having to get 1 more. He spots the player on the tax. That could be game. There it is, called Q9. They took over round number 3. And not only that, they have conquered this whole group. 3 first place.
For D-Chen.
Wow.
And we'll have to see how well the Niluo was able to do it in that game, because he wasn't on the 2nd place compared to the 2nd round, and this time he might be in that 4th spot, but I would say that the last round is like, it doesn't matter for him. He was the number 1 after round number 2, and with enough kills, he will be able to maintain that 4th spot. What worries me is Roxy right now. Well, Nian as well, yes, because it's very close between them. But let's see. So if Mauji was able to get 20 this time, he will be going against, overtaking against Roxy. And let's see how Nian did. Nian is only with 14, so there's a risk really of Nian being pushed off right here. But we'll have to find out later on once the complete tally. Niluo only had 15 in here, so it brings him probably to 3rd place, and that risks Nian from falling off.
Yeah, this is just a lot of mess up, you know. The first 2 rounds, a little bit difficult for this player, specifically Nian. This guy was dead last right before he scored the final 5 kills to secure him the final 4 kills to secure him this 7th spot. they're equally tied up against middle, but the only difference is the KD ratio. Nian had far better KD ratio. That's why he is placed 7th, and of course had far more attacks coming his way. But again, looking forward to that scoreboard. And speaking of the
There you have
devil,
it.
D-Chan with 80 kills claims the first spot here at this Group B. Rossini
Yeah.
will maintain his spot on the 4th place. Take a look at what just happened here. Nian before this round 3 was 3rd place. Mao Tse replaced him.
Yeah, replace him and has been pushed up in the 5th place right now. Still, Q9 Club on the 1st and 2nd. Mao Chi was able to go in on to that 3rd spot because of the performance and even how close it is against Roxy on that 4th and 5th before that round number 3. But I was quite surprised that Roxy was able to here. He is one of the only guy who's using a knife or a melee weapon instead of a pistol. So I'm not quite sure what the plan is in there, but it's still good on him that he was able to step in onto that 4th place.
Yeah, 4th place, but that was really very close. Good thing he was able to score in 5+ kills on that last round that we have, which was on standoff, where he eventually secured himself the chance to advance to the next stage. But wow, what an amazing performance, flat out from Q9 Club. These guys rained down upon every team located here at this competition and made sure that they get every round win. It might be D-Chan, but it can also be Niluo, and that explains the dominance that they have over the Chinese region, the China region itself. And that concludes this Group B. Now we got 4 players finally securing their spot for that breakout later on.
Yeah, it got me thinking this time. I mean, if Q9 Club can put out 2 snipers in there, what more can they bring once we put them in a multiplayer, in the double snipers can be utilized, whether it's in a search and destroy or on a control map or a control mode. So we'll have to see. I mean, as you mentioned, Kelly, I mean, that ends it for our 3rd series. We're off to see the 4th one, and well, we already have the sights of 9 players, or no, sorry, that is 12 players will be stepping in off onto the next stage. That is the breakout later on that will be happening after that 4th series.
Yeah, we're going to be having the Garena players this time facing off against one another to claim the final 4 spots for the breakout later on. But Q9 Club was able to manage to stick away and, of course, break through against Wolves. Now they have 2 players standing here, and that equivocates this team to have a chance of course, having better percentage against Wolves, specifically when it comes to advancing to the playoffs of this 1v1s that we're going to have tomorrow. And well, what has been a journey for these Chinese regions, and now they're going to take a sit back, maybe prepare themselves later on for another filter action, more competitive as per se, because we have filtered out 16 players. Now we're down to the final 8 for this CDM region.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the teams from Garena and this from Almighty, Dunya Games, Blacklist International Ultimate. But once again, I am Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming. We are going for a quick break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
But Dunya Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the X1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes hand against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty has to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage that they can take is to get all the lines that they need to take it.
5-24, the game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Black's ultimate. And Reeve just is on fire right now. They works for the side of WBC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a Pin with the head drop, but that was not easy. Played the head lift to perfection. Good Ollie! Bad bounce on the nade! And once that sneaks away the majority of points from this B1. And an early rotation into B2, where gunfights have to be won. Back to back, Jeffro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeffro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
actually trying to do. The number one C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They opened with this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FDX and now lining it up. Littling Black was on fire with C1 making the play.
That information, not a contest even yet. There goes takeoff. Zen brings it to a 1v1.
Crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Zen really needs to win this out for his team. For the KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. I feel like that's the perfect one.
And I'm not sure what's happening to Smart Omega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
Then it's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. One KSP uses C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him. And now it's a one. Opportunity slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this S&D. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive? What?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Invitationals, Fall Invitationals 2022, the first ever China Masters teams versus Garena region. I mean, we have seen the snipers set it all through here, the first three groups of action, and now we have one more Garena region players to actually filter out in here to advance for the breakout later on. Once again, my name is Cali Gaming, down here with the one and only Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, to bring you guys the final grouping here for stage one.
Yeah, this is stage one, and this is the last group wherein we're going to see who will be moving up on the next level. The breakout round that will be happening later on, wherein the top four from each group will be put in and cut in half once again. Group A, Group B later on, and challenging it battle in terms of sniping power. This time they are jumping in a free-for-all, wherein it is showing to be difficult for some but easy for those who are winning it. So we'll have to find out who will be able to do it. As mentioned earlier before the break, we are going to see some of the players from Almighty Shut Up in Heaven will be in here. We all know these two players who are proficient, especially on working together, but how can they do it going against each other, Callie?
He got the duo of Almighty again, Shut Up in Heaven. Well, you know, in the same group. Well, this is a great gauge, honestly, to measure who really is the better of the two, Neptune.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And the same goes for Blacklist Ultimate, or in Javen and FDX. But we have been pointing out that FDX is one of the best sniper in the Garena region, who can probably challenge those who are titled the best already. But we'll have to find out if FDX can prove that in here. ABC Esports Messics will be joining us, as well as the Huntsman Zen. And even if Derpy was on the previous group of the Garena region, well, it's a good chance for Zen right now to try to catch up and later meet up on the next level of this King of Sniper challenge. But also joining us, Smart Omega Kendi, the second half of Smart Omega team, who will be moving in. And let's not forget Dunya Games Fran, who will be completing that lineup. Later, we're going to show them all of them once again. But how excited have you been seeing the first three series and moving into the second series of the Garena region, Callie?
Yeah, words can express how amazing it feels to be here, honestly. And I am excited because, you know, we get to cast the not normally you see teams here at Garena. You know, you have the Chinese players actually stepping in here, trying to make, trying to to familiarize themselves to the World Championship pros to make sure that they have a great fighting chance on that stage 5. So, well, anyway, I've been so excited. I can't wait to see more. This time we are going to be seeing Garena snipers here. And this Garena snipers, they're always counted on by their teams to create the initiations, whether it be wall banks and maps like firing range, jump shots on standoff, or absurd quick reflex and flicks on whatever map it is. I'm expecting a very close score difference in here in this group qualifier due to how
snipers in here. There's not so much of a support coming from the rest of the teammates. But we're going to start it with Slums and then later Raid and then followed by or ending it with firing range. Slums, as we mentioned previously, has been well known for Almighty to be one of their best map, as we are seeing them. Two of the players from Almighty, Shootout and Heaven, will be joining us. Fran from Dunya Games, Javen as and FDX as well from Blacklist Ultimate. We have ABC Esports Mystics, Huntsman, Zen, as well as Smart Omega Kendi. That is the players who will be moving in onto the next series from Group D.
Yeah, Jaben really looks somewhere relatively very familiar with the player that actually played on Group A earlier. Anzai. He looks like the Filipino version of Anzai. But hey, kidding aside, Blacklist International Ultimate, there's a reason why they sent Jaben in here. Actually, this guy can wield any weapon.
Yeah.
That's how flexible he can be. So now the question is, can he make a mark and of course be one of the players as well to advance on the next stage, as all the players are going to be ready up. The players that you're Heaven, okay. Guys,
I see.
chat, do you guys see this? Is this for real?
Practice.
Heaven's got
This is practice.
A chair.
This is
Heaven's got a
practice.
chair. Oh my god, this is huge.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to find out if Heaven's sitting on the chair, and I think he's been doing this for quite some time now. He needs to practice because once he jumped in the world stage, there's no gaming bed anymore. You won't be able to pull in the bed. Even if FDX is in there just sitting right next to the bed, he won't be able to do that once you move in on the main stage. And Heaven right now is putting that, making sure that his back is already in there, comfortable on a gaming chair, like instead of being on a gaming bed. And well, we'll have to find out what performance will be shown. We are seeing Zen right here as well, pretty comfortable, but I'm pretty sure he is serious on what is going to unfold later on. But I was surprised as well, Kali, seeing Heaven on a chair and not on a bed.
Yeah, that's such a surprising move. And even the chat is stunned about what just happened in there. But as you all may know, this is Heaven's final on screen. You're looking at Kendi. Not really flashy at all, but he is silent. But he is very lethal. He can sever you in any sort of ways. He's the secondary sniper up and deal with Whoopi. And now the first round starts. Who gets the first blood? I highly feel it's going to be Heaven. And speaking of the devil, he gets it through with FDX shut down. And now for Shot Up, trying to battle 4 positions here at the first initial stage of this round number 1. Well, he gets stacked there, but Shot Up still remains alive on the laundry stone, still with 0 kills.
Surprisingly, I mean, Shot Up, and they're missing a lot of shots being taken, being shot at as well, and with a secondary, but still alive and kicking. Heaven, on the other hand, was able to get second kill, third coming from Heaven this time, and might be going in for the fourth. But there goes the fourth, and Heaven still maintaining that sniper capability right now without a gaming bed. He is doing well on a gaming chair, going in for the fifth.
Yeah, doing a great job, honestly. I mean, that's 5 in a row now. He is kind of slowing down, trying to break the spawns, but in the can get guaranteed a lot of kills, and FDX sticking to the bottom side of the map. He gets one, anticipating the player on the laundries. Great patience, and that led him to get this 4 in a row now, climbing the ranks on the 4th spot as well. And honestly, he's one of the rising snipers in the Garena scene, able to replace Silbabs and do a great job at it. It takes a great player to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, FDX, good addition to their team, and might be showing a little bit more, especially after he gets some motivation in here. But he needs to prove himself just yet that he can be the king of the snipers against Heaven, who has been popping off. But as you can see, first and second is Heaven and FDX. It's only 1 point in here. Fran right now trying to go for the dance, but Kendi takes him down, and Though Kendi has been pushed down earlier, he takes the first spot right now, and it is all 6 from the top 3. But I think we're losing one, not quite sure who, but regardless of what, the battle continues.
And the battle continues here. It's kind of unfortunate to the last player that the flow state has the lead currently in his hands, but that soon would change. Right now Heaven's on a hunt here to make sure that he remains on the top spot, but FDX gonna steal that away from him. Couple of trades coming through, more of the players leaning towards the bottom left side of the minimap, taking and making full use of that garbage attacks. And oh wow, it's relatively close in here, just as I expected.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close. It's FDX taking the lead right now, and it's only 2 points. And how close it is from the second up until that 6th place, and it's anyone's volume later on. But unless they take down FDX, who have been trailing them so far with 2 points for those on first and second. Messix right now will be taken down. FDX right now still on a roll, going in for that 12. And still, no slowing down. This guy, as mentioned, a good addition, as well as a great sniper for this team.
One thing FDX can really bring in the team is that he is unfazed and well balanced. You would not see him play unreconned. You're always gonna see him making forward, so you don't really know who's gonna be able to outdo who right now. But Fran, one thing more than likely that he has is a great power position that he can use to steal away some shots. And Zen now finally making his mark, now on the 2nd spot. And Zen currently is wielding a submachine gun when it comes to playing the 5v5s. But on this team before, which is Envy Doctors, he actually plays the sniper role, mainly the right-click AMR, which is he is currently wielding, and he's doing a heck of a job right now, stealing away the leaderboard against FDX. Now he is on point. Now he just needs to be consistent.
Yeah, speaking of consistency, I mean, we've seen Heaven in there falling off on the bottom frag, and with this consistency getting back, and I think it took like 1.5 minutes for him to get that next kill. He was stuck in 7, this time was able to get that 5 kills, but he will be taken down 2 before taking that 2nd place as well as the 1st place. But FDX takes the lead, and FDX is still back in play. Messix on the other hand will be moving in from the statue, and shootout taking down Heaven, and FDX goes in against Zen, but they will be able to take him down.
Yeah, 1 point difference right now from top 1. To be back and forth, and well, for Messix has been ridiculously consistent when it comes to placing himself on the 3rd or the 4th spot here currently at these groupings. And right now needs to win this huge gunfight against FDX. This time is going to use the MW11. And one thing with Garena players, they prefer more of the MW11 that has a higher fire rate compared to those 50 GS that we've seen from the CDM region. And I mean, I have to ask you, put you on the spot here, Neptune. Would you prefer the MW11 that these Garena players use, or is that 50 GS more valuable for you?
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bring in a king of snipers, I mean, everything is snipers. I prefer the 50Gs because you're going in for the one shot, one kill. There's a one shot capability even from the 50Gs. The headshot, the one top coming from 50Gs can be utilized. But MW11, that can be used as a follow up once you get that hit mark, but not so much onto the total damage. So if you can utilize a sniper plus a 50Gs on one after the other, then you can like that is what is preferred. Pretty much from what we've seen earlier within an engagement. It's more of either sniper or the 50Gs.
And not much of a secondary kill is happening right around in this grouping still. So the 50GS remains to be a valuable asset right now for the CDM region. But for now, for Heaven is gonna rock with it as well. Gonna find one, possibly the first secondary kill that we have in the game itself. And Heaven, you know, he was nailed at 7, nailed at 12. Now he is climbing the ranks in here once again, but only to get shot down by his teammate, shot up right as he was watching the cross. And Zen has been surprisingly been so good when it comes to holding off ankles. The guy is just absolute mental. 22 kills, 3-point difference away from FDX. 8 more for him to win this first round. Total surprise in here right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising because Zen has been a good sniper already, and what we've seen the improvement coming from Derpy as well because of how they are collaborating, as well as like I think they're trading off a little bit of secret between the teammates, and that is why they're doing well in snipers. Double snipers might be happening. Or will not be brought down, but FDX will not be moving that much higher as well. Zen maintains the lead, 3 points ahead of Messix, and Messix just jumped in on that second place.
Yeah, Mystics is just kind of underrated at this point. This guy, when he was playing at stage 4, was striking tons of clutches, especially specifically in this Thumbs map at SNDs. I clearly think everybody remembers the way this guy plays with that right at KMR.
Yeah.
But right now, he is in no man's land, you know. After placing the second frag, he is now on the 6th spot, which is not surprising at all due to how competitive this game is. And again, we expected a close score difference, and we are getting it in here right now. Zen is currently up with the lead with 24 kills. Heaven is right up there close to him, behind with 1 kill. And Shot Up will continue to climb the ranks in here as well, while Candy remains to be on the 5th spot. It has been 2 players from AMT, 1 player from Blackness, and 1 player from Huntsman just scoring and trying to break free away from this match. But everything is just chaos in here. 3 players, 24 kills.
Yeah, quite surprised that Heaven is really not popping off, like making the trailing off against the enemy. But Heaven right now taking the lead, good potential for him. But Candy takes that hit, but Zen takes over 26 already, goes for the 27. Zen right now waiting, make sure that he will not be backstabbed later on, because this is the spot where we've seen him get 2 kills, then he will be shot from the back. Zen will be taken down, still taking the lead against Heaven, but as we see FDX a little bit too far, pushed in there on the 5th spot.
Yeah, I was gonna take this one away though, because Zen right now is on his way to take this win. But right now, players refuses to make that happen. Have been pushing around the mid-map. Mystics was able to take that away from Heaven, and now he has to battle this player right through the jeepneys. He's gonna miss the first 2 shots, but finally confirmed it on the 3rd bullet. Puts a nail in the bullet up against Candy's head. 2 in a row. Can we see 1 more popping off? That's 3rd confirmed. 3 in a row. 1 more to win it. The man win the chair, not in the bed anymore. He's on a freaking chair, Neptune.
Yeah, he's in a chair right now, but he was like he's not performing the usual. I think there's still a nerf in there that has been, because he's not playing the usual sniper that he is, but in the gameplay itself, it's more of suiting Like the king of the snipers is more suiting to the gameplay of Heaven, just taking it slow, making sure that he had got a sure shot before taking that peak. But because of that, Sen was able to go and catch up in points as well. So it's still undecided if Heaven has really lost it because of the gaming chair, or probably because of the situation that we are playing in, everyone's a sniper.
Oh well, Heaven's actually one of the best flexible players out there in the Greener region, and
Yeah.
transitioning from a bed and a chair, if he masters both of this, he's gonna be our player that's really flexible for real. But wow, what a great play for Heaven! But what an amazing performance from Zen. This guy was just out there kicking players out with the way he scores with that right click AMR, and surprisingly, FTX, who've shown consistent efforts on the early and that mid game, somehow fell bottom. 6th place, 24 kills right there along with Mystics and Fran. And the top 4 belongs to Heaven, who scores 30 kills. I mean, a 4 piece to end it. What a way to actually end all things in here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel bad for Fran right now, because as you can see the points, it's very close from top to bottom right now. It's only 8 points in here, and I think this is the first time that we've seen the bottom half cross that 20 mark, if I'm not mistaken. Even from the previous 3 groups that we've seen, this might be the first time that we've seen after round number 1, the first set wherein everyone is above 20. So still good enough, good for everyone in this grouping, regardless of it's only 7 in this play. There's still huge chance for them to turn this around after round number 2. But we'll have to find out if Heaven was just warming up, or if Zen really has more potential in taking the lead later on, because we've seen how Zen was able to maintain that that number 1 spot for a long time before Heaven just crept in and take that 1 point away.
Yeah, I feel like it's the opposite in your Neptune. I feel like this group here, right now, is the most competitive out of all. I mean, when you have your number 1 spot having almost a negative KD, it really tells a different story. Out of the 3 groups that we have played so far, the first place always have a 2.0 plus KD, and Heaven having a 30 kills and this is competitive as it gets. The best players, best snipers all across the Garena region battling through in this first map, and we got a banger of a gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really excited to see how well they be able to maintain and get this momentum onto the next round, as we are going to go in the before that. But so far, I mean, you've seen the gameplay as well as the movement of Heaven. Do you think the gaming chair nerf has taken effect, or it's just something that Heaven doesn't want to show in terms of utilizing the sniper in this challenge?
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be the chair. Having to adjust to a different sort of angle when it comes to playing totally is going to affect your gameplay. And for Heaven, I love this guy, because more often than not, you're going to see him playing the bed, and of course, lay players who currently sits. And well, for him to transition on this chair, there's mainly a reason why for it, because on Grandmaster Stage 3, where he was playing for AMT, he struggled playing on a chair, and it caused great discomfort for his team's win rate. So having for him to adjust, and finally AMT bringing him that chair that will truly transcend this very great team to a enormous one.
Yeah, it's easy to turn the gaming chair to a bed. You can just lean over in there, just like the maximum that you can lean over, and probably put his feet up onto the chair itself, and he's still in the same position as he used to be on a gaming bed. I mean, not quite sure if that will be allowed once you're on the stage, but I'm not quite sure if you'll be able to do that once you're on the stage. But once you have being comfortable in one position, at least you can do a little bit more of adjustment, unless it's really a good move. It's really a huge move for Heaven to transition from gaming bed to a gaming chair and be comfortable with that. But so far, a lot has been talked about the gaming bed. We're just surprised and happy as well, because in such a long time, the gaming bed buff of Heaven has been shown and felt by everyone, and the nerve is also being felt in here at this game.
Yeah, first and foremost, guys, in the chat, the bed is not banned. It is just nerfed, okay? So having him to transition on the chair, of course, he still wins it. That round number 1 is going to be brought to you by AMT Heaven. But surprisingly, Kendi, having to see him in here with that right tech AMR or with the DLQ really makes him one of the best flexible players out there as well. And of course, a good support for Smart Omega, because now if maybe Whoopi had a rough time using that sniper, they have Kendi out there maybe to try and support him. But yeah, that's just the first round though. Anything can happen at round 2 and round number 3 later on.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that, like, from the first series that we have. Little Fox in there taking the lead, like, pulling everyone out in there, just killing them one at a time. And then later on, Little Fox has been taken down once they jump into round number 2. So this might be happening right now, and we've seen how close it is. We already mentioned this is the first time we're in a group. All or everyone was able to get above 20. And we're not, we're even talking about 7 players out here. Like, we're missing 1 there for the first round, and they got a lot of kills. So it's that close, or probably because not everyone is popping off that quickly compared to what we've seen earlier, especially with Q9. Q9, it's either the Daychen or King Luo right now going in for the alternate win. But this time, like, we'll have to find out if
once again, having to see AMT's Heaven, of course, shut up playing in here. You often see them actually play as a team, but having to really gauge who's the best sniper out of this 2 is the best way for us to kickstart this event after all, because there's been, some recent progress happening with Shut Up actually being able to outdo Heaven in most of the maps in S&Ds, being able to score more first bloods, honestly, and being able to score multi-kills. But here this time, Heaven proves to be the better player for now. Let's see though if Shut Up is going to see that action happening to his side as well. Maybe he can end it at flow state to actually win 1 for his own. But talking about the game itself, the free-for-all map round number 1 we only had 7 players. And it was actually Jabin that really disconnected. So for him in here right now, it's going to be very tough. And I feel like he's not going to be even participating on this round number 2 with the way the game has been looking at it right now in front of her screen. But in terms of killing, Heaven is great at it in the chair. 30 kills. Zen has 29. Kenny with 25. Shut Up with 20. Very close game on that 3rd and 4th spot. And I mean, everybody can just take it away in here. If Mystics, FDX, and Fran manage to step up, they might be able to outdo the player above them in here. And I don't see it very impossible. It's likely possible that they get it through there and just overthrow the players on the upper rank.
Yeah, I'm really happy as well. Sen was able to maintain it. As mentioned earlier, before Heaven was able to take over that number 1 spot, Zen was a 1 in there playing back and forth and 1 first and second spot. So Zen might be preparing really of what's going to happen once they jump in the multiplayer, because we've seen how Derp has been doing well in Sniper. It's a different story. AJ did pointed that out. It's a different guy that we're seeing. There's one of the half of Derp, and with Zen in there supporting him as Sniper as well, and with how the ratio is breaking already in terms of the Sniper utilization in multiplayer tournaments like Search and Destroy as well as Control, they might be coming out as a deadly team. So I'm really looking forward to what the Huntsman is going to show once we jump in. Everyone is collaborating with each of his members. What we've seen this time, we're in everyone's against each other. So it's just a show, a start of the show wherein the snipers are just popping off, warming up, and then later on showing up what they have once they jump into the multiplayer. But I think we are about ready to jump in, but we'll have to find out later on, Callie. So far, I'm really excited and happy from what we're seeing in this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, Huntsman, they've been preparing, they've been cooking up something different in here at CDFI 2022. As you all may know, they have a recent roster changes. They added Van Lu, a former player of PDR Esports, back in 2020. So now as they remove one of their captains in Spur. Now they have a solid firepower cooking up for their team, but that's another topic of discussion for another day. Right now, we're looking at individuals that can reach flow state whenever they like it. And with the way that the first round has been eradicated, this might be a good foreshadowing of what's more to come. You know, close games from round 2 from here on out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it is still a close game for everyone right now. Round 2 is about to start as it's anyone's ball game. First round is just like it's so hectic for not a huge lead has been taken in the first place, but they will be moving in onto raid right now. Good chance for those who are familiar of this map to get and take advantage and get a lot of kills.
First and foremost, what you gotta do here if you're playing as an individual, divide zones. If you're going to stay on the left side, stay on the left side and conquer the spawns. And right now, first shot up takes a huge, massive blow against Heaven, but Fran returns back the favor, gets an early 3K to take the lead. So a good start for him as he gets this mid-map control. Having that kitchen will give him the access here at the back spawns of the basketball court and even the mid-map as well.
Yeah, mid-map as well. We'll have to see if they will be able... Shut up in Heaven once again. I mean, it is just a turn, like a back and forth of kills. They know the position. They understand where they can go. And with the same knowledge, especially as you've been working so long with your teammates, it's like it's very likely that they will be able to meet up each other. Heaven, and they're going in for a quick double, taking the lead against Fran. But Fran is not too far behind. Fran is doing well right now, especially after being the last on the previous round. Is a good chance for him to really catch up. He needs to overtake Heaven in a huge lead to, I would say, take a lead or probably balance it off before jumping into round number 3.
Yeah, basically, you just have to stay in the top 4 spot to make sure he has a good odd of advancing at the upper ranks. But Heaven on the 7, the guy's just deadlier as it seems as he continued to play in the succeeding minutes here at this raid. He has showed that he's got the momentum favoring his side and currently is on the flow state. Now he's got the reset. He's got the first blood in here once again. But taking a look at the other end, you got FDX who has gained control of the top side of the minimap as he moves in around the mid map to spot Zen, and a lovely hit of a shot to get at the back. A snapback to end it all off. 5 in a row. Can we see 6? He missed the first blow. He spots Heaven once again. The hit mark is on, but the 50G has to confirm the kill in a mid-map action. The slide will not work, so the pistol, he breaks out. Will be the key. Hell to the no. Candy shutting him down.
Shot up on the other hand was able to get for a quick double once again, but who's taking the lead? It's Heaven, 3 points ahead of FDX. Heaven was going in for that hit, almost a takedown, but Heaven just fires back, and Zen this time was able to take them down, but will be paid by Fran on that long range. It is still close, I would say, between all the members, and we have to take a huge lead. Zen in there going in for long range as well and goes for the double and tries to catch up against Heaven.
Yeah, Zen is getting warm in here, about to heat up as well, but Heaven finally shuts him down. FTX, I mean, this guy has been saved by the 50 GS in several times in this raid close range action. And well, honestly, it has served him because right now he currently plays at the 3rd spot. But currently, right now, Heaven has been able to pull away 15 kills. Right now, a 4 lead away from Zen, who's still trying to catch up. He has 2 in a row already, so the mid-map action is where he'd love to aim and, of course, get some kills. But at the moment, gonna be shut down.
Yeah, I mean, Heaven, as we can see earlier, he knows where the spawns will be moving up or those trying to backstab, and he just waits for them. Same goes for Zen right now. The area where in Zen and Heaven has been rotating, has been giving them a lot of points already. So they will maintain their position, and it's more likely that they will be able to take each other out. Fran in there almost missed, but it will be taken down by Heaven. Zen on the other hand taken down. Shut up, but Heaven goes down against FDX. But points right now, 4 points ahead against Zen is Heaven and very close to that 20.
He has just been a step ahead away from his opponents, and he's got the first chance to score the first 20 kill in this game itself, and most likely you will end up with the win if he continues to play this way. But again, the story behind Heaven is Zen trying to catch up and play, getting that the first place as well. But it's been relatively hard due to how Heaven's been playing the game. But wow, I'm just lost for words in here. You see Heaven, Zen just doing a great job. Candy though, Neptune, 7 kills.
Yeah, Candy has been trailed off in there, the bottom of the pack. But one thing I'm noticing right now, the only guy who keeps taking down Heaven is his teammate who is shot up. So he knows the movement as well. He knows the anticipation as well as rotation that can be taken. Heaven right now moving in. The shot up once again, as mentioned, takes him down. So if he will be able to take down shot up, he can get a few more kills before shot up respawns and takes him down. So that is objective, but it's very difficult to weed them out of this all player.
Yeah, Heaven's right now 7-point lead away from the second place. Zen most likely will end up on the second place at this point in time, but is definitely catching up. Relatively a close fight, but Shutup's really struggling in here as well, and Heaven's only needing 4 more kills to end this round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only instance wherein it's top heavy Heaven and Fran as well as Zen taking the lead in here. And I really love the movement, the change being done by Fran. He was bottom from the previous round, and how close it was. A good chance for him to be able to get the top 4 later on if this continues on. But the lead of both Heaven and Zen is so huge that it is leaving the rest behind. 27-26 against the 20 that Fran has taken. It is in a different level. Only 3 more for Heaven to end this game.
But the battle here is for the number 1 spot. You know, Zen still having the chance to make sure he plays first in here. Heaven's got 28, 2 more for the win, but Zen having this mid-map control can guarantee him some good shots with the players. Heaven only needs 1 more though, and the player he aims at will be Mystics at the mid-map, and that's it. The man in the chair wins it 2 in a row.
And there you have it. I mean, he was just warming up in first round. I would say, really love the change and adjustment being done. It's a little more quicker this time. Probably it's because of map and the only position, like there's only a few positions that you can get in that raid map for the sniper or for the sniper nest. So it's very, very easy for you to take a position. Once you have been taken down, get back and rotate, take anyone out from that long range. As we can see, the points right now, Heaven is on the lead, 30 once again, making him 60 overall. Fran follows from the 22 that he has earlier, plus the 21 he has right now. That is a total of 43. So it brings him a little bit higher, but how high can he take? Because there is a huge trail in here for those from 5th to the last place.
It's a very tough climb here, honestly, for the players currently on the low rank. But just talk about how Zen's complete game sense just almost performs at the same level with Heaven, who is trying to have a perfect game right now. Game 1's got 30 kills, game 2's got 30. Step ahead against the competitors here at this Group D.
Yeah, I'm trying to read off how many kills that Shootout has made against Heaven. And I think half of it was just against Heaven. I've seen that so many times wherein he just knows where Heaven will be waiting, and he beats him to it. And even if he has half the points, he is the only, like, one of the only challenger that puts Heaven down. And as you can see, it's 18 deaths right here. It's pretty much that high in this gameplay compared to survivability that we've seen so far that they have done on like big tournaments that we've seen them play. But we'll have to find out who will take the lead this time, or apart from Heaven though. I think we have a good idea right now. Fran will be moving up as well as those on the other side. So let's see if that is the case once the overall has been shown.
Yeah, the placements at the round 2 is very beneficial because that really helps to play these players. It's one another, and while it continues to be that way, the number 1 spot seems to be too far-fetched for these players to reach. So right now, what they can do is aim for the number 2, number 3, or the number 4 spots. Try to maybe take this away from Zen and FDX. And, Shootout is very close, very consistent with the way he has been outputting all of the kills in here. Currently, he's got 40 kills overall in the tally. So that's 2 kills above FDX here at this round number 2. So if he will be able to make sure that he's gonna have a perfect game at this round number 3, he may have a good chance to advance to this next stage.
Yeah, and as you can see, the top 4 right now, it is Heaven, as we've seen him take the top on the first 2 rounds, and Zen in there with 55, so it's only 5 lead by Heaven. Fran gets back into play from the 7th into the 3rd, and FDX moves up as well. But as you can see the points from the 4th against Shootout, who's on the 5th, it's only 2 points, and it's 3 points against Messix, who's on the 6th place. And the only thing trailing is Kendi, who's not far behind, so it's still anyone's ball. I would say closest that we've seen out of the 4 groups in this King of Sniper.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, man. If you have your bottom fragger in the current standings a few steps behind the top 4 spot, that really tells a story that this is, again, the most competitive group that we had.
Yeah.
Definitely the most paired up battle we've currently have as well. But while it continues to be that way, Heaven has just been killing his teammates. Shut up in terms of the sniper battles. He's been so good in the first 2 rounds, and I'm eyeing for Shootout to make sure he plays great in here at this next round, because what waits him is that next stage. He plays great, but again, Zen and the other players are gonna make sure they make it harder for them to reach that.
Yeah, I mean, that is the point. I mean, even if you are comfortable on, I would say, 3rd or 4th, it depends on the final round for you to be taken out from that top 4. So, and with how close it is in all of them, let's just say from the 3rd up until the last, it's still anyone's in a ball game in there, even for those on the last 3. So we'll have to find time and probably get close to the points that Heaven and Zen has done, because they have left everyone in the dust from the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, Zen is just perfectly in rhythm, in game form, as per se, in the matches that we've seen him all throughout this games we've had so far. But again, we are playing a free-for-all where the map is divided into 2 zones where a player spawns. And again, in every spawns, you generally either have a head glitch or height advantage that you can control to enable spawn traps, which will guarantee you kills. And that's what Heaven been doing all throughout this competition. And now, can he continue to reign? Can we see a perfect game from Heaven? 90 kills overall to tally up. Could be the first one here at CDFI 2022. King of the Snipers solo challenges. We begin. We are playing at firing range, and Heaven knows this map at the back of his head.
Oh, but Heaven will be taken down in there by Zen on the first initial fight. FDX takes the lead right now with more points compared to Zen. There goes Shootout, will try to go for the kill, but Heaven just lines up in there, and once again being taken down by Shootout. I mean, it's very difficult for Heaven to try to catch up if Shootout just waiting for him. He needs to pull away from Shootout and get those kills back to back. But this time it's Shootout and FDX trying to trail off, and everyone from the top 4 has 2.
I mean, FDX here, this is a great way for you to control spawns. Get this height advantage as well. Gives you the amount of odds and, of course, a milliseconds advantage away from the players that will be located below, where they have to aim down their sights at you to the top. And that's a great use of it. But right now, FDX will be in 2nd place. Shootout has been having a great chances of tallying some kills in here right now. 4 in a row. Barrels control, got eyes on that tunnels as well, wherein he can just have a good line of shots to connect into. And now he is currently on that first place. Can we see him continue?
I can see him continue right now, 2 ahead against Heaven and Kendi. Oh, make that 1. There goes Heaven going in, tying it off against Shut Up. This time, Kendi will be taken down from afar, and that was by Messix. And Zen right now out in the open in this long spawn area. Fran will be taking advantage of that, but there goes the back-to-back kills from everyone, and it's anyone's game from the top 4.
Yeah, Messix is just having a flat-out field in here as well. 3 in. It's just a step ahead as he gets that slide with this shot as well to connect. And as we all see that happen, there's been a change on the scoreboard. Shut Up formerly was placed first, is now overthrown by Kenny, who's got 10 at the moment, while Heaven is trying to play catch up. 1 kill actually puts him tied up with the players on that's battling with the first place, but for now, trying to slow it down.
Yeah, trying to slow it down right now. In Heaven just slows down Kendi, who is currently on top. Will be able to push them out and take that lead. Fran going in for second, tied it off against Kendi. And Heaven still on the roll, but will be taken down in there. The revenge by Kendi with that double.
And the problem here is Heaven, you know, he might be slowing down, but it's part of the process where he's going to pop you off 5 in a row to get you. And well, it's been doing great, but right now has to escape spawns. And Fran is going to be at the back trailers this time around to find a way to control this spawns and maybe take away the players that's controlling that second floor wood. Well, right now it's not gonna find any. And on the other end, the first placer, it's going to be Kendi. He's got 15, looking to break away from the spawn. Oh, he still's got that lead, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, he needs that lead because currently after we sum up the first 2 rounds, he was at bottom. And it's very, very close, though. He needs to get to the top place and probably join Whoopi in there later on once he take that top 4. Well, that's still have yet to be seen and proven. Heaven right now going for backstab, but Fran turns around and kills him down.
Yeah, Heaven, I think it's better off that you use a sniper over a pistol because you've been so unique with it. And talking about the game right now, you know, Zen has been showing us some process in the first 2 prowess in the first 2 rounds. But right now, dead last in the game, need to catch up and use some rhythm in his favor. Maybe play some music and play, of course, with rhythm in here for him to advance to the top 4. Currently dead last. He needs to step it up, but right now, Kendi's been surprisingly good. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, Kendi right now really popping off this time. 20 already, and with a quick flick as well as a quick scope coming from him. He's not letting go. He really will be moving in onto the sides as well. Possibility for him to go for the kill, but Zen on the other hand going in for a switch and a double as well. Shut Up for the kill against Fran, and he will be able to take this area from the spawns.
Yeah, spawns, very important in here. You control that, you're guaranteed a huge sum of kills. But it's not going to be relatively that easy because more of the players here are going to try to steal that away from you, maybe kill you because they have to escape the spawns itself. Well, Kendi, been truly remarkable, trying to steal a perfect game from Heaven, is having a rough gameplay here at firing range. Kendi's just on a 3 spree, make that 4. The man is on a mission. 2 more for the win, but now he gets shut down. The game is still on.
Kendi is on fire right now, kill after kill after kill, and this is the highest lead that we have, and there you have it, ending it on a 30 and followed by 19. And this really shows us that, like, if Kendi wants to start it up and finish it as well, he can do so that quickly. And Kendi right now just proving and showing us
a $1 billion finish, that will secure him the top spot, the top 4 spot in here at CDFI 2022, the King of Sniper Challenge. So, anything that could go right went right for Kendi, and we can talk about the flow state in here. Any of the players can reach the flow state, but at that end of the game, it was Kendi. He was fully immersed, paying no attention to distraction and tally of kills and placement with no realization. He ended up with 30 kills, but as he was able to crown, we got a clean feed off of his emotionless.
Yeah, I mean, he is a stone cold killer. That's one title I could say for Kendi. I'm like, he will not show anything. He will leave you asking what's in the mind of the great Kendi. And he took out that, like, the trail and the momentum of Heaven, taking the 330 in here, and the first instance that we can see a 90 point and bottom, and then moving in on the top 4 after round number 3.
All right, with that all you said, Kendi, went from bottom to rank number 3 at this free-for-all Group D challenge. That's just a really remarkable feat from him. And this unfazed personality is clearly shown when he plays with Smart Omega on a 5v5. He's always able to bring himself at the best end of things because he wants the bigger picture. And right now, he advanced to the stage 2 of this competition, which is the Breakout B. He will play later on along with Heaven, Zen, and Fran. And wow, it's just been amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy as well as Fran from the first round. He was at the bottom, was able to catch up after round number 2, and this time maintain those spot with the points that they have. And with how these, like, the points ended up round after round, it's very, very close. So I would say it's, well, if they really want to get to the top 4, it will be disappointing this group. So it's very, very close from the start, and as we continue on, the lead of some of the players has been showing, especially as Heaven popped off in round number 2, and then we saw Kendi pop off this time, leaving behind both Shootout and Heaven. And what more can Smart Omega bring in once it is a full team, as you mentioned, Callie?
Yeah, I mean, Kendi's had an 11-point lead against the second player. And just as much as Shootout played a huge gameplay here at this game, in this free-for-all firing range, Shootout will unfortunately won't be included at the top four spot here for Group B. He will be eliminated along with FDX, Mystics. It's kind of really unfortunate, This guy had shown potential, but unfortunately just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the next level, because we've seen that for the first set of groups, first 4, it's more of China region going against China region, Garena region going against Garena region. The next, we might be seeing a mix right now between the investment from the first 2 rounds is already enough. 79 onto the kills, 69 for Zen, and Kendi moving up in there with 67, only 2 points trailing against Zen, and Fran as well, taking the 4th place in this group.
Yeah, Fran was absolutely close there along with Shootout and FDX, who only needed 2 kills to tie up for that number 4 spot. And only if FDX and only if their boy Shootout scored 3 kills, that would have put them on the top 4 spot. And of course, they could have advanced to the next stage, but it is what it is. Things happen for a reason. And you got Heaven, Zen, Kendi, and Fran as the final 4 players advancing for Garena for the breakout matches that we are gonna have before we move into the 1v1 duels tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, really excited to see what's going to happen later on. But as we look at the highlights right now, I mean, it's very, very close from the start. But this time, once they jump into raid, it's more of how familiar you are in the map and which position you can sniper in this map. So this really shows that at some point map really matters as well, apart from the roles and even the weaponry that you will use like from the sniper list that we have. But there you have it, like all 4 groups has been over for the first level of our King of the Snipers solo challenge.
Yeah, there we go. Now we have from 32 teams, we now have 16. 8 coming from the Call of Duty mobile region of China. And of course, the final 8 coming from Garena region. And you know, it's been really hard to pronounce that we're actually seeing the Chinese players, the Chinese teams in here. You know, it's been I still don't feel it. It feels so surreal to be able to be in here. But wow, it's been a banger of a stage 1. And you know, more competition, more competitive action is gonna move in and will kick in as we are moving into the next stage of competition.
Yeah, the next stage really is more of a mix of both regions right now after that first level. But before we go there, we are going for a quick break. I am Neptune the Gemma Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming. And later on, we're going to see the next
Stop, not so much on the lives being turned over by the game.
But Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of the hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty have to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage you can take to get all the lives that they need to take it.
5-24, the game of the numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Black's ultimate. And Reeves just goes on fire right now.
Yeah.
And you're gonna stand a good chance. And that same exact thing worked. Bad bounce on the nade! And once they sneak away the majority of points from this B1, and an early rotation into B2, where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeff Pro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeff Pro this time round. Gets that single slay, but he was
Actually trying to do. The number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open with this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FTX and now lining it up. Living Black was on fire with C1 making the play.
That information not in the desk yet. There goes takedown. Send brings it to the 1v1.
crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Then really needs to work this out for his team. But the KSP in hand rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like it's the perfect one.
And I'm not quite sure what's happening to Small Manega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
This is a 4v2. Cheek on the bar. Seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this SMD. Yeah, what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist ultimate, can they survive? In the
But as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop, not so much on the lives being turned over by the game.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the X's1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes ham against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap point, and now Almighty has to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage you can take to get all the life that they need to take it.
5-24, the game of numbers. The ABC here, they've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Black's ultimate, and Reeves just on fire right now. And you're gonna stand a good chance, and that same exact thing works for the side of WDC free slot as well. But the first engagement here takes out and now in from the side of WDC, Tin with the headshot, but that was not easy. Played the headless to perfection. Good see, bad bounce on the nade, and one could sneak away the majority of points from this B1, and an early rotation into B2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeff Pro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of Almighty as well. Lion City representing Jeff Pro this time round gets that single slay, but he was
Actually trying to do. The number 1 C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. They're getting one more against FTX and now lining it up. Lifting Blackwood's on fire. It's C1 making the play.
That information, not a guess.
to win this out for his team. But the KSP in hand rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like it's the perfect one.
And I'm not quite sure what's happening to Small Omega right now. Positioning, they are losing most of the gunfights at this point.
It's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. One KSP uses C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jamin. Jamin with the opportunity slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this SMD. That's what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Qatar with a double kill. Can he get the third one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive? In the
But as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop, not so much on the life being turned over by the game.
Oh, but Dunia Games now showing some signs of life within this hard point, not once but twice now. Early on with the X's1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes half against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still earlier on, but now 8 kills back. Because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage you can take to get all the life that they need to take it.
5-24, the game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Black's Ultimate, and Reeves just on fire right now.
Capture the hard point.
Sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan dua versus satu, bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. One shot sangat luar biasa dari serangan Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds, and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio, it's very sneaky.
and another ult to the flag, and another prevention coming through. Wow. I mean, back-to-back plays from back-to-back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for me, man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Dival Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Dival Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here towards that tank. It's going to be one player. That's going to be number 3. Whoopi will get tagged up. Fortune will not hit that step as well. Doesn't have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi nasib dari Bingo. Das biar for kembali masuk ke game. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Happy numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah karena Smokey juga dapat quad kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala, semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal yang bagus untuk nanti menuju ke RP berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
saja si sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakalan melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos, dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin sudah bisa menutup gamenya, dan akhirnya leading poinnya kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messick berhasil take down Titan.
Three in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest, and he wins it. One more at the bat, and one more at the bottom, and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's going to be a player that pushes up, and Dolphin shuts him down.
Yeah, Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy, Dolphin, you can really count him. He just put on the play. This guy just reading everybody that's going to be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the...
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022. We have finished the first stage of this free-for-all action. Now we are down to another stage where everything is going to be more competitive. I'm Cali Gaming, down here with the one and only the Mustachio AG to bring you guys this second stage.
I'm excited, man. We've got the top 16 in the first group. We will get 5 teams from the China region and 3 from Garena, and vice versa for Group B. The one thing that I'm quite nervous to see here, Callie, is Heaven and Whoopi being in the exact same group. Now, the question is, are we going to see some Titans in there? Whole group up, right? Because if you look at the overall scoreboard, it's not the Garena teams that are very up on top within Group A. You've got Wolf Zai with 85 eliminations, 82 eliminations for the one and only Little Fox, and DC Chen in the house with 80 eliminations. That's quite a distance away from what Whoopi has, which is just 69 after 3 matches.
And that really tells a good story in here for these teams. You know, the China squads, they are able to dominate the others. So Zai, correct. Little Fax, and D-Chen, they had good kills. Not only that, they also have good K durations to back them up. Meanwhile, you take a look at the competition around the Garena region. They may have very low kills, but I mean, it's just competitive out there. And, you know, it's still a good thing that Heaven and Whoopi still alive in here, but I doubt that it's not going to be easy to advance to this next stage, because, I mean, Derp and Zen has been transcending to be one of the better players in here.
Yeah, and you know, this is exactly where the whole theory of collecting all of the data before the competition kind of comes in, right? Because what we see within this whole King of Snipers competition in itself are kind of dominating the overall leaderboard. They only took on players from their own region. They haven't really touched the other players from Garena just yet.
Exactly.
Like you said, Garena themselves, I mean, the lobbies were quite stacked, right? And Group D, I think, put on the best show of the day so far. It was a little unfortunate that, you know, only 4 from Group D could move on 4th, but that's just the whole RNG in terms of breaking these teams up into groups as well. It's just unfortunate that Group D was super stacked and we can only allow the top 4 to move on through. And, you know, I have to say that even though I am a little disappointed that Heaven and Whoopi are in the exact same group, because I actually wanted to see them dominate 2 separate groups, right? Be the number 1, be the number 1, and then go on into the grand finals tomorrow. But it doesn't really matter because we know exactly what sort of quality they bring to the table. But now, for the first time in the competition, we're going to get exactly what we came here for. How will China fare up against the players from Garena? So far, it's been the teaser for what each region has in store for us. Now we get to see them go up against each other head-to-head.
You know, the region personality is entirely different. You know, Garena snipers are more aggressive, relying on jump shots. You know, up front, impromptu battles. Meanwhile, take a look at the CDM snipers. They are tactical, and you know, they study and they have calculated every movement. So more often than not, you would be able to see them control certain angles that they are waiting for the players to get into, because they are anticipating and of course to guarantee all of the kills. So I mean, having all said that, it's a battle of concepts between these two. And after this day ends, we are going to see the snipers from China and, of course, Garena go head-to-head on a 1v1 duel tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that is just going to change the whole landscape. And that's more of a battle that we are used to. I mean, I highly doubt we've seen 8 snipers hop into a lobby and go in free fall against each other in the past. This is the very first time I'm shoutcasting something like this, but I am looking forward to those 1v1s tomorrow. How are we going to get there? Very simple. We're going to break down all of the players that have made it into the top 16 into 2 groups now. We throw them onto the overall leaderboard. The first 8 is in Group A, and the second half of teams is going to be in Group B. Now, very clearly, this is not my green screen issue or my OBS. This is unfortunately whichever PC is in production right now, this right hand.
No one really knows this. Well, you know, it's just a rough first day, and you know, we'll get through it. Well, it'll get better over time. And you know, I shout out to the production scene here. They're doing all the best to bring us this, you know, a good quality and overall in this event. But not for now. Maybe tomorrow it will be, honestly, AJ. And now, with all that said, you know, we promise you guys we will bring you an A game tomorrow and the rest throughout of this event.
And here's the first surprising thing was Heaven and Whoopi ended up in the exact same group in Group A. The second surprising thing is Whoopi's dead last. So the what he was trying for earlier, whereby he threw one match expecting to drop his overall score just a tad bit, but he should have dropped it by, you know, an extra 1 slay less, right? Because he tied it up with 69 against Meng, Whoopi, Derpy, as well as Zen. All 4 of these players ended up with 69 eliminations each. The only thing is, though, I don't know how the organizers are going to be, you know, calculating who gets that center in the overall leaderboard. So depending on how they divide this, I might just be wrong. Whoopi could just be dropped into Group B.
It's the magic number, you know, 69, and well, it's a magic number itself. I have to say that honestly. But you know, in order for us to really determine who is rank higher when you are in a tiebreaker, you actually have to determine the KD ratio. And I feel like with Whoopi having a worse game at that second round could actually drastically move him lower compared to Derpy and Zen. But who knows, you know? Who knows who's going to be up there? It's all up to the event organizers to actually figure that out. But, you know, breakout matches, we are ready to go in this. And I can't wait for it to start, AJ.
I can't wait for it to start as well. I'm pretty sure we are going to take a quick peek at the overall leaderboard first so that we know exactly what sort of groupings we do have. Is it going to be based on my assumption so far? Because I've been tracking all of the eliminations. I haven't been keeping an eye on their KDs. You know, don't have a lot of time out here on broadcast to get exactly that done. But it looks like that's exactly what we're going to be taking a peek at right now, Gally.
Here we go. Oh, we're going to see the maps. Okay, we got These are participants, you know. This is the top 8. You got Anzai, who currently plays number 1 in Zai. You got Little Fox, Mouty, Rusi, ZZX, Whoopi, Candy, and Fran. I mean, AJ, how do you think this is gonna pan out?
I am excited because Poppy and Heaven are not in the exact same group. Let's
exactly.
go. And it looks like we are going to play the bottom 8 first and then later on move on to the top 8. This is going to be pretty exciting to see. Oh, wait a minute. So
Top
Zai
8.
this is the top 8. Whoopi is, oh, okay. But wait, where's Heaven? Give me a second. Heaven is not here. How did we divide this, my friend?
I don't entirely know. I mean, AJ, it is what it is. You gotta master that mindset. Oh, well, it's good. I mean, it's good Heaven's not here because, you know, that means we have a good chance we see Whoopi and Heaven on that 1v1 duels tomorrow. But this is not gonna be looking that friendly at all. I mean, you got Zai, Little Fax, and Moutsy Rusi in here, who is definitely way better. Not Rusi though. Of course, Garena players combined having total kills of 58. So, I mean, it really says a lot, AJ.
Yeah, it most definitely says a lot, right? And Moutsy being in this group, he potentially is going to struggle just a little bit, but thankfully he has got Roxy in here together with him as well. Roxy overall picked up 58 eliminations, just like Moutsy. And we've got Zeze X, who should be able to put quite the dominant show out there on the battlefield. So overall, if we look at this, the way they've divided it is... Okay. I think I'm starting to see exactly how they got this done. There is a potential... No, it doesn't make sense. I was thinking they took the top 4 of Garena and matched it up against the top 4 of the China teams, but Heaven should be that number 1 seeded player for Garena. So I have no idea how they came up with this grouping, but we're going to take it either way, right? Because this is the top 16 at the end of the day. Either way, we're going to have a good show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for me, I feel like it's going to be top 3 of the China team, and top 3 overall. And I mean, the bottom 3 overall as well. And I don't know what happens in that middle because no way you're gonna be picking Whoopi out of nowhere, Fran as well. You know, they play different.
Oh, yeah.
They have different personalities. You have Garena, who plays so aggressive, and that's in a culture developed by content creators and pro players overall. And you also have China, who definitely plays more passive, mainly holding angles. So now, and they're about to clash. What's gonna happen? This is the first time that we are going to see the Chinese players and of course the Garena players go head to head, AJ, in a free-for-all, and of course in the overall Call of Duty Mobile history.
And one thing that is gonna be a little, I guess, a bitter pill to kind of swallow is Candy and Whoopi are in the exact same grouping. So there is a high potential here that we see only one Smarter Mega player making it through to the top 8 a little bit later on. That, of course, is all in the hands of the Smarter Mega players. Fran is a fantastic player. Both players from the side of Dunia Games and both players from the side of Smarter Mega in this first group. I can't wait to see exactly what they've got in store for us.
All right, here we go. ZZX and Little Fox almost deliberately blow that first blood, but at the moment, job here at Crossfire, trying to break free from the spawns, but he's gonna get taken down, and finally Whoopi gets himself to go. Now here's a long road up ahead on him. Right now he's currently stuck on the left side of the minimap and has to venture around the Chinese players that's currently aiming down his sights at him, and he finally gets shot down, AJ.
Yeah, fantastic. Whoopi and Candy both popping off, but it's ZZX that's leading the overall leaderboard right now. Zai, fantastic shot. Roxy taken out of the equation. And when you go ahead and play Crossfire in this fashion, just like the previous matchup that we did witness, you don't really want to be holding on to that mid segment of the map. And this is a mistake that we did see the one and only Little Fox do. He was holding on to bus station, continuously traveling between butchers as well as launch. Yes, he did get quite a number of eliminations, but he did struggle towards the very end. He didn't get the top frag mainly because every single time he got a little overzealous, he stepped out of line whilst he was trying to rotate between those compounds. He got taken out of the equation.
Yeah, the timing is unreal, of course, for him. And, you know, it's better you hold off into one angle than do two, because it helps you focus and it helps you anticipate and find your rhythm as well. And for him, actually, he needs to fix that in here as well. But right now, you see, Dunya Games Fran is leading the charge with 7 kills in the game, while Zai will be in there, placing second. And, you know, they were able to defeat Q9 Club, and Zai played a big factor on it, specifically creating his mark on the S&D with the sniper as well. And right now he is out here kicking, but right now can he continues? Fran pulls up with the lead.
SAX holding on to a good position on the office building, but gets taken out as he's just a little too slow against Kendi. Kendi gets a double, and he's slowly climbing his way up, just with the 3rd elimination so far, but Zai leading very confidently. Fran, on the other hand, with 9 eliminations. Dunya Games keeping up with the one and only Wolf. Zai, Whoopi, struggling to find his eliminations on his side, on the other hand.
And he's still trying to break spawns, and that's been a riddle for him to solve ever since the start of this game. But he still has 7 kills, which places him on the 3rd spot of this game. But just talk about how Zai and Fran is just competing for the top 1 and the top 2 spot. Meanwhile, you see the other players of China is actually plays on the bottom end of the area. You know, you got Mao T, Rootsie, Little Fox on placing in 5th, 6th, and 7th respectively. It's only Zai that's putting up a great fight in here right now. And while it continues to be like that, Whoopi, we know he's a really tricky player. He gets cold at times, but once he gets really hot, he stays hot. And that we did see from them as he won 2 matches earlier that were able to help him reach the top and, of course, qualify for this top 4 spot. But right now, you know, he's still trying to find a way to figure things out.
Yeah, and, you know, there have been a couple of jokes kind of cracked in the comment section that a lot of these players are using their secondary. And I do agree that quite a number of players are spamming the secondary, but if you really take a peek into their gameplay, it's mostly during those rotations. When they lock on to a certain angle, out comes the sniper for those quick scopes. Not a lot of them take the risk of rotating around with the sniper, mainly because your movement speed is severely nerfed and you don't really get from point A to point B as quickly as you want. And Zai has been quite the fantastic example for this. And as he continues to make his way around the battlefield, he is getting kind of chased down by Kendi, though. And Whoopi falling back a little bit, and as I say that, he finds elimination number 10. Kendi right behind him.
Yeah, currently the 2 players of Smart Omega is back and forth, their 3rd and 4th spot, but that soon would interchange as Mount T finally able to find himself back into the game after placing dead 8 on the round at the moment earlier. But right now, he's been able to find a way to resolve things. And well, he has 13 at the moment. Little Fox, we do see him actually stand out earlier, but right now is having a rough time dealing with players, and he needs to find his rhythm as well. And of course, speaking for rhythm, Whoopi slowly turning in the kill switch from you know, from 6th place, from the lower rank. He has finally find himself on the upper rank in here once again. Now it's just a matter of converting a little bit more for him to secure a better placement in this round itself.
And one would want to think that Zai's on fire, but Fran's really running away with this now with a 2 elimination advantage against Zai. But Whoopi gets pushed down towards the lower rank once again, and as I say that, the guy climbs right back up. What a close match we've got on our hands here, and it doesn't seem like anybody's just holding on to a tight angle and really locking it down, except for player number 7, who is in backyard. The guy's the most patient player out there on the battlefield, right? Mount T. And let's see where you see overall on the kill feed. He's on 14 eliminations already, so clearly it's working for him.
Yeah, you know, there's 2 concepts in here. One, you take a hold of one spot and, of course, wait for players to spawn and you take them out of nowhere. And Mount T's players to pop off, and that really saves him some time. You know, he's got a great angle at the back end of the map, and he's got a good solid head glitch on it as well. So he just have to wait for players to spawn on his side to maybe take them away, and couple of shots that will come through will give him the chance to actually make sure he stays level up against the top 4 spot in here.
Oh, I love the positioning here by Mauzi. Now holding on to the corner building. The guy is just putting on the hurt onto all of these players. But finally, Roxy does him in by eliminating him from all the way across at Lounge. Now, Whoopi holding on to the exact same angle. Roxy runs away as he notices there is a player within the exact same compound as him. A quick scope from Whoopi takes him out of the equation. You can run, but you cannot hide. Kendi, on the other hand, continuously climbing up. And he's got a better score so far in comparison to Whoopi in the overall KD average, with 16 eliminations on the side of Kendi. Will he be the one to make it through? It's not going to be decided on this one match alone. We still do have 3 back-to-back rounds on this breakout stage.
Yeah, Crossfire is really a hard map to actually play the sniper because there's a lot of angles that you can get taken down of, and one of which is Zai's hold up position. Advantage of that, and now has taken the lead away from Fran, and it's just been a constant back and forth at that top 1 spot. Same thing happening at the 4th place as well. It's been a close battle between Kendi, Rusi, Whoopi, and I mean Little Fox as well. He's got a fighting chance to move up the ranks, and now a little bit of kill switch here. 1v1 with the pistol, the secondaries. Fran's gonna win it, AJ, and that puts him in the top 1, but Zai trades it back again, and now it's tie.
Oh yeah, and Fran, with 23 eliminations so far, holding on to the corner building, needs to spot Office, sees one player, but he backs away without taking the shot. And now Kendi has got that pre-aim already, goes in for the shot. Mauzi from the back, Kendi eliminated. And just like that, Mauzi as well as Fran from the other side, but Whoopi gets the backstab. And this is just Garena, China, Garena back and forth action. But Fran and Zai, they lead the fray.
Yeah, I love this action that we are going to see. You know, you can clearly tell a story that the Garena players, the Chinese squads in here are pretty much equal. You got 2 players from China, you got 2 players from Garena, and now Fran wins a huge key gunfight against Rusi that gives him the chance to get this butchers in control, but Kendi things down, but you already know Fran only needs 5 more kills to actually end this game, and Whoopi's still not seen in the top 4, so this is truly surprising because Kendi's been more of the better player compared to Whoopi at this point, and a better overall controller in terms of holding angles.
Yeah, I have to agree, right? Kendi has really stepped up his sniping gameplay earlier on in the 3rd round where he scored that victory. I felt like, hey, this guy's sus, man. This Kendi, he just went on a breakout run all of a sudden. But you see Kendi now proving himself against the top 16, at least the top 8 in this particular instance. But Whoopi making a quick comeback in here with that headshot against Fran, and he takes Kendi's spot. 21 eliminations. The fight between the brothers within Smart Omega in itself is enough to make us go wild, Cali.
I mean, I have to agree with you, know, and this also gauge who's the better sniper overall. You got the best China players, you got the best Garena players heading out for a sniper battle in here, and just an all-out battle. Right now, you see it's a pattern where the Chinese is number 1, and you see the Garena players at the number 2 spot, and it just interchanged back and forth at it, but Zai now about going to end up with the victory.
Zai looks like he's going to be the king of snipers at the end of the day. He dominated the group stages, and he's going to start the breakout rounds by getting that number 1 spot as well. Fran, on the other hand, he didn't do all that too well within the groups. He only got an overall 62 eliminations. We did talk about this as to how the lobbies within Garena might have been a little bit more harder to conquer, but look at how Zai is just performing against the rest of them. Fran wants to take that spot away from him. 28 eliminations, all tied up now, Cali.
Oh, Mauzi got one. One more for the win. He's gonna enter the second floor of the laundry. So now a good angle on the other end. The sanctuary on the trash can there for Kendi. Mauzi spots him and Kendi still wins it. The fight is still on. Mauzi 1 for the win. Zai and Fran 2 more for the victory. And Fran's gonna scour around the mid-map, entering right through the low building. Now he's got the broken control. He's gonna miss the shot against Whoopi, and Whoopi will not try to get the hit. And now Fran on the 29 rotates back to the spots Whoopi again. Can he end it? No! Whoopi shuts him down, AJ.
Zai maintains his reputation as the top sniper within the competition so far. Is he gonna be the king of snipers by the time we reach the end of tomorrow? We will have to wait and see. In this free for all, he has been a monster. But shout out to Mao Chi. This guy scraped through with 58 eliminations. It was the least number of kills any of the players have gotten out there to make it into the top 16. But this first round, Mao Chi almost stole away the #1 spot from Zai.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to really commend how this guy actually plays the game, you know.
Yeah.
He studies where the players might spawn, he reads every location, and the way he plays is kind of something that you really have to admire, man. Patience is virtue, man. He holds on to one angle, wait for players to spawn, takes them out of nowhere, and surprisingly, he's able to convert most of them.
Yeah, but you know, this is at the end of the day a sniper's map, and you've got many a spot where you can, you know, identify each other. All you're gonna get is just pure chaos. You see how careful they are with some of their movements. They all try to hold on to their own compounds, not really rotating a lot. But Zai is that one guy who made sure he traveled the map as much as possible. But the one that was most impressive was Mao Chi. Every single time he went down, he did not go back to the exact same spot. He just played whatever position he spawned out in, and he was a monster throughout this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, adaptability is one key thing that can serve you victory, and Mouty was able to play through whatever is just given to him by the gods of RNG, and he finished out with 29 kills with 30 deaths, slightly bad KD ratio compared to Fran, who's had a good scoring run up against Zai on that 1v1 battle up against this guy for the first place. He ended up with 29 and 23, and Zai ended up with 30 and 18. AJ, just notice how this guy almost had another 2.0 KD. The guy is just dominant out there.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is just absolutely. So doesn't get caught out all that too much. The player with the least amount of deaths obviously, you know, should be able to get the most number of slays as well, because he's the one alive and kicking, and he's able to spot all of the other players kind of rotating around the map, and all he does is just lock them down in his sights and takes them out of the equation. Fantastic play by Zai. I'm blown away. But the question is, how much more can we see out of all of these players, right? Kendy picking up a total of 26, equalizing against Whoopi. Apart from ZZX, I feel like everybody else was phenomenal in this matchup. It was not an easy one to conquer, which all the more reason why we should just be absolutely amazed with Zai and Mouty's performance.
Yeah, everybody had a fighting chance in this game. You know, it's just a matter of who is more persistent, who is more resilient in bouncing back every time they die. And well, for Zai, he has been great. And more of the reason why he's been able to control more angles and more power positions is because he uses the secondaries, by the way, to actually steal away the position. He plays by the rule books, and he knows how to deliver as he plays first here at this round number 1.
He most definitely knows how to deliver, right? And, you know, every single time we expected, you know, Whoopi to overtake Kendy or Kendy to overtake Whoopi, that exactly was the case, right? These two snipers are on par with each other, and I'm blown away. I cannot believe how much Kendy has improved on those snipers. And once again, when he hit that beautiful victory on his own match, I was looking at the match and I was like, Kendy? Really, Kendy?
It's us.
You are on fire, Kendy, but the guy just brings that phenomenal play into this matchup as well. It's going to be a tough one, man. Seeing either player from the side of Smart Omega get kicked out, because that's probably going to be the case at the end of the day by the time we get towards the end of the breakout for Group A here, because of how close this is. But we have seen some players bounce back from, you know, near elimination overall in the group stage early on as well. So a player like ZZX, even though he hit that 16, still has quite a big opportunity in here. He's got 2 more rounds to go, and Crossfire blame anyone who wasn't able to really rotate around, because you don't get those chances, man. You step on out, there's 7 other snipers waiting to take you out of the equation. You have to stay hunkered down in all of your small little compounds, unless you can confidently rotate around with the 50 Gs, which a lot of these players did. Once again, that was the highlight play for Mountzy himself.
Yeah, Mountzy is just a key definition of what you can do when you adapt to the current situation. And I feel like if he can do that in here again at this round number 2, he's going to continuously place himself at the upper ranks. But you know, the boy ZZX, he may have a bad start here, but this one up next is important. If he plays bad here, that might just ruin the odds of him playing at the next stage of this competition. And while it continues to be that way, Fran has been so good for Dunya Games, and you know, he almost had it against Zai. He was 1 kill away from taking it away from Zai, who's the MVP of China Masters Season 4 Championship. And well, now we begin on another map. So let's
the top 4 will be moving on to the playoff stage. Unfortunately, we will say goodbye to the bottom 4 at this point. But, you know, this is just the warm-up. This is the warm-up before we move on into CDFI 2022, where we see back-to-back 8 days of grueling battle between all of these teams. That's what we are most definitely looking forward to. This is the appetizer to that main course.
actually, absolutely, man. And you know, this could just give us also a good foreshadowing of how this kill gap is actually different. And all across Garena and all across the China region itself. And well, for now, it may have been Zai who completely run all of these players down. We might actually see him actually play bad in some case if somehow one of the players from the China players itself rises to the top kills in stage 1. He had 82, and the difference of score against Zai is 3. And I do love some show out for Little Fox, but I do love to see Whoopi kick it out in here, AJ.
I mean, you know, that's exactly what the whole of Garena wants to see, especially those from the Philippines. But at the end of the day, we are here to find the king of snipers. Whoever can rotate around, whoever who can manage to master the beast of a weapon out there on the battlefield is going to be able to take the win at the end of the day. Zai was the one that showed us even miracles are possible, man. The maximum points you could have picked up from the group stage was 90. This guy walked away with 85. And if that's not impressive, I really don't know what is. But the only, I guess, question that was in the back of the minds of a lot of the viewership from Garena is, how is he going to perform against Garena themselves? I guess now we know he's performed really well against the best sniper in the anything on him. But this boy, he winds up slow. Let's see if the next game is gonna be a little bit more of a comfort play for the players of Garena, especially ZZX, who desperately needs some eliminations.
Now here we go, we're playing a wide map. This time you go from left to right. So now we kick it off with ZZX once again with the first blood. So this is actually where Kenny popped off earlier. So let's see if he's gonna be able to take some wins. And of course, more kills compared to that round number 1 that we did see from him earlier. Now Whoopi started to kick things off as well. Has his own share of 2 kills, currently placing him on the first spot. So that's a nice way for him to start, but Zai is slowly creeping in, takes that away from Whoopi. Now will take the lead.
Yeah, too early for, you know, any sort of indication as to who's going to be dominating. Even ZZX is in that second spot right now. Zai just rises up to that number 1 spot as Whoopi rips away second. It's just going to go back and forth for the time being until these players kind of find their rhythm a little bit more. Mountzy, on the other hand, this time struggling a little bit on slumps, so we can kind of attribute the dominance.
Own 3Ps in here as well. Now currently is in rhythm in terms of holding off this one certain angle that is currently waiting for Zai to pop off. And now that's 4 in a row, looking to make that 5 as well. The guy is just cracked right now. The flow state is activated. And I won't be surprised if he gets the 6 kills, but Kendi will be able to stop him. And there you go. Little Fox with that pop-off earns him the rightful spot to first place.
Yeah, Little Fox on fire. 7 eliminations. Roxy running his best to catch up with him, and he will do exactly that in the #1 spot right now. Whoopi shuts down Roxy as he tries to aim for it as well as he slowly climbs up. 6 eliminations so far. 1 more to get himself into that first and second rank, but Little Fox is running away. Let's see if he can streak himself up once again in terms of the number of eliminations back to back. Zai, movement solid, but Little Fox a little too quick with his scopes.
Yeah, a little too quick. This guy is just hitting all of his shots, and every time he aims down that sight, he's guaranteed to get some kills. The first player to actually reach the first 10 kills, and it ended in just 5 more minutes of action. So with all that said, Little Fox is making sure that he pulls away, but Whoopi is slowly creeping in as well. You know, he has managed to break up spawns. Now he's got the power position on the fountain. Has a good look up against ZZX. Almost a follow-up against Zai, but the guy just pop off down and bad.
Oh.
And well, Little Fox, AJ slowly pulling away.
Yeah, Sniper, the 50 Gs, it really doesn't matter. Little Fox on fire at Slums. Kendi, on the other hand, is dropping back. 9 eliminations, not too far away from the one and only Little Fox. Just needs to pick up 3 more for himself. As I say that, he picks up 1 in the 10th spot alongside Whoopi. Whoopi trying to climb up a little bit more. Can he replace Little Fox? No, instead Roxy replaces Whoopi in his spot. Oh, this is such a competitive lobby. Whoopi turns things around. The secondary versus secondary. Zai loses it out, and Whoopi takes the kill and continues it, strings it up with Roxy as well. Can he look to the left? There is 1 player on the approach. Fran right beside him, and Whoopi's on fire. Oh, Little Fox.
Oh, Little Fox, you sticky sneaky fox here. Really, the secondary is very beneficial.
Yeah.
If you are caught in action, you just gotta have to pull it out, and of course, core skills when you have the sniper right in front of you. Just a little bit of a movement, and you're gonna get loose break, and you just have to aim down your sight and convert to kill. Zai, wow, what an insane angle there, able to score a kill against Little Fox. And with all that said, you know, Zai went from number 6 right now to a number 3. So a huge jump in margin. That means he's been able to streak up very nicely, and a good load of offense just basically put him at the top.
Oh, Roxy, it took 3 tries for him to take Little Fox down and out of the equation. But what more can you expect from the Little Fox? The guy's super sneaky, hot on his feet, and Roxy now 5 kills back-to-back, make that 6. Can he get that 7th one? Turns around, ZZX behind the wall, gets tagged up. ZZ taken down as well. Roxy's on fire. 7 back-to-back eliminations in that #1 spot with 21 right now. And he reloads at the wrong moment, finally gets shut down by Moutsy.
Yeah, he wasn't. No one was able to contain it. On the second place. So with all that said, the Locust proves to be a very good use of weapon when you are aiming more on the movement side, and Roxy has been able to put that all through. And what's more surprising is Roxy was actually one of the players that, you know, scored the lowest kills on stage 1 of this competition. But to see him out here killing and opening up the flow stage just on a different level, this guy's just unstoppable right now, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, Roxy scored a total of 58 eliminations during the group stage. The guy scraped through, bro, to the top 16. And look at him fly like a butterfly. 26 eliminations. Whoopi's behind him, but look at where Whoopi's standing at. 18 only. This is just insane. Roxy's on another level. Brad now spotting an angle, doesn't get the elimination, and it's going to be about the timing, but ZZX still gets shut down. Kendi now, bottom fragger alongside Moutsy and ZZX. Whoopi trying to score that #1 spot to close this round off in that #1 spot.
Yeah, Roxy might just have to mess up everybody's win rate in here with the way he's been able to close this game. You know, 27, only needs 3 more. But Whoopi's trying to catch up, you know, he's slowly climbing up. but it's going to be an arduous battle from here on out. He has been able to control this garbage section, but now has to deal with Fran, but Zai was able to pick him clean, and now the double to end it all off, making that 3. Hell to the no, Mouchy with the cleanup.
Yeah, Mouncey just managing to turn things around. Roxy managed to climb up to the 27, but he can't break away. He can't close this round off just yet. Whoopi's just 5 eliminations behind him. Roxy finally gets the 28th. 2 more for the finisher. Candy pulls out the boxing gloves, but gets annihilated right in front of his face. Roxy, on the other hand, 29. Final elimination to close this round off. Will they be able to catch up with him before he gets the final slay? One final one, and there we go. 30 eliminations. Roxy, the guy, came out of nowhere. Earlier on, it was Moutsy, the lowest fragger in the groups with 58, and now Roxy with the 58 in groups, now getting the #1 spot. What is going on?
Call of Duty Mobile at its finest. I mean, you have all the best snipers from China. You all have the best players from Garena. Snipers just competing in the game, and this is what you get rewarded with, you know, delight, surprise. Anything that can happen can happen, and for Rusi, everything just happened in his favor. You know, this is what happens when you try to let him loose out there, move around the map, and of course, with that locus in hand, the mobility, the movement, just basically adds up to his firepower.
This is a preview to what we can expect next week during the multiplayer competition that we've got between all of these teams. But it's not just going to be 2 players from each team. It's going to be the full squad going up against the full squad. And it's going to be pretty much the same setup, but it's a team versus team. Roxy picking up 30 eliminations, and the closest one to him was Little Fox with the 24. Never did I think that Whoopi would drop this far back. This is just a total annihilation coming through from the Chinese side.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, man. Just taking a look at the Roxy's dominance in here. He finished off with 30 to top it all off. 1.87. Or we can say, we can write it all up. You know, 1.88 KD ratio for Roxy. And not to mention the way he's been able to anticipate more of the players in here. Most of the time, he was scoring multi-kills. You know, several tricks that he was able to do. I think the highest was 8, if I am not mistaken. That's how good he is when it comes to anticipating, and it all adds up to the amount of study, the amount of action that this guy, and of course overall the China region, has been doing ever since the start of Call of Duty Mobile. These teams, this Chinese region, they just don't play it, they study it as well. They know where the players might spawn. They know everything like the back of their hand.
Yeah, this particular group is just way too close, right? You're looking at one player kind of fallen away from the rest of the pack. That is ZZX with a total of 29 eliminations so far. He got 16 in the first round, 13 in the second round, which is not great performance at all if you want to make it into the top 4. And this is the overall leaderboard right now. At the very top stands Roxy with 56 eliminations, Zai with 52, Whoopi in the 3rd spot, followed by can make it through if he hustles in this next matchup, but I don't know how possible it is going to be for ZZX.
Yeah, ZZX got 29. I mean, even if he has to score 30, a little bit more score from Ruzi, Zai, Whoopi in front, all the others have been players can just end him here at this round number 3. But you know, the #1 spot is not entirely safe in here at all. Anyone can take that, especially if you're placing from the 1st to the 6th spot. So honestly, looking at the way this game is played, Roxy just have to score 20 kills, and that should be more than enough for him to secure at least the top 4 to advance to the next stage.
I mean, I think Roxy is pretty much guaranteed the top 4 already looking at his performance, right? We've just seen improvements from round 1 into round 2. He scored 26 in round 1 and then 30 in round number 2, giving him a total of 56 points. That #1 spot is quite rare to pick up, and we are looking at a player who scored 58 over 3 matches. If Whoopi wanted to pull a fake, the true fake here is the one and only Roxy.
To overall dominating that round number 1 and then that round number 2, I mean, that's just a surprise. And now this is it to decide who's going to end up with the top 4 to advance the 1v1 duels and of course crown the king of sniper for CDFI 2022 tomorrow. Now we have to decide the fate of Group A. Will we see the Chinese players actually do it all in here, or will we see Whoopi and of course all the other key players of Garena region actually find their way back into the top 1 or maybe even the top 2, top 3, and top 4 spot? Well, the answer to that question all lies here at this coming game ahead. CDFI 2022 Breakout match, King of the Solo Sniper Challenge. Here we go, AJ. The game begins.
King of the Solo Sniper going up against 7 other lethal snipers. Now the final matchup is played at Summit. Not the best map to play snipers, man. So many of these close angles, which means that 50G is going to be popped out a little bit more frequently. But Roxy brings in the boxing gloves instead. Drops him like it's hot, but traded out by Whoopi. This is gonna be one heck of a matchup because it's gonna be super fast paced. You can't really hold on to a certain angle and wish for players to run towards you because of how the map is set up.
Yeah, this is just left to right. You know, it's a very small map, but it's also very wide as well. But one thing considered here is, you know, Summit is a very one-sided map. So if you're spawned on the right side, you're gonna just have to make sure you initiate the spawn to the right side. If you're playing on the left side, just gonna do what Zai is currently doing, staying inside the warehouse and anticipating the spawns of the players that will be located in right close proximity. But you're also gonna have players actually moving right through the mid map as well, which is kind of not ideal because you're just gonna have to kill the players right exactly close to you on the spawns, but that's not what ZZX is currently doing. And right now, more actions coming through with the mid map. Zai brings out the secondary. That one Sabin right now is under fire, and ZZX is out there to get it. Whoopi finally gets it to go, gets his 3rd kill.
ZZX helped out Zai and then got shut down by the one and only Little Fox. This is just all-out chaos, man. Whoopi manages to pull one right back, but ZZX hanging on for his dear life. We talked about how this guy needs a miracle run. This guy... ZZX only has 29 eliminations. He is by far the one that is furthest away. Everybody else is at a minimum of 45 points. This guy is way too far to qualify, but you can see the fighting spirit in the Indonesian. Can ZZX make it through with 8 eliminations so far? He stands in the #1 spot.
Yeah, he is way too far in terms of kills, but one thing he can do is disrupt the food chain, the ecosystem that's currently around this match, and of course these groupings. If he's able to stop one of the key players at the top for a spot, that might lead up to more openings that could be taken over by key players in at this group right now. And Whoopi, you know, he had a bad start in the first round, had a good start on the second round, and now he's finally kicking up, you know, about to be paired up with Zai and ZZX for that #1 spot. And well, Whoopi did get shut down. Zai will get his double-digit kills with 10 already. Little Fox is gonna have his own little kill as well, looking to try to navigate around the second floor. And yeah, total back and forth control for this #1 to the #4 spot.
Yeah, back and forth, but ZZX holding on for his... Just to put the distance a little bit further, Fred with a secondary takes him out of the equation. No more streaking up for this guy in terms of eliminations. Not that it makes a huge difference. It's just a point to show off a little bit more that I can get all of these strings of eliminations without anybody touching me. But ZZX now in that #1 spot, 15 eliminations. I like this. This guy all of a sudden is the most woke player out there on the battlefield. He has got the point of dominance now. Whoopi going in for the chase. Mousy turns around, shuts him out with the secondary.
Yeah, ZZX is just going absolute here at this current game. Well, I think this could just be the map. He is very efficient at, and he's been doing a great job of staying and maintaining the #1 spot away from Zai, who's been trying to climb the ranks for like a bit of times already. And Whoopi still not on the top 4 spot, but with that kill right there, earns him that top 4 at the moment. Just have to control the top floor, but that's not important. That's not really successful for him because there's plenty of players fighting for it because they know it can guarantee a lot of kills. And why? It's because
Yeah, Candy needs to step up his gameplay. 12 eliminations. Can he get a few more for himself? Whoopi is in a pretty decent spot overall on the leaderboard, but Candy is towards the bottom. He is second from last. Zeze X, the one who is below him. Earlier on, he just had 40 eliminations to his side, and therefore he has to be at the very least top 2 to make it into the top 4 overall. But it's not gonna look to be an easy pathway at all in Summit, as all of these players have got such better mastery in comparison to the one and only Candy, who once again gets pushed down towards that lower 4.
Right now, it's really tough for him right now. But one thing he does have is a power position that he can use to control and, of course, skip these players out. But he just gotta have a lot of angles to hold there as he gets shot down. But Whoopi, he's still very much on it. His life been kicking now. 2 spree. Can we see 3? Rossi. No, he's gonna shut them down. But there it is. You know, it is what it is for Whoopi.
Yeah.
He's been able to place himself at the 3rd spot. And he could likely up if he does so want, because right now he's got the rhythm for it. But you know what's more surprising here, and it's getting my head scratchy. Zizzy X maintaining the top 1 spot. AJ, he's 7 points away from winning.
This is the fire, man. I mean, when you are at the verge of elimination, when you are at the verge of not making it through to the playoffs, that's exactly when that fire is lit. But look at who's right behind him. Whoopi now climbing up to that 2nd spot, equalizing against Zeze X. Can he find yet another to take the number 1 spot? Roxy gets away. Fran right in front, but Roxy shuts him down. Zeze X takes that number 1 spot, and now potentially to run away with it. Zeze has 1 player right in front of him. We switch on over to the players right behind him. Little Fox now gets shut down. 50 Gs for the pop, and Zeze is just 5 more from closing this round, and Whoopi hot on his heels.
You're hot on his heels, absolutely. Whoopi can just take over this final round with the way he's been able to control this 2nd floor, this mid-map action that he has. He spots Candy, but Candy shuts him down. And I mean, Candy's also fighting for his life. It currently has 17. And if he can score at least 22 kills and up, he's gonna have the chance to stay on the top 4. But it's on because ZZX is close to ending this game already, AJ.
Yes, there's a fantastic play so far. 2 more eliminations. He needs to get it done right now, because the faster he closes this off, the lesser the points the rest of his opponents are going to be able to pick up for themselves. But he's wasting way too much of time. He's allowing Whoopi to catch up. He's allowing so many other players to pick up eliminations. Zai now on the 27. Zeze on the final elimination. Can he get it? Zai, 27. Candy too far away. And that just gives more time for Zeze X to close things down. But Zeze gets taken down by Roxy. From the back is going to be Zai. Candy slips away, but steps right in front of the 50 Gs of Zai. And Zai now in that 2nd spot. 1 elimination right behind Zeze X. Zeze still hasn't finished things off just yet. Goes in for the slide, and finally, it's all over. But the question is, has Zeze managed to make it into the top 4 here, Callie?
That's the big question. What a turnaround in here by the man and the one and only Zeze X. We counted him out because of how poor he performed in the first 2 rounds. But I think that play right there at that 3rd round could just possibly give him the chance to push at that top 4, because Rusi, I mean, the guy underperformed at this 3rd round. So he might have a very great chance in here.
I don't know, man. I really want to take a look at the leaderboard. Okay, maybe not the leaderboard, but just the scoreboard to see exactly how many eliminations at the end, right? Because I wasn't keeping an eye on the numbers at all. That match was just so heated, so close. And I have to say, the spirit of the Indonesian player from Dunia Games, Zeze X, I think that was the hottest play of the day. When push came to shove, this guy showed us that he can pick that sniper up and annihilate.
And just as how good Zizzy X happened to be great at this game. I mean, I think him and Fran actually switched roles here. You know, most of on the first 2 rounds that we had, Fran was always top fragging. But, you know, ZZX X is always on the bottom end. And here this time, they kind of switched roles. And this is great, you know, because that means ZZX is not a one-trick pony. He can do anything if he wants to. And that he showed in here as he ended up with the 1st place, achieving a KD ratio of 1. For all, AJ.
And of course, the biggest question is going to be exactly who makes it through to the playoffs from Group A. We will be able to see that information in a little bit. But the one player that is guaranteed that spot is going to be Zai. Phenomenal play from Zai. He manages to pick up 30, then 22, and then 28 for a total of 80 points from the 3 games. Just 5 points shy of his group stage performance. But I tell you, I'm not disappointed at all, because this was a much tougher lobby, and Zai managed to prove exactly how proficient he is on all of those sniping plays. Roxy, and I expected better from Roxy, but the first and second match was quite the big buffer for Roxy, right? 22 eliminations in this round doesn't mean anything, because that puts Roxy somewhere around 78 points, which is just a stone's throw away from Zai. And Whoopi managed to salvage his qualification here, because 26, 23, 26 gives this boy 75 points in that third spot. Mauchi with the 69. Do not make it through to the playoffs.
And you have the top 4, the first 4 players to qualify for the 1v1 King of Sniper Duel Challenge that we are gonna be holding tomorrow. And the first place goes to Zai with 80. Second place goes to Roxy with 78. Whoopi made it at third place with 75, and Mountie ended up with 69. And the conclusion here is only one Garena player actually made it out alive on this stage number 2. 3 Chinese players were dominating this lobby, and I kind of expected that, AJ.
You expected? Wow. This could just be a premonition for stage 5 later on. And I really like the initiative that the Chinese teams are taking in here to openly challenge the Garena players. I mean, you think you're tough? Let's see what you can do. First, we go off in a roundabout way in a free-for-all sniper battle, and then we play it off 1v1 tomorrow when we find the best of the best, the creme de la creme of snipers in 1v1 battles, right? But that's not all. Because we've got 9 more days of play. Tomorrow we will find out exactly who is the king of solo snipers, and then we'll find out exactly which team is the best between the Chinese and Garena region.
And this is the very first time that we get to compete between China and, of course, the Garena region itself. Yearly, we have the Garena Call of Duty Invitationals, where we have all the Garena servers going in a competition and, of course, try to outdo each other. But this time around, we went step ahead, a step bigger.
Yep.
It is the Chinese now. We're going international, and more than international in here, AJ.
Yeah. And, it's really nice to see exactly how they fare against some of these players. It might be able to paint a good picture. It might not be able to paint a good picture for some of the fans from the side of Garena, but it's better to have a wake-up call right now than to have that wake-up call at stage 5. But then again, if you look at it, objectively, even if you do not pick up the title of the King of Solo Snipers, it doesn't mean that your performance overall at stage 5 of the day is a team game. But I have to say, these Chinese players are crazy on the snipes.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna see more Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022 live and exclusive here at Garena Call of Duty Mobile. But before we move into the final action today, we'll be right back after this quick short break.
Cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go, he's going to use that Fred, and that should be it.
Hunter killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
Towards jungles, and Team No OBJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row. Make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be 1 man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi lagi dari Bingo. Gas biar Forex kembali masuk game. Itu Cuman juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Happy numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi asis doang, nggak dapat kill. Nggak salah, karena Smokey juga dapat kuat kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala, semua squad udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal yang bagus untuk nanti menuju ke harapan berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan perkembangan.
Away from this hard point, Almighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle
we go,
for
Callie.
spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136, and again, Annihilator. Gets the third one, Clove! Let them just spawn on top, make them go one way, let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back, and this is what we're gonna happen. 4 down, and so far Jeff Pro, he spots another play, ZZ, he makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time, but so far, back-to-back kills, Callie, just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
It's all Almighty.
drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Right now, this guy enough that they will take 2 players in the B flag, and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Divo Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
That's for Jabin, he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Jabin, can he make it 4? Yes, he can! Jabin on a quad feed, can he keep on going? Blacklist International, Jabin making the plays for the team, make it 5!
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalos fully streaked up. One more to beat up front is gonna take Jabin out, so that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out, burns him down, and even more with the gunfights. But now finally he gets shot down. The hard point gonna belong to Dunya against Clove, lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance.
Pred.
Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever higher.
7,
Now already got this extra
8.
one to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1, he's gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down, 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my
Irfan
God.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. He wins it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the King of Snipers solo challenge for the time being. We're all throwing the teams into the best of 3 for alls. We saw the group stage. And thus that we know exactly who are the 4 who have moved on to the playoffs, and now it's going to be the showdown between the players at Group B. Once again, it's going to be a free-for-all match, 3 back-to-back rounds, and the ones who get the top 4 eliminations will move on through to the playoffs. The bottom 4 will get eliminated if it was anything, or if it's going to be anything like that previous matchup. I think Callie and I are going to have a lot of fun. On that note, I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Callie Gaming, and we're your shoutcasters for the final series of the day.
You know, the first breakout stage already said and done, and we did see Zai, Whoopi, Roxy, and the other player that I forgot, but I know he is out there able to advance to the next stage. And you know, for Garena fans out there, Whoopi made it at the group stage of Breakout Match A. Now, this time around, Heaven's gonna play. The big question is, can he continue the momentum that he had earlier at stage 1, where he was able to score 79 kills in total? Now he needs to qualify. Here are the maps that we are going to play. Round 1, we play Crossfire. Round who's going to outlast who, AJ?
Oh yeah, that I have to agree, right? And Crossfire is going to be probably the most challenging map to play because of all of the angles that these snipers can hold on to. You don't really know exactly where you're going to get sniped from, and you can't really travel out in the open because Crossfire is just a dead spot for you. But the lineup of participants in Group B, the one and only Aaron coming through from King Zone, Ming from Team Weibo, Ochan from Q9, Nilo from Q9, Derpy from the Huntsman, Guitar from WDC Fleet Slot, Almighty sends up Heaven to represent, and Zen for the Huntsman squad. I really like this lineup, but the problem here is teams like Q9 as well as Huntsman, they probably have to eliminate their own brothers to move on forth. Can they at least have one player represent them in the playoffs, or will we see absolute disappointment here for some of these teams, Kali?
Yeah, you know, even though you have two players in here competing for your I think it's possible for them to actually make it out alive with two of their players competing in here, because they were able to interchange the first place earlier, where D-Chen was able to combine for 80 kills. Then, of course, for Niluo, after all the 3 matches that he had played, he was able to win he was able to get 66 kills, but also able to win 1 round. So these guys are front runners to qualify 2 of the 4 spots, but anything can happen in here, you know. Derpy, Zen showed great, remarkable gameplays. They are resilient and they know how to anticipate spawns. Not to mention, Heaven's playing in here, AJ.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, Heaven has been, you know, a stellar player all throughout the whole scene that we've seen grow within MSP, within Garena. He has been one of the most consistent as well as one of the most exciting players to watch out there on the battlefield. And who's this with the Master Pig badge? That's so cute.
Yeah. But yeah, Q9. Well, they are here to go. They are up and ready. Now the big question is, are they going to continue the dominance that they had coming from the stage 1 dominance that they played with? And now here is the catch for them. Although they were successful in, of course, overthrowing all the players they played with on the stage 1, here they lie up against the better filtered out players that came off from different groups. And you know, one of the surprising factors overall in this King of Sniper solo challenge is Zen itself. I mean, this guy went head to head against Heaven, even almost had the chance to take first place in one of the match. And I feel like he's one of the underdogs that could be the dark horse in this lobby itself, coming to these 3 rounds of actions that we're gonna have.
I absolutely agree with everything you said, except the underdog part, because Zen has always been a superstar in my eyes, and him being acquired by Huntsman, I think, was one of the best out later on when we watch CDFI in action. Once again, this solo sniper battle is a appetizer for what is to come. The main course is the deadly action between the Chinese players as well as the representatives from Garena.
All right, here we go. Round 1 of action to determine who's the final 4 players that's going to advance to the 1v1 duel that we're gonna have for King of the Sniper Solo Challenge. And as we kick things off, it's going to be Aaron that will be going to have a great start up with him as he sticks around the sanctuary right through the garbage can. He's gonna spot the barrel of the player in the broken wall. Not really able to get the kill that he needs, but at the moment, Guitar is gonna be up and in at the second floor, and this is one of the more surprising that player that I've witnessed in here. You know, AJ. Guitar is known for his electrifying play with the shotgun, but with him here,
So far, Heaven seems to be keeping up the pace with D-Chen as well as Aaron. And I do agree with you. Guitar has been quite phenomenal in the group rounds. But now in this round one, he seems to be falling back just a tad bit at the very start of the matchup. Nothing too crazy to make his way back from, because it's not like those who are in the top three have really run away with the matchup, because they only have 3 eliminations to their name. And Guitar's still trying to catch up. Heaven now spots one player out. And D-Chen backs away. Heaven punishes him with the pre-scope already. Derpy now, the next target for the one and only Heaven that potentially might break the play of Derpy, but it doesn't seem to be something that clicks. All of the players just holding on to their angles and nobody wanting to step on out as well. And we can understand exactly why, Callie.
Once you go to that middle, you're dead. X marked the spot. That middle is the X, and for this team, it's very smart for them to adapt to the situation. After all the matches that we've had here at Crossfire, they your deadly accuracy, and that's what Heaven is doing in here right now, crushing the competition. 7 in a row, AJ.
Yeah, the winning formula here for Heaven is holding on to that vertical angle from Broken Building. He's got that bird's eye view across middle lane all the way into office building. And you know what kind of a dead shot Heaven is. He's just making the best work of it. 7 eliminations so far in that number 1 spot. D-Chen, on the other hand, 6 eliminations, catches up with Heaven with the 7. Derpy, on the other hand, manages to get yet another, the single one. This is the first elimination for the one and only Derpy.
It's really unlikely of him, Most of the time he's gonna be using that erratic AMR, but this time he's using the DLQ33, and it hasn't been able to translate in any conversions at all. Only he's having 1. Right now has to turn it around, but not with Heaven trying to hunt him from the back. A lovely shot there. Heaven gains control of their spawns, and not to mention he's got eyes on the cross. He has the player information. He just has to convert, and right now he is being blitzed.
Derpy slowly climbing up, gets a back-to-back, and hasn't been traded out just yet. Guitar, on the other hand, solid, but only 2 eliminations so far. The guy has been surviving for quite long. This is the first elimination that he is picking up after a while, only to get traded out by Zen. Let's see exactly how Zen is doing. 7 eliminations to be replaced by Niluo in the 3rd spot. Zen's not doing too bad at all, but he needs to wait for Derpy. Oh, okay, he doesn't need to wait for Derpy, but Derpy needs to join him sometime soon, man.
Yeah, he has to. I mean, Derpy is just on the bottom. Just needs to find one click that will help him get that rhythm back in his favor. But, he has to work through things patiently. And it starts with you getting a connection first and building up from it, using that momentum to your favor. And talking about, the game right now, Heaven already's got double-digit kills, 11, in fact, specifically, having that number 1 spot, and Zen is right there contesting with him, along with Niluo, who's got 9 kills with that right-click AMR as well. And, one thing that's been the kills, and you see Zen finally overtaking Heaven.
Initially, I like Niluo playing that angle over at corner building as he continuously jumped from the top floor to the bottom, holding on to the angles against office as well as the access towards the top floor of corner. But instead of just holding on to those angles and really playing for picks, what the guy does is he steps on out, overzealous, looking for some extra bit of points on his side, and gets punished instantaneously, right? That's something you cannot afford. You just have to hold on to your angles when it comes to Crossfire and just beam down the rest of these players with those sharp shots. Meng now picking up elimination number 9, but Zen and Heaven, Zen in the number 1 spot. He's running the lobby at the moment. Question is, can he get a couple of more for himself? Finds the feed of Aaron and takes him out of the equation. Zen with the 14 eliminations and Heaven right behind him. Zen's got to be smiling ear to ear right now. Okay, he doesn't seem to be so on his cam, but in his heart he's smiling.
Yeah, he's smiling, but right now, what matters is he converts first and advance to the next stage and represent Malaysia on that 1v1 duel that we're gonna have tomorrow. And I mean, His impact just creates a good play. Wow. Take a look at that play, AJ.
Yeah, man, Niluo's just on fire right now. And he's back to his previous play, corner building. This is exactly what I was talking about. As long as he holds on to this angle, looking at that bottom stairs as well as office building, that's all he needs. And I don't think he needs to over push this at all. Just leave the rest of the players because you know someone is going to hold on to the office building. That's one of the prime positions when it comes to Crossfire. And he just needs to pick them one after the other. Chen, on the other hand, quick scope against Guitar. Guitar never saw that coming through the wall. He still gets nailed. Zen still holding on to the #1 spot. And right behind him, it's the one and only Heaven. MSP shining bright in the second group.
Yeah, absolutely. You got the two Garena players and fighting on the #1 and #2 spot. Then, China, Niluo, D-Chen, the Q9 Kings are just chilling with 3rd and 4th spot, but they are in striking distance to take away that #1 spot from Heaven, but it's going to be who's been playing phenomenal, and outside of his head, he's just making destruction happen here in the game itself, because causing chaos exactly in the match. Well, Niluo had to adapt to certain situations. Now he has this mid map, so he gains control and sight over the bus station, and an oversight right through the laundries right beside the rest of the minimap. So that's that for him. And now we are on a stalemate. Not a lot of kills coming through. Everybody is sticking to the corners and no one gaining an inch, but Niluo finally able to create an ingress. Gets his 18th kill, so now he's 1 kill away from taking away Heaven's #1 spot.
I really like how Niluo plays these stairs as best as possible. Early at the corner, now at the central building. But he just holds on just enough to get into that second spot. And Zen kind of loses his footing a little bit against Niluo as Niluo picks up 19th against Derpy. D-Chen, on the other hand, trying to catch up with Heaven, but Heaven shoots him down in his face, picking up elimination number 22. 8 more strikes for Heaven to catch up, just a single elimination away. This guy's on fire!
12 in a row, AJ. I mean, 8 more for that look at. I don't know if even it's that possible, but right now, caster curse. I'm sorry. That could have happened, but, Niluo played outside of his mind and now finally gets himself to the top. 23 to 22. Heaven is nailed on that 22 kills, and right now Niluo is making up with the opportunity in hand. Right now, as he continues to convert, Heaven just aiming down at the bottom, able to find Zen. So there it is, able to tie him up with Niluo, finding a bit more oversight around the mid-map. A very aggressive and a risky angle that he is using, but is still very much alive, and Niluo just annihilates 2 players on the staircase.
Niluo's on fire right now, no doubt whatsoever. #1 spot, 25 eliminations, and he is back in his prime spot at the corner building. But Heaven manages to count him out, instantaneously picks him as he knows exactly what the strat in towards the office building. Bakery. Niluo is player number 5. I thought he was 7. But from the side of Butchers, he just needs to turn the corner now towards his left. One and only Zen taken out prematurely. Niluo, 3 more eliminations from closing things away. And from the 4th spot, this guy has just been making a steady climb up to this #1 spot. And once again, the Chinese player finds a way to dominate the Garena players. 29, final elimination. Can Niluo get it done? And he gets it done on Heaven. He eliminates that second fragger, and he gets that #1 spot.
I mean, game sense, IQ, the Chinese players really has it, especially Q9. They know where the players might spawn, and it all is because of the amount of game study that they do. They predict where the players might spawn with, ours uplist, looking at patterns over and over again. And, it has paid off because first, it was Zai on that Group A breakout where he was able to reach number steady performance at this round #1 at Crossfire.
May I point out, unlike Zai, Niluo was pretty much like Mao Tse and Roadzi, right? He got through to the breakout round by the skin of his teeth, right? 66 eliminations. He was second from last in the overall leaderboard. And now here he is in that #1 spot. What a dominant run from Nilo.
Oh my
This guy
God.
was super impressive. And look at where he left Heaven on 24 eliminations.
Yeah, 24. I mean, Heaven got he got nailed on 22 kills earlier, and he only had 2. Yeah, I mean, the guy's just, popping off. I mean, 30 and 10. The guy has had more kills than that, of course, but it's all because of this staircase control that he had, using that to his advantage, taking players in off angles. No one really expected him to be there, but he was there and was able to create a lot of kills. So he plays first with stay still at the 4th place with 20.
Yeah, this is just insane in terms of performance coming through from some of these players. D-Chen getting the 20 eliminations, just keeping himself alive in the top 4. But of course, Nito was going to shine bright like a diamond up at the top with 30 eliminations. And with Heaven getting the 24, it really means that in this next matchup, we might be able to see Garena rise back up to the top, because at the start, that's exactly what we saw. Total domination from Zen as well as Heaven. And that was until Niluo decided to kind of change up his gameplay a little bit, right? Because where we saw Heaven as well as Zen truly run away with this matchup at one point was when Niluo repositioned. He let go of his power position at corner building. For some weird reason, he wanted to rotate out, and then he started losing out on a lot of gunfights. But the moment he sneaked back in, that was it. This guy was on a blaze. Both buildings, he controlled the stairs. That's about it.
And if it broke, don't fix it. The guy just scored 30 kills with a 3.0 KD at that Crossfire map, where a lot of the players barely even scraped through a 1.0 KD.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just insane. Anzai almost got a 2.0 KD earlier at the breakout match Group A. But this guy just went in on another level here at Crossfire. So with all that said, that's going to be round number 1. And now we're moving in to this second map. So that's going to be another personality of the map that you're going to have to consider. So we went from long, now we're moving into a very wide map. And with all that said, these players are locked and loaded to play here at Summit. And the first blood belongs to Heaven. And again, this is one of the maps where Heaven really shined the most. Acute angles where he was really able to hold off all of the players. So now let's see if he's going to maintain that as we play here at the round number 2.
Too quick, man, this Nilo guy. 5 eliminations so far. He tries to keep himself alive in the 3rd spot. Nilo still hasn't gone down yet, I believe. And that 5 combo still alive and kicking. How much can this guy streak himself up with? It's gonna matter not, but it's all about the flex out in here to say that he's got not only the best KDs, but the best survivability out there on the battlefield with his positioning. But Derpy just ends his run of 5 slays by dropping him.
But that performance from Nilo was just impressive, 5 kills in just 30 seconds of action. No one can do that. And D-Chen cannot do that, but he can, because he's out of his mind. Honestly, I got confused between D-Chen and Niluo. Now, they have been running it off in here at Summit, where you got D-Chen with number 1 spot with 7, Niluo with 6. And right now, Heaven is just trailing right behind with 1 kill deficit. But with this kill right here against Zen, is going to be able to tie up against the Q9 players. So that's 7-7-7 in rather. But Heaven will not be able to drop in yet. Got the left side in control. This power position from the tractors will get him kills, but he extended too early and he gets shot down.
And D-Chen now in the number 1 spot, but Heaven hot on his tails, gets the double for himself. He turn around and get this flick as well. The answer is absolutely no. Nobody's home, but Niluo continues to bite one after the other. Apple after apple. This guy is gonna get full very soon. Niluo and D-Chen now, both Q9 players leading the leaderboards in round 2.
This is just impressive in here right now for Q9, but Heaven is just trying to back himself up as well, A beautiful 2-piece to control the spawn, trying to break off from it right now. He's currently getting attacked there by Niluo with the pistol, and with that kill from Heaven, he was able to also score with the pistol kill or a sniper kill right through that tractor as well. And right now, one thing that we are seeing from Q9 is maybe controlling one side of the zone. And right now for Niluo, he is in charge of the left side. Right now he spots Aaron wide the shoulder in the game. Easiest
We can see Niluo and Heaven run away with this matchup. Niluo right back up here. Heaven manages to sneak away the #1 spot. Oh, the quick scope fails as Aaron trades him out instead. Aaron now with the double. Can he get the third one in a row? Just needs to sneak around a little bit more and punishes Guitar as well. One more player. Heaven himself steps on fourth this time around. And the 50 Gs for the pop for elimination so far. Aaron's on fire. Spots out yet another player. Quick scope does not hit on the left instead. Zen trades him out. Heaven on the other hand with the secondary. I think that's like what the 6th elimination in this round with the secondary for Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broke, he's just making sure that he works around with more advantages. You know, if that secondary gives him a lot of kills, why not use it, right? And he's been successful with it, and that's really the reason why he's number 2 in here. And now we're going to see some actions from D-Chen here once again on the other end. Heaven is going to use the pistol again, and now he's gonna bring it to kill Derpy as well.
The rules, man. You can whip out the secondary for sure. I mean, nobody, not the best sniper in the world for sure, will bet on his secondary. But when push comes to shove in a lobby like this, you gotta just depend on the secondary sometimes, man. Guitar pulls it out as well. Everybody in this lobby is like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna put my sniper down. Let's go ham against each other with our 50 Gs. Heaven now in the #1 spot. 19 eliminations already. Just needs 11 to close this out. But Niluo hot on his heels to catch up with him. Just 3 more eliminations to tie up with the one and only Heaven. Niluo now, beautiful shot against Zen. Derpy gets caught out in the open as well, but slides away in the nick of time. Heaven on the other hand drops D-Chen. Guitar finds Aaron, and Niluo and Heaven still fighting for that #1 spot. 10 eliminations to go for Heaven here.
Yeah, Heaven, 10 more kills. I think he's gonna have the chance to do it. But talk about Derpy, man. He went from bottom 8 now in here at the top 3 spot, making the top 4 as he moves down the ladder with Niluo showing up with that. It's solid there to get at least 2 or 3 kills before it gets shut down. And it's relatively close fight here. You see in the leaderboard, Guitar is making his way as well. So comebacks are being made by the Garena players in Zen and Guitar. And the resolution is just make sure they move into the other zone because they're not really having good performances on the rest of the map. So they went into the left side. And the next thing you know, they're out here placing top frag.
And once again, Heaven and Zen are back in it. Previously, Niluo just took the match away from these two boys, and they kind of crashed out. But this time, round number 2, it looks like it's time for revenge. Zen and Heaven making MSP proud once again. But the question is, will Niluo sneak his way right back in at the very final moment? Earlier on, at 24 slays, Heaven got held back, and Niluo ran away with the matchup. But now, Niluo, 5 eliminations behind the one and only Heaven. Heaven gets taken down by Meng, and this is the opportunity for Niluo. Trains a
summon all the spirit you require and then click 1, 2, 3, boom, pow! Niluo looking to chase down Heaven in here. Totally possible. He brings out the pistol, shuts Heaven down, now wills out this DLQ, but wow, look at the kill feed. 4 of the kills went all from secondaries, and now we are finally kicking it off. Heaven with a huge 2Ps. One more for the win. He's looking to call it on the left side. He spots Aaron. He misses the shot, and Niluo is back on his tail. 27 kills here, AJ.
Niluo once again, can he get it done? Guitar on the other side. Niluo misses that shot, but he needs to finish this off right now. Niluo gets taken down instead. Heaven on his final elimination, but Niluo's catching up, and he's catching up quick. Aaron with the double with the 50 Gs, and Heaven finishes things off finally. But Niluo, that guy, I tell you, is a monster of a sniper.
It's gonna go slow at you, and the moment you think that he's gonna be continuously slowing down, he's gonna climb the ranks slowly and surely, and you're gonna have to ride a very bad pain. remarkable AR player, assault rifle. To see him here play with the sniper, it's just, it's a big improvement from him.
Yeah, and that's something that I absolutely agree with. But a quick shout out to everybody. Okay, you know what? Let's go through this leaderboard quickly first before we get the shout out done. Because obviously, we got to do what we got to do. Niluo, 27 eliminations. Y'all got to be happy with that, man. 57 overall. And, out of 60 possible eliminations, this guy has got 57. That's Niluo for you. What a monster.
Yeah, he is. And to top it all off, he had a 3.0 KD earlier. Now he just got 2.25, and add up that number divided by 2. You got a 2.625 KD ratio for Niluo overall. And, most of the time the second place would have a bad KD ratio, but this guy's got a positive. He times it by 2 as well. So with all that said, a very close place. D-Chen scored 21 kills, and Derpy Zen had a great bounce back series. So right now, just a consistent efforts can win you games here, but for D-Chen, it's not the case.
Yeah, but Zen really carrying Malaysia on his back. Solid plays by Zen. 46 eliminations in the 3rd spot right now, and Heaven just a stone's throw away from the one and only monstrous Niluo with 57 eliminations. Aaron, on the other hand, 42. These 3 players look like they're solid to get through, but look at how close the bottom 4 are to them.
Look at that, 42 for the 4th place, 41 for D-Chen, so that's a 1-point difference. Then moving from there, you got, Derpy, who's going to have 37, Guitar with 34. Anything can go wrong in this round number 3. If one of the three players down there below at the lower rank after this round number 2 decides to pop off, it might mess up.
Performances aside, let's talk a little bit about attitude, right? We see the comment section and we see a little bit of toxicity being thrown back and forth. Y'all gotta understand that this competition is only possible because the Call of Duty Mobile Chinese scene made it possible. They made it happen, right? They invited Garena over, so we really have to be appreciative for this opportunity. If not, we wouldn't even see this happening. And obviously, a little bit of healthy competition is absolutely fine, but that's exactly what you see out there on the battlefield. How would you feel if a representative from the Philippines, be it one of the players, for example, Kendi or Whoopi, goes and mouths off like officially and is rude to one of the Chinese players? Wouldn't you say that he's being a sore loser? It applies in the comment section as well for all of you guys. Support your team, but there's no reason to put anybody else down. And if anybody throws any toxicity your way, you just gotta smile and take it. You just gotta smile and take it and believe in your players if you feel like they are gonna be able to dominate that are fighting in there. Okay, keep it as clean as possible, because I think this is the start to something new between the Garena players as well as the Chinese players, man. I'm loving it. Not just the action out there on the battlefield, but the format of the competition is being played on a whole other level, Gally.
Yeah, absolutely, man. For the chat here, you guys gotta talk less, smile more, keep the positivity in the chat. And, this is a start of something that's bigger. We already had Garena Invitationals yearly. So maybe if we could get more of this, it's going to make the competitive scene even better. The ecosystem is going to flourish even more, and the competitiveness of the Garena region and the Chinese region is going to be extremely better with all of these friendly competitions that we have. And with all that said, we are hopping in at the final round of this CDFI breakout match Group B. And AJ, Heaven, Niluo, they just have to get 20 plus kills and have a pop-off match and get this on shoe. CDFI 2022 final round for the day. Here it is. It's gonna start things off here with Derpy in the mid-map.
And can we talk about how quick these lobbies are, man? I mean, end of one round, we are starting off the next round instantaneously right after looking at the scores. Production is fantastic as well on this particular event. I'm in love. Niluo starting things off hot. 3 eliminations already. Having hot on his heels, but Niluo, not only does he want to run away, he wants to prove a point. He wants to prove that the Chinese players are the kind of monsters that Garena just does not want to meet out there on the battlefield. This guy, sure as heck, is a great sniper out there on the battlefield. I cannot wait to see exactly what the creme de la creme of players, the creme de la creme of snipers from the side of Garena will be able to do against this monster in those one-on-ones tomorrow.
Yeah, Niluo is a very explosive player. Again, he scored 5 kills in just 30 seconds. Do get that. Heaven. But now you see what's important here at this raid map is you get total control, either be it on the garage section on the galleries or it might be on the right side leaning towards the kitchen side. And I feel like it's better off you get the kitchen side because you have more height advantage once a player spawns in the basketball court. And not to mention you can just light off of the entrances in here and guarantee some kills. And right now we do have Zen on the leaderboard, number 1. Good sight for him to see.
Zen by Machan. This guy's on fire for sure. 8 eliminations already. One of the, once again, best acquisitions within the Malaysian scene. I'm so glad he joined the Huntsmen. He can be the difference maker for the team. I mean, this is potentially the Irfan J of the Huntsmen at one point. Yes, Derp is holding on to the position right now, but imagine 2 Irfan Js on one team. Yeah, losing is gonna be a thing of impossibility. Zen now leading the fray. Niluo hot on his heels. This guy is just so impressive, but Heaven is slowly creeping up on Niluo.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he went from number 7 to just number 3 real quick with just a quick 3 spree, and he's out there to chase the number 1 and the number 2 spot. But Zen has been a wild man. It's mental. 5 in a row right now. While Niluo is just trying to break off the spawns, he's trying to get a good pick before he moves out. And the best way for him to actually move is right around the bottom side of the minimap, moving around the bed side, and D-Chen having himself quite a situation, and they're trying to defuse it as well. Needs to win this gunfight up on the left side as Aaron brings out the secondary that gives him automatic control of the mid-map. And Niluo now popping again here, AJ. You know, the moment he gets that 1 kill, he's guaranteed to get a few more before he gets shot down. That's how explosive he is.
Yeah, the difference between the play of Niluo now between compared to what he was doing in the earlier part of the matchup was he was the central garden and really popping off, but it is going to be risky. As quickly as he got in, he got eliminated from the equation. Aaron now taking his spot. Niluo down to 12 eliminations. Aaron could have gotten yet another, but gets dropped by Niluo himself. And Niluo just 1 elimination right behind him. Zen has slowed down already, and he can't afford this as Aaron catches up. All equalized with the one and only Zen. Aaron trying to make that 1 spot count, and he does exactly that. 16 to 15. Zen now in that second place.
Yeah, a great chance for him to actually end up with the lead again here, as Zen was able to manage to get 1 kill, and now that ranks him above Aaron, but that soon would change as they go back and forth. Niluo's just trying to battle it off as well, and snap back from the Tiki with men getting shot down that gives him 16 kills as well. Not to mention he's moving in at the mid-map as well. Aaron will be right there. Easiest shot for Niluo overall in the map. Performance right now for Niluo, moving at the left side, spending more kills, but he got too scared there. Could have bring out that 50 Gs, but will not get it. So now he gets shut down. But that play right here gives him the 2nd spot, AJ.
Yeah, Niluo is just way too accurate with his shots. The guy has just got that 6th sense, right? He knows exactly where to creep up on players, annihilates them time and time again with that extra bit of information. D-Chen now, as he tries to catch up, he does, but Aaron just continuously playing for trades on the number 1 spot, and Zen steals it away from both of them. With the 20 eliminations, Zen now leading this lobby in this 3rd round. Zen tries trying to secure his spot at the playoff. Question is, when is Derpy going to join in? Only 3 eliminations so far. The man is struggling in this round, but it matters not, as Huntsman have a solid representation, as Malaysia has a solid representation. But the problem here is the Chinese players are annihilating all of them. Chen as well as Aaron now, 23 and 21 in the first and second spot. This is one tough fight for the greater players.
Yeah, right. That's the secondary intensity of a first here for Mang. He's got 11 though, have a long climb up ahead, but the connection is just unreal as he tries to push in and of course control this bedroom at this, this laundry side. You're gonna see more attacks coming in from Aaron, who's got 25 already. Mang 4 in a row. He's trying to climb the ranks, but it's just a little bit too late. But one thing he can do is stop all these players from driving and scoring all the points. But Aaron is just too unstoppable, but the connection is just gonna happen true. 26 kills for Aaron, 24 for D-Chen. Zen with 24 as well. It's close for that #1 spot, AJ.
Yeah, D-Chen now. Let's see if or not he can steal this away from Aaron. Zen still in this, trying to fight for that #1 spot. Just 2 eliminations behind that #1 position. D-Chen, on the other hand, slowly running away with this matchup. He gets eliminated. The saving grace for Zen as well as Aaron. And Aaron uses that opportunity to climb in front, get and then Derpy trades Zen out. Aaron in that 28 eliminations with the #1 spot. D-Chen right behind him. Zen needs to catch up, but is a little bit further back now in that 4th place.
Oh, Aaron's got the potential to end it here. He spots player Derpy on the mid-map, but Guitar ends his life. 5 kills on the kill field with the secondaries. They are all guns blazing. D-Chen trying to catch up. 28 kills. Make that 29, but the reload sucks him through. But he still wins it. 1 more for the win. Aaron, that's it. Tied up. BC7 ends it as well. There it is.
D-Chen, Aaron, what a play. China, what a play. I mean, Zen, I understand why this boy is so sad, because he got so close. He was really dominating. But, you know, this is exactly where the fighting spirit comes into play, right? The Chinese players are extremely hungry to get that victory. They really want to prove in a competition hosted by their nation, they want to be able to dominate as well. #1 spot, Cali.
That's 3 players eyeing for the #1 spot, you know.
Yeah.
Aaron was the first one to get close with 29. Then D-Chen went from 25, went into a 4 spree, almost won it at the end, but only to get spoiled at the 11th hour by Aaron. You know, Niluo, Zen was doing a great job fighting for the #1 spot earlier, but at the end, what matters was the pistols, AJ. The final kills from Aaron and D-Chen didn't came true from the primary weapon, which is the sniper. It all went down to the secondaries.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if you want to finish things off in the most easiest way possible, you just gotta go with the best route, right? They whipped out the secondary because it was such a heated moment. You don't want to be running around, slipping and sliding with the sniper in your hand. That secondary is obviously going to get the job done a little bit more neater. But the question here is, who makes it through to the playoffs? Derpy, unfortunately, with the 7 eliminations. It is, does this boy make it through to the playoffs with 72 points overall picked up? I think it's gonna go down to the wire because he just equalized with Aaron. If Aaron did not get the victory, if Aaron did not get 30, this would not be a tied up situation. Now Zen as well as Aaron are on 72 points apiece. Let's look at the KD here. Tell me what you've got on your side.
Oh my god, I mean, that's basically tied up, you know. For Aaron, he finished off with the #1 spot and they ended up with 23 deaths. So that's going to be a 1.3 KD for this guy. An absolute field day for this guy. And, you know, we did see Zen overall played a great game, was able to stop. He made it through because right now, D-Chen had 70 kills. So Zen is going to have 72 kills as well. So that makes it D-Chen and Aaron placing maybe in third and fourth.
Yeah.
Then Heaven placing in the second spot. And no, Heaven's the first spot. What a massive turnaround. But Malaysia's got their own player to represent them on the final stage of this event, AJ.
Oh, this is just fantastic, man. I mean, you've got your top four right here based on the numbers that we are seeing in front of us. Niluo gets that number one spot with a total of 84 eliminations. This is all of my assumptions. There you go.
Oh,
76 for Heaven in the second spot. Aaron and Zen both make it through with 72 apiece. And D-Chen so close, but not close enough. And Guitar, Meng, as well as Derby just a little bit too far away from the qualification. There you go. We now have the top 8 in the Solo King of Snipers for the CDFI.
Yeah, expect these players to have a flat-out ball day tomorrow because they're going to head up 1v1 duel on a very unfamiliar map. So you don't from unfamiliar maps that you don't really see in the game. You'll have fun. You'll got ducks, you got shipment, and you know it's going to be a very different experience to what we have here today because this one's a 1v7. Tomorrow it's going to be a 1v1. So that ample time to think about what kind of strats, what kind of angles and positions are they going to take to eliminate their opponents, because today it was just a lot of chaos because you get to worry in every angle you take. Once you get a hit, you have to rotate, of course, to avoid getting taken down. But what a banger of a gameplay we have here at this breaking match. You know, everybody has a fighting chance, and it's a good thing that Zen and of course same thing for Aaron made it through at the end. Consistency is key, and that's what they were able to deliver.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true, man. And you know, you did mention that tomorrow we're going to play a totally different set of maps, and it's not the conventional map that you usually see in Garena. It's not the conventional map that you usually see on any one of the competitive scene matches at all. And that's the whole beauty of things in here, right? Because of exactly how creative the Chinese scene is, because it's such an exciting competition to watch with how they keep things fresh. And if today was exciting, tomorrow is going to involve a whole other element of surprise that the players might not be ready for, because like you said, Callie, some of the maps that are going to be played in rotation tomorrow are not the usual maps that they are all used to, which could potentially play against the Garena players. Because if you look at the Chinese scene, they've had this crazy rotation of maps as well as game modes and score lines all played out throughout the whole year. They are ready for tomorrow.
In terms of familiarity, they definitely have the advantage, but you know, they play a different personality. These guys, they play with less movement but more accuracy. But you take a look at the Garena players, you know, they play with more movement. And of course, they have the accuracy. So there's a total different concept that's going to be happening around between these two regions itself. And, you know, I agree with you. This events like this, it keeps the tournament fresh. You know, it helps us think about there's a lot of possible ways for you to make a competition better. And one way is you host this kind of sniper tournaments where you put all the best players in Garena to make sure to determine as well who's the best out of the best, AJ.
I think hands down this is the best way to find out who's got the best mechanical skills overall on the battlefield. Because when you play, you know, maps that you are very much familiar with, there are certain angles that you favor in terms of holding. But when you're put into a situation where you don't really, you know, you're not really well versed with the map, it's all going to be about your micro decisions in that game throughout the whole day. Now, the one saving grace is it's not going to be chaotic. Although it is a brand new set of maps tomorrow that's going to be in rotation, it's not going to be chaotic because it's not a free-for-all. It's not 8 players in a certain match. It's just 2 players going up against each other every single game. Tomorrow, finally, we get some one-on-ones.
Hey man, you know, it's going to be close quarter combats. Most of the maps is going to be 1v1s on small maps, so you make sure that you're going to have a lot of actions specifically for your specific player that you're going to look forward to the most. But at the end of the day, you had Q9, you know, having one of builds that sniper. But not to mention, the good thing for Garena, they have Whoopi, they have Heaven, they also have Zen backing them up in here at this sniper tournament. So that's a lot of things you need to consider to watch tomorrow, because everything is going to be insane.
I think the point that you brought up was amazing. The fact that you and I are both from MSP, I'm very sure you are as proud as me to have a representative for all three countries, Malaysia, Singapore, as well as Philippines. They each have a single representative shoved in there into the playoffs. We are going to see exactly which nation picks up the title of the King of Snipers Solo Challenge tomorrow. But once again, that is not the creme de la creme. That's not the main event. That's just the appetizer before we start off the CDFI 2022. All the exact same teams, 5v5 all-out MP battles, and that's going to be played over 8 days in week 2 and 3 of November. Of course, 1 day for the grand finals and 7 days. It's going to be chaos, Callie, but hopefully our audience in the comment section can keep it clean at that point of time, because I think this is something that we have talked about, time and time again. You can definitely support your own team without putting anybody else down.
I have to agree with you. First and foremost, it's new. Everything is new here. So, of course, you have to defend whoever you are actually eyeing for to win the entire thing. But looking at the bigger picture, the main reason why we have this event is, of course, to promote more competitive action, not only for Garena, but for China as well. And maybe this could spark maybe an even better competition. The next thing you know, next year, we might even have the Europe region actually join us here on a specific event that we have, not just the stage 5 that we're looking forward to, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I mean, if we've got more events like these, I don't think I'll be looking forward to stage 5 as much in the future, because each and every single event that we've got will be as exciting, right? And I think I really appreciate the Chinese scene for making this event happen, because it's going to be a good on, right? A little bit of extra practice against some of these other regions is never gonna hurt you. But this now brings us to the top 8 of the Solo Snipers Challenge. Wolfzai, Fun Plus Phoenix Roxy, Smart Omega Whoopi. You've got the one and only Mauchi, Nilo, Heaven.
Anyway, with all that said, that's it. You can continue with the bracket. We also have Huntsman Zen, and we also have AMT Heaven, and this is the brackets that we have. All eyes on Zai and Zendo at the match number 1. That's going to be crazy, AJ.
Oh, GG, man.
Heaven and Whoopi, match 4.
Oh! What? No! I mean, what a disappointing bracket, mainly because I think
that's too early.
It's I love the competition. I love the form. Just that I don't know how these were picked, and once again, the format that we were told as to how the breakout rounds grouping was going to be was slightly different as to what happened at the end of the day, but it doesn't really matter. We are all out here for a little bit of fun, and is there any money on the table? There is a little bit of money on the table. Actually, there's a lot of money on the table, but
exactly.
At the very same time, it's a little heartbreaking to know that in the very first matchup for Heaven and Whoopi, one of them is not going to be making it through. Guaranteed.
No guarantees. So with that said, with that duel right there, that's automatically one Garena player out. So if Zen,
with the Zai versus Zen,
we might see worst case scenario. We might see all China battle at that grand finals if if things matter, if things go to worse, AJ.
I think at the end of the day, you got to depend on a little bit of luck, and it looks like just the luck wasn't on the side of MS. against the best fragger in the solo sniper battle so far. Zai has been phenomenal in the group stage. Zai has been phenomenal in the breakout round as well. He got 80 eliminations out of a possible 90. That's how deadly he was. And in the lobby that he was in, Whoopi and Kendi were there as well. Zeze X was there as well. The monstrous little fox was there as well. None of them could outdo Zai. Zen is in a lot of trouble, but if the guy could make Malaysia proud today, there's a big probability he'll make Malaysia proud tomorrow as well.
And you know, to top it all off, Zai actually is the MVP of the China Masters Season 4. So if there's going to be an underdog story, it has got to be Zen on that practice.
Yeah.
But with all that said, we are going to be seeing more action tomorrow. Once again, this is Cali Gaming and the Mustachio AJ on behalf of Neptune, the gentleman who's exactly right behind us. It is all thanks you once Garena Call of Duty Mobile. See you guys on to the next one.